Yo bros, be honest. How many times have you shut your eyes and begged the gotcha gods to finally isekai you?
For our protagonist, that dream didn't just come true, it turned into a nightmare. And now he's panicking, wondering if he somehow wrecked his entire character build for good. Imagine your life is pure boredom. Then boom, you get ripped into a world of swords and magic called Tesla.
RMC, known as Bishop, didn't get a heads up or some magical save-the-world mission handed to him on day one. He jolted awake in a lifeless void, surrounded by thousands of players packed in basic starter gear. Everyone's snapping because this isn't a game anymore. It's real life now, and the whole crowd's panic is climbing straight toward a full-on boil. Bishop's trying to keep us cool, but the air feels thick with pure dread, like a server wipe is seconds away. Right out of nowhere, a status effect slams into him. His body won't move an inch, not even from the neck down, like some invisible force has pinned him to the spot. That's when the Game Master swoops in, this giant, god-tier monster of a man, and casually tells them they're getting shipped straight off to Tesla. His voice doesn't even ride the air. It slams straight into their heads like a ruthless, high-priority system alert. Right on cue, a glowing, translucent UI snaps into view before him, offering choices for his avatar, his abilities, and even reincarnation. God orders him to go meet their neighbors before the timer hits 0, and the next second, he flicks his wrist and rockets off. Suddenly, the paralysis breaks, and Bishop rips his limbs back into motion. In the blink of an eye, the god vanished, and thousands of bewildered humans were left scrambling to choose their own starting builds. Bishop freezes. He realizes he's not alone in that lobby, because his entire listage guild from that MMO is standing right there with him. They kick off the usual, "Wait, you sound like" routine, and then it hits them. They're staring at the real-life faces of their online bros. We've got Masa-san driving the tank, Watari-ken itching for a drink, and the rest of the crew right there with them. It's basically a guild meetup, except this time, the stakes are so insane they could rewrite everyone's fate, not just clear a dungeon. Masa-san snaps to the countdown on screen. There's less than 2 hours left to squeeze every ounce out of their stats before they're tossed straight into the main scenario. Masa slams the warning down. Don't touch that reincarnate button unless you're ready to get dumped into a new world with no gear and 0 stats. This is the ultimate metagame moment. Mess up your build right now, and it's game over for good. Masa-san is determined to rebuild their rank 6 clan, the 9 of Dawn, right here in this brand new reality. But Bishop catches something way too sus, while everyone else just sits there, acting like fate is already written, too calm, too quiet, like this mask kidnapping is already scripted. It's like the whole crowd is hit with some brutal mental fog, and they just stand there, totally fine with getting wiped off the face of Earth. Bishop dives straight into the mechanics, clocking that they've got 100 SP to burn on their starting job and attributes. The descriptions are so vague it's ridiculous. When they say sword expertise, do they mean long swords only? Or does that even include rapiers? He realizes being a specialized healer from the game won't cut it anymore. He needs a whole build that can actually stand on its own when things go south. Masa-san just drops a bombshell. Everyone in that room comes from different countries, like France and China, and somehow they all understand each other perfectly. They don't even speak Japanese anymore. They're spitting out some mystery isekai tongue, and their brains are just auto-translating it on the fly. This kind of reality-bending power is on a whole different level, and it freaks Bishop out hard, because it means this god is rewriting their identities like they're nothing. Masa-san is demanding that everyone lock in their roles, tank, DPS, healer, so the whole team hits peak efficiency. But Bishop isn't buying it. No way. He insists that if a stray goblin dives backline, they're finished, dead meat, so long as all they've got are healing spells. He vows to roll an all-rounder build, even if everyone says it's trash, because in a world where you can't come back from death, he laughs off the save the world cliches
and drops 50 points to become a full-on quarter angel. He figures it makes total sense. His family runs a shrine, and he's been sharpening his kenjutsu skills since he was a kid. Then suddenly, people start glowing bright, and poof, they vanish the instant they slam the Reincarnate button. Masa-san orders everyone to set Trunkista Castle as their spawn point, and Bishop's gamer instincts start screaming at him like a warning siren. How does Masa-san magically know the exact way to Tesla when he's never even been there? Masa-san looks like he's accidentally reading straight from a walkthrough he absolutely wasn't meant to have. Bishop snaps to it. This whole crew is being marched like helpless sheep straight to the slaughterhouse. In a last-second panic, Bishop stumbles on a hidden power in his window, Will of God, a passive he never even paid for. He realizes that skill was nothing but mental manipulation shoved into his head, so he yanks it out fast, slaps in luck level 3, and scrambles his spawn point. He tells his guild he's out, then chooses the brutal freedom of solo play instead of letting anyone pull his strings. Masa-san reaches out to stop him, but Bishop's already slamming that button. The system springs to life, rebuilds his body from the ground up, dumps his race bonuses and items on him, and confirms he finally broke free of the mental manipulation. He jolts awake alone in a forest, still dressed in the magician gear he picked back during the creation phase. He swore he chose the right village, but boom, he's stuck in the middle of nowhere, like the system glitched, or maybe his luck stat is already kicking in. Just not the way he wanted. He scrambles up the cliff and spots it, Tesla's sprawling, breathtaking, and deadly world. Aight, bros, this is the moment. The solo run kicks off, and this friendly world is about to prove it's anything but. Our hero finally barrels into the village gate, and trust me, you can already feel the adventure about to blow the roof off. He's trying to stay low-key, strolling in like some random NPC, hoping nobody clocks him and starts trouble. Honestly, he's just grateful there weren't any top-tier guards or watchtowers blocking his way in. Glancing around this place feels like stepping straight into one of those mid-aged RPG towns we've grinded for thousands of hours in. The locals look like regular everyday humans, and that's a huge relief, so he won't stick out like a sore thumb the moment he's in the starter zone. Then he spots a beast human with real dog ears, and suddenly he has to clamp down on his power level, no flashing it, no acting like a clueless tourist. He slams his hand into the air to yank up his UI and check his stats, but nothing, not a single thing happens, like this world never bothered to include a floating menu at all. He realizes way too late that if he wanted that premium HUD experience, he should have grabbed those Dragon Eye skills. Time plays the city like a pro. He stops a guy lugging sacks and fires off a question. "Where can I buy skill books?" He motions him to the general store, but our kid's still eyeing the whole idea like, yeah, right. What are the odds a beginner mage pulls something high tier out of there? This seals it. Those magic books aren't just apps or legends. They're real physical objects sitting right in this world. He starts crunching the currency exchange numbers, and suddenly it hits him that his starting gold could actually buy a whole lot more than he expected. He bursts into the shop and boom, it's a full-on loot cave packed with potions, weapons, and random goodies everywhere. It's laid out just like a top-tier general store, only way cleaner and way more organized. He peppers the shopkeeper with questions about magic books, desperate to finally snag some spells for his hotbar. That old man slams a whole stack of books onto the counter, and boom, it's like the inventory screen just jumped out of the game. There's everyday magic for the casuals, and then ball-type magic that the combat builds live and die by. He starts flipping through Fireball and Waterball, hunting for the perfect meta. The moment he brushes the Lightball book, a full-on static shock snaps through him, and the shopkeeper grins and declares it's proof of serious elemental affinity. Combat spells cost a whopping 2 gold coins, while the utility stuff is just 2 silver, so now he's breaking into a sweat over that tiny pile of starting cash. The shopkeeper genuinely thinks he's some hardcore role player,
like he's just warming up, fully committed to the act even though he's basically a total beginner. He tosses out a sweet deal on the Lantern spellbook and even swears he'll give you a free tutorial lecture the moment you buy it. Our boy haggles a knife and a towel into the deal, pulls off his very first trade quest, and seals it like a win. He discovers that anyone can learn basic magic if they grind hard enough, no special natural talent required. Now that he's locked down the essentials on currency and communication, confidence surges through him as he pushes full throttle toward his main scenario progression. Next up, Adventurers Guild. And man, that building towers over the whole village like it doesn't even belong in the same world. He feels like a total outsider, sneaking peeks around, and realizing this place is run like a high-end bank, not some loud, rowdy tavern. The receptionist flashes that "welcome to the grind" smile and asks straight up if he's here to register. She drags an application across the table, and somehow it turns out that plain old wooden board paper is considered a whale-tier luxury item around here. He scribbles his name as Ruck, then chooses a fresh handle, because that old ID feels like it's dripping with death flag energy. It's a ruthless play to stop the 9 of Dawn from zeroing in on where his reincarnation journey is headed. The receptionist lays out the ranking system from lousy F-rank scrubs all the way to legendary SSS. Then she snaps that if he dares to run with Peking other guild members, it's a one-way ride straight to game over. He finally gets his official F-rank guild card. Just a chunk of wood, sure, but it's still something, and he's taking it. He asks for his very first quest, and she points him straight to a low-level dungeon down south. It's a shallow 5-floor dungeon packed with weak mobs, basically the perfect playground for a level 1 healer to test his kit without breaking a sweat. Before the grind even starts, he has to lock in a save point, so he darts to a nearby lodge. The receptionist is dealing with yet another dog-eared beast girl, and the second her ears start twitching, it's enough to shatter his focus. He drops 6 silver coins for a 3-night stay, and honestly, that price feels fair for room and meals. The sizzling smell of meat hits him, and when he sees the girl's tail wag, the whole isekai world suddenly feels painfully real. He storms up to the 2nd floor to track down his room. He clocks it instantly. The tech here is insanely primitive, no glass windows anywhere, so this whole world screams early-stage development, still stuck before the real game even kicks off. The room's ridiculously tiny, just a bed and 1 door, that's it. He collapses onto the hay-stuffed mattress, fretting about mites, but by pure exhaustion, he can't even muster the energy to care. It's been the longest day of his life, packed with a whole lifetime of stress crammed into just 24 brutal hours. He lies there, replaying it all in his head, the whole summoning, the white space, and the brutal social engineering he had to pull off just to make it through the afternoon. He can't stop wondering if the other people from his world are out there, speedrunning their own wild adventures right now. He scans his abilities all over again, kicking himself. He wishes he'd formed a party before everyone scattered. Because he's a healer who can mend almost anything, the real goal now is clear. He's finally going to learn real magic, not just healing. He yanks out the lantern book he grabbed earlier. The shopkeeper told him, just read it, like it was the easiest thing in the world. But the moment he cracks it open, the page explodes into a chaotic mess of symbols. He can't read a single word, like this world's language is total gibberish to him. Suddenly the book blazes with light and sears his hands, and he freaks out, convinced he just tripped some deadly trap. But there's zero heat and not a single ember, just one horrible truth. The system chews the book up like it's nothing. A blinding flash of an incantation rips through his mind, and it clicks. So this world's skill scrolls work like this. He flicks his lantern spell and boom, a glowing ball of light forms, screaming that he's officially a magic user now. He gets way too pumped, shouting about the birth of the great sorcerer Rook until the neighbors slam the walls and yell at him to shut up. The next morning, he jolts awake way too late.
still swimming in that post-party haze and grogginess. Turns out last night he ditched the shadows, hit the inn, drank and partied hard, fully embracing his brand-new sorcerer rook persona. He cracked open the tavern's social buff, downed mug after mug with the locals, and hauled in a mountain of intel about the dungeon. He's fully stocked with fruit for the road, then he barrels out through the south gate. The dungeon entrance looks just like a classic 2D RPG cave, exactly the way the NPCs promised. But up close, it's got this creepy, haunted vibe you'll never feel when you're just gaming on a flat monitor. He's freaking out about what's lurking inside, even if all he's facing are those lowly trash mobs, goblins and slimes. He snaps to the truth. What feels like easy mode for a native is basically letting someone in comfort, like those modern comforts are his whole advantage. The second he steps inside, 3 wild paths split ahead of him, each one calling his next move. This wasn't in the tutorial at all, and that brutal wave of choices hits him all at once, so he just freezes. He starts spiraling with panic, terrified he'll get flanked or vanish in the dark with no map to guide him. After a full 5 seconds of spiraling overthinking, he finally admits, "Not yet," then whips around and bolts back the way he came. He slams the thought into his head. He's not some picked-for-the-job hero destined to save the world. No need to sprint through the main quest. Take your time, breathe it in, and let the scenery hit you while you go. The shopkeeper nods at our boy's careful play, because in a permadeath world, the real victors aren't the ones who dash into endgame zones undergeared. They're the ones who live long enough to learn. He's basically teaching us how to survive the early game and reminding everyone that when things feel off, backing out isn't cowardice, it's the ultimate pro-gamer power move. Back in the dungeon, our MC finally clicks, light spells in his kit, and suddenly this brutal dark grind isn't so suffocating anymore, because that's a total quality of life lifesaver. He feels like a total noob, like, how did he forget his lantern was in the hotbar the first time? Now he's locked in, plotting every crossroads with the focus of a dungeon crawler, like he's mapping the whole world, move by move. He's tearing through every corner like a bloodhound, hunting for hidden chests and secret walls. Even in a dead end, pure gamer instinct snaps into gear, because you never know when a dev buried some rare loop right behind a rock. Suddenly, a nasty, gooey swarm snaps its attention on him, classic first contact slime chaos. He blasts it instantly, yet it doesn't look like a cute little mascot at all. It's more like some giant weird amoeba from Nightmare Land. Honestly, that first fight just didn't hit like some legendary boss battle, and he can't help but feel let down. The dungeon's auto-loot system snaps into action, swallows the corpse whole, then spits out a drop right where it landed. It's a magic stone, this world's real-life fuel for the economy, and he keeps it close as a memento from the first time he ever made it through. He slams into a couple more dead ends, then, finally, spots the stairs that shoot him up to the next floor. He dives into the dungeon's mechanics, and it clicks. This thing is just an RNG loot machine that makes its own mess, then wipes every trace clean. Up on the second floor, the ceilings shoot higher, and he suddenly has all the space he needs to swing his staff without scraping the walls. Right when he's about to check his map, a sound slices through the air, the familiar grunt of some low-level mob. It's a goblin, basically the bread-and-butter monster you grind on in every fantasy RPG. It lunges for him, then he's already 3 moves ahead, all because the shopkeeper warned him. He slips in a flawless dodge, and the goblin's own momentum topples their stance. Crack, one solid counter to the back of his head, and the little green guy drops like it's instant game over. The goblin crumples to the ground, and the MC looms over it, double-checking it's not just pretending to be dead. He can't believe how smoothly the fighting went. Then, the moment the truth hits, he realizes killing something doesn't feel like just clicking a mouse. And then it hits him. Compared to video games, these starter mobs are straight-up easy meat. The guild shrinks into the background as the dungeon swallows his body,
and spits out another magic stone like it's demanding payment. Suddenly, a flash of light erupts in front of him, and it isn't coming from his spell at all. It's that pure, sweet level-up rush. Power practically spills out of his stats like it can't be contained. Yep, case closed. This world is secretly running an RPG system under the hood, and suddenly the grind feels way more doable. He mows down even more mobs, probes every new alley, and watches that confidence bar climb higher with every dead end. He's starting to see it clear as day. Once a leveling system exists, he can keep stacking power until every threat becomes small enough to crush. He slams up to a colossal pair of doors, the classic "this is where the boss lives" warning sign. Inside, it's not some terrifying ogre or dragon at all, just a goblin with a bigger upgrade and a knife in hand. He decides to play it smart, holding back until the telegraph rings. Then he pairs the attack with perfect timing. He hammers the goblin's arm to snap its posture, then slams in with a full power swing right after. First dungeon clear, baby, and I'm still kinda stunned that he can wreck stuff like that with nothing but a stick. The boss smashes the ground and unloads a huge magic stone, then gifts a rare loot chest for the taking. It's a magic book, and somehow, just from a glance, he knows exactly what it is. It's like that passive skill is siphoning intel straight into his head. This healing spellbook is a total jackpot for any solo player, like you just won the game in one sweet drop. With the spell mastered, he heads straight back to the guild, cashes in fast, and leaves clutching a silver and a handful of bronze. The guild lady lays it out straight. Group quests are safer, but solo players pocket every single piece of loot. An instant, massive win for our boy's bank account. She shoves him in the direction of the resource center on the second floor, promising him a whole load more lore. He finally realizes he totally misjudged how much public info this world practically hands out. He goes up to the librarian to check in, and her face lights up in shock because an adventurer just walked in who can actually read. The whole room's jam-packed with facts, and it feels exactly like that old-school library back home. He dodges the herbology section and bolts straight to the magic and monster manual. Knowledge is the ultimate power-up, and he's got to learn the rules of this world before it crushes him. He plunges headfirst into everything, from politics to the 6 elements of magic. Hold up. His holy light spell doesn't show up anywhere in the standard curriculum. Even the book he stumbled across didn't match what you'd find in any shop. It looked totally different. Turns out his magic is on a god-tier level. Heroes and legendary saints used it, the kind of power that can smash mountains like they're nothing. Then it hits him. His quarter-angel bloodline must be unlocking a secret affinity for these lost hacks. He makes the call on the spot. Lock these OP spells away as a secret. No way he's drawing unwanted aggro. Later at the pub, he sits down with Hans, and Hans spells it out. This dungeon hands you a pity drop depending on your affinity when you clear it for the very first time. Hans is a top-tier vet who's seen every nightmare this world can throw. He tells you he used to carry a legendary iron sword from his very first clear, and then, poof, it burned up. In a world where failed equipment augmentation is basically the ugliest slang you'll ever hear, every gacha gamer dreads the same gut punch. Ultimate heartbreak. Henius slams the warning into him. This success rate is a trap that'll wreck your life if you don't watch every step. Our boy figures out the fastest way to get answers, by rounds of drinks and let the veterans talk. Because their stories are the real information. A whole week gets trapped in a brutal loop, buying fruit, grinding goblins, then fishing for data again and again. He finally claws his way into E rank, snatches that bronze card, and officially kicks himself out of the tutorial like, "All right, game on." He even grabs a light ball offensive spell and tests it out on the spot. The damage is brutally gruesome, and it slams into him that this isn't some harmless game. There's real blood, not pixels. It makes him wonder, does he really have the nerve to use magic like that on another human?
Hans calls it the first wall every adventure crashes into sooner or later. Either you harden to the killing, or you quit right before it steals your own life. Hans admits that, to him, staying alive always comes before justice and before guilt. He got betrayed by allies over top-tier loot once, and it twisted him into a cynical loner who doesn't trust a soul. Even after he'd lost everything, the treasure hunt's pull was so loud it wouldn't let him quit. The second artifacts and ancient relics get mentioned, our boy's eyes spark like they've struck gold. He takes another round, craving that legendary tier lore like it's the last drop of water. Artifacts are god-forged or ancient civilization relics that can straight up hand someone the power to dominate the entire world. We're talking true legendary gear, like the sword Lufnir or the angel Bellstaff. If you're a hardcore gamer, there's no way he can just shrug off the chance to score loot like this. Now he's all in on the isekai dream, chasing every jaw-dropping quest this world throws at him. But just as he's about to slip out of the library, a thunderous commotion explodes and rips his focus away. Downstairs, a party crashes in, dragging along a teammate who looks completely wrecked. The cat girl at the party is shrieking for a healer, while that guy is already standing there like he's seconds from hitting 0 HP. Our boy just stares in pure horror as the world's difficulty spikes straight into his bones, and then it hits him. He might be the only one who's got the holy light strong enough to save him. Rook's just trying to relax when Mel, the cat-eared girl, comes screaming for help because her buddy Dan is about to hit the game over screen for real. Rook stumbled into a blood-soaked nightmare and instantly learned the brutal truth. Out here, when someone bites it, there's no quick reload button. Staring at that giant puncture wound, you can tell a simple potion won't touch it, and the only revive the dead trick isn't some genius ritual. It's a low-tier spell you just mash and spam. Even Hunson, the local veteran, can feel it. He's totally outmatched in this place. He bluntly tells Mel that Dan's basically doomed because they've got 0 high-tier loot to patch his organ damage. The church is a total bust too, because the local priest feels like a nerfed NPC with 0 bite left. The guild staff is completely useless, so confirm this for me. There isn't a single high-level potion in this whole new village. Everyone's already grieving over Dan, because top-tier healers are about as common as landing a 5-star in a gacha game. Rook's just standing there like, yo, I'm right here, bros. But deep down he's freaking out, because if he shows off his OP holy magic, the local authorities are going to come down hard. But when he sees the light drain from Dan's eyes, he finally gets it. Standing there doing nothing means he's blowing the main quest, proving he's a decent human being. He finally steps in, looks at Mal, and tells him to try the healing, despite the fact that sweat is pouring off him. The locals stare at him like he's nothing but a delusional kid. Rook shuts his eyes, forcing himself to picture the spell in his head without accidentally setting off some world-ending disaster. He dumps every last MP into a single blast and shouts, "Holy light!" The moment the magic kicks in, the whole room erupts in a blinding, shimmering sparkle. It's pure movie magic. Watch the wound literally stitch itself shut, sealing back into place like it never happened. Dan sucks in a shaky breath, barely clinging to life with only a sliver of HP left. Mel is bursting with joy, and then, boom, Rook gets swept up in praise as a legendary sorcerer. The guild staff beam at him, pelting him with full-on appreciation, and honestly, it's the sweetest boost to his charisma. Meanwhile, Hansen's stomach drops. Rook just slammed out a world-class healing spell with 0 incantation, like straight-up hacking reality in this world. They rush to the tavern to celebrate, and Dan slams a drink down hard, finally getting that sweet, sweet ale of survival on his tongue. Mel steps up and introduces the crew. She's the scout. Lockie takes the bow, and Dan charges in as the tank leader. They were childhood buddies from Langford, and right now they were out here hustling, chasing gold like it owed them money. Dan and Lockie finally give Rook a real thank you, because the second they clock it, they realize they owe him their entire playthrough. Rook steps up and declares he's just a 15-year-old mage, and the whole crew raises a toast to their brand new hero. Then Rook breezes in and casually admits he's a solo player. Every single person at the table freezes in stunned silence. They stare at him like he just bragged he's speedrunning a Souls game on level 1. Dan's like, "Bro, you gotta be kidding me." Because the second Rook clocks it, he realizes he may have just accidentally outed himself as a total noob. Rook tries to back up his martial arts training, but Dan cuts through it fast by pointing out the glaring flaw. Lackey points out that those cane robes give you 0 protection, because for a lone rearguard, that's basically walking into death. Mel points out that only top-tier court mages or elite parties can pull off that geeky look, because the wrong crowd gets wiped out fast. Rook is getting absolutely roasted by cringe, and the second he clocks that the whole village is probably seeing him as some edgy kid cosplaying a sorcerer, he feels his soul evaporate. Meanwhile, the rest of the guild is already whispering up a storm, trying to figure out if they can snag that high-tier healer for their own raids. Dan throws the first strike and officially ropes Rook into their party. Mel is all in, fully realizing that getting a healer on the team is a huge power-up for every single fight. Rook keeps his cool, tells them to give him tonight to think it over, because they're kicking out the next morning. The sun spills over the mountains, and Rook finally snaps, ready to blast out of the tutorial zone. He jolts awake in the inn, and that bright light slams into his face like the start of some brand new anime arc. He storms downstairs, slaps out a quick goodbye to the innkeeper, and somehow gets treated like a total VIP the second he steps out. He links up with the crew in the tavern, and before Dan can even get his sentence out, Rook jumps on the invite. They lock it in with a hard handshake, sealing the deal and making the whole party official. Mel is buzzing because she finally gets a magic user, and Rook clicks instantly, tagging along with the party as the smartest move to hunt down lore and keep them alive in this high-stakes world. They've only got 10 minutes before they're face-to-face with their employer. Rook sprint slams through the whole village, speedrunning from door to door to say goodbye to every single person who helped him out. The town's blacksmith leans in and drops one final piece of veteran wisdom, because the most humiliating fate an adventurer can suffer is dying. They finally reach Grim San, the merchant they've been escorting, and he's already heard the rumors about Rook's healing hacks. As the caravan finally starts rolling, Rook clocks it instantly. His hard-earned reputation basically greases the skids for this escort mission. Mel tells me her family has been tangled with Grim for generations, so yeah, trust is already at full power. Suddenly, the sound of hands erupts from the roadside, and it shows up to send them off. Brooks shoots the old man a real sign of respect, and he thanks him for steering him through the early game. Hansen flashes him a warm smile and reminds him, this is only the starting village. The real fight is waiting just beyond the horizon. As they split apart, Hansen suddenly slams down a huge plot hook, warning Rook to watch out with his weird one-of-a-kind magic, because people will absolutely try to take advantage of it. The party shouts at Rook, telling him the caravan isn't waiting for him. Rook feels the urge to spin around and demand more answers, but he clamps down, because if he hesitates now, he'll never be the protagonist of his own story. He snaps out of his spiraling over thoughts and sprints to catch up with his fresh allies. The journey hits warp speed as the wagons roll onto a road that looks like it was ripped straight from the opening prologue. Even the horses are straining their guts to get this cargo rolling. Rook glances back for a split second, and then it hits him. He's finally busting out of the starter zone. It's wild to watch the whole village fade into the horizon like someone yanked it out of reality. Mel starts firing off complaints about Lockie's awful communication, but Dan just shrugs. He's already used to BPS players who stay quiet. Dan even admits it. He's low-key jealous of anyone who can keep their mouth shut for 5 whole minutes. Rook clocks it. Lockie's probably hearing every word of the roast,
but he keeps his eyes locked on the road anyway.
Rook leans in and fires off the question. Why isn't there a mini-map, or even a simple physical map of the area? Right here, the world map is basically a foggy mystery, like total fog of war, for anyone who isn't a top-tier noble. Dots lays it out straight. Those ultra-detailed maps aren't just charts, they're basically top-tier military secrets. Mel smirks and flexes hard. Her family keeps a secret private map, and it's straight-up merchant-class royalty. Rook presses for answers about Tranquista Castle and the Azal Empire, since those names are the ones he spotted in the library archives. Nobody has any clue what he's talking about, so it hits him hard that those places might be late-game regions on a whole different continent. He starts spiraling over the party he ditched. Did they still get hit by that mental debuff, or did someone figure out how to snap the script and break it? Suddenly, the whole viewpoint flips, and we're hit with the roar of a colossal mana surge in some distant place. A legendary tear-summoning circle ignites, bursting into an insane storm of particles. Right out of the light, 5 people burst into view like they were yanked into a brutal tutorial, straight up missing all their gear. A whole crew of top-tier clergymen is already waiting in place to kick off the chosen hero's big dialogue. The fresh arrivals are totally thrown off. Being dragged into a church out of nowhere makes their heads spin. They instantly clocked it. This wasn't Kansas anymore, and these NPCs weren't just characters. They looked dead serious. Just like that, the air turns ice cold when the main quest giver finally strides in. Meet Emperor Galdar Lulatazal, the ruthless big boss of the Empire Rook, and he's just about to ask the next question. He sinks into his throne and wastes 0 time, then slams a world-saving quest right onto their plates. The heroes lock eyes when the Emperor's words confirm they're standing in the exact right spot. And meanwhile, Rook is stuck back in the village, digging for answers. Goldar lays it out. An evil darkness is breaking in, and yeah, it's the most cookie-cutter big threat incoming plot hook imaginable. He throws himself at these summoned heroes, pleading for them to lend their power to save the realm. While they're being marched to their new rooms, one of the girls suddenly realizes her character model just got upgraded with an elf ear. Beneath a sea of stars, political trouble is already simmering in the shadows. The Emperor corners his advisor and demands to know if the briefing went off without a hitch. Turns out they're hunting someone with a holy name, but this round came up empty. They didn't find the right person. The advisor nods and confirms these kids are the real deal, but right away, you can tell something crucial is missing from the team lineup. The prophecy was crystal clear. 6 heroes would rise, not 5. They snapped to it. The missing 6th hero is probably the one clutching the holy name title. With no carry in sight, the Emperor panics, because it means he'll be forced to lean on that religious faction again. Dodging church politics is definitely not on his schedule. Anything else comes first. But hold up. There's one last crucial detail the advisor has to make sure he tells him right now. Back at the campfire, the whole place calms down fast. Rook's crew finally kicks back and takes a breather. Rook is completely wiped out from that brutal long trek, and it slams him with a painfully real hit to his physical stats. Mel fires up her cat-like senses to scout ahead, while Lockie stays locked on the rear guard, holding the line like a total pro. Dane can finally breathe easy. No monster aggro means this escort mission is pure, perfect freedom. They call it pack up, lock in, and get those wagons rolling again. Rook's still fighting to kick video game logic out of his head, because this world sure doesn't spawn mobs around every corner like it's nothing. Dan just shrugs it off with a laugh, insisting monsters keep to the deep woods until something goes terribly wrong. Then he officially throws open the doors and welcomes Ruck into their party, the Win Squad. The second they start preaching about safety, my brain screams, and bam, massive flag pops up for some random encounter. Dan barks at everyone to hit the deck as he braces himself to eat the incoming threat head-on. An L-sheet barrels in like a freight train, and don't think of it as some cute farm animal. This thing is motorcycle-sized. Dan plants his feet, and hoists his shield like a born frontline tank. That hit was brutal. One blast that screams exactly how terrifyingly strong these mobs really are. Dan is literally digging his heels into the dirt, fighting tooth and nail so they don't shove him back. Lockie and Mel waste zero time. They sprint into the opening and seize it for all it's worth. They launch a perfectly timed pincer attack while it's locked on the shield. Dan lands a crisp finisher and ends the beast for good. The monster slams into the ground, and the team snaps into action, turning the whole fight into a flawless, perfectly timed raid. Rook is blown away by the teamwork. Then, out of nowhere, a second L-sheep materializes from the other side. With two of them on the board, the team can't possibly retreat fast enough to shield the wagons. Rook suddenly clicks. This is exactly the kind of wild, unexpected mess he was brought here for. He locks in and pours mana into the spell, picturing it exactly like he did back during his solo grind. He fires a light ball, way stronger than he meant to unleash. The spell rips across the field and slams the monster right in the middle of its charge. The L-sheep gets blasted straight into orbit from the sheer force of the impact. The rest of the party just stared, like their game had suddenly crashed from pure, stunned disbelief. Rook just stands there, stunned, wondering if he accidentally broke the power scale in front of his new bros. Miso is freaking out over that last spell, calling it straight up insane, while Rook stays stone calm, like he didn't just blow up the whole power scaling. Even Dan, the guy who tanks everything, can't hide his surprise, because light magic is normally about as weak as trash-tier offense gets. Rook scrambles to pass off his insane output like it's just a cheap trick, anything to keep his cover intact as the total anomaly everyone fears. While our boy hammers out angel blood passive theories, the rest of the crew is stuck in the brutal grind. Monster dissection, no mercy. Mel's got zero interest in that butcher life. She's dodging it with every excuse she can think of, all to stay far away from getting her hands dirty. Don't let her attitude fool you. She's got that classic, "I'm fine" vibe. But deep down she's freaking out that Dan's about to get wrecked in that fight. The escort mission is finally done, and they roll into Langford right as the sun starts to fade. For a kid fresh out of a starter village, he steps into this place like, whoa, this isn't just a town. It's a full-on high-level hub city. Rook's freaking out, geeking over the cobblestone roads like they're straight-up engineering miracles. And then it hits him. This region's tech level is seriously cracked. They finally hit the quest drop-off point it where the luggage goes, and then snatch their hard-earned loot like they've been waiting for this all day. Don handles the NPC like a seasoned pro. He seals the deal, grabs the payment for the job, and walks away with the extra monster drops too. The merchant finally nods in satisfaction, and the squad peels off, because now it's time to dive into the real grind of adventuring. Even though Dan is still young, his leadership stats are absolutely crushing, and Rook is finally starting to respect the grind. That guild building looms huge, so huge that Rook clocks it and instantly realizes it's basically a carbon copy of the one back in the village. Mel explains that the guild UI stays standardized across the whole map, so no one gets turned around when they hop servers between cities. The only true difference is those color-coded uniforms, and honestly, they're a sweet little detail that makes the whole world feel way more real. They snag 2 shiny gold coins from the monster bounty, and just like that, it's a huge leap from what they've got right now. Turns out the local lords bankroll monster hunts just to keep those mobs from steamrolling the low-level zones. It's the ultimate fuel for adventurers, so they keep grinding hard, even when they're not on some specific quest. The night market is absolutely buzzing, packed with wild treasures that would make any gotcha gamer's wallet tremble. Dan snaps in, warning him that most of this is pure vendor trash, bait thrown to suck in newbies and watch them burn their silver. Those street vendors are pulling out every psychological trick they've got, hawking rare dungeon finds that are probably nothing more than rocks. Suddenly, Rook's gamer instincts scream as he locks eyes on a blue magic book just sitting there, totally exposed.
His instincts click into place, and an expert-grade appraisal hits, confirming this is the real deal, a legit high level. Rook fights to hold a poker face as he blurts out the price. Fingers crossed, the vendor won't clock that he's holding a legendary drop. The scammer swoops in and slaps a ridiculous 100 gold price on him, acting like he's doing some heroic favor. The second that price hits, 100 gold for some street item, the rest of the party snaps into guard mode, because that's a massive red flag. Mel steps up as the negotiator, eviscerates the vendor's inventory with pure heat, then slaps down 3 silver like she owns the place. She smirks at him, smug as anything, and swings the upper hand like she owns this marketplace. By tearing into every single flaw in those trash items, she demolishes the whole bundle so hard it turns absurd. The vendor finally snaps, folds up the whole stall, and sells the entire lot for 1 measly gold coin just to get rid of that thief once and for all. Dan straight up tells them these drop stores are just the isekai world's shadowy black markets. Rook's heart is secretly crumbling inside. He knows he just snatched a high-tier magic book for the price of a cheap meal. Mel shoots him a sharp look, like she knows way more than she's admitting, and boom, you can feel the massive plot twist crawling in the distance. After the market hype dies down, the team scatters for the night, and Rook is so wrecked, his stamina bar is basically screaming red. He slams into the ground in an instant, but before everything goes dark, the only thing spinning in his head is that Purify spell, and how it'll supercharge his build tomorrow. Next morning, Rook is already down first, itching to kick off the next leg of his relentless grinding journey. He clocks it instantly. These adventurers are so hardcore, they kick off the day with light wine instead of coffee. Lockie's up at the crack of dawn, and that turns the party chat into pure, classic awkward silence when 2 introverts get trapped together. They just stood there, glaring at each other for a moment, both painfully lacking the charisma to spark a single conversation. Lockheed finally cracks the tension, thanking him for the backup, then jokes that their social awkwardness is basically the same as walking in as the new kids at school. She even straight up asks for pro tips on rear guard awareness, and you can tell she genuinely respects how tactical he plays. Then she drops a bomb. Turns out Dan's an S-tier heavy sleeper, the kind of nightmare you can't wake up no matter what. Rook nods and signs up to wake the tank, totally clueless that he's basically stepping straight into a boss fight. The entire squad finally comes together, and Mel looks brand new, fresh, focused, and ready to dive into something epic. They huddle up and map out their daily quests, cracking gear maintenance first, then throwing a huge welcome party for their newest member, Rook. Mel can't believe it, Rook. Our boy actually has secret combat stats, and he's swinging that spear like he's trained for war. He brushes it off like it's no big deal, just basic village training, but honestly, he's thrilled that his fake origin story is still standing up under pressure. Mel is practically buzzing with energy, and she's about to yank him to a sparring match before he even gets a chance to blink. The rest of the squad finally rolls in, and it's time to swap intel about those weird monster spawns, then gear up with something way stronger. In an RPG world with 0 wiki pages and no fast travel map, you don't get shortcuts. You wake up every morning and hit the guild like it's your lifeline. Rook fires off a question. Where do you usually get your repairs done? And they guide him straight to what looks like a beat-up starter town shack. Don't let that beat-up exterior trick you. These NPCs are packing seriously high-level crafting skills. Still, Rook's got this unsettling feeling, like the moment he steps forward, the world is about to shove him into some scripted cutscene he never saw coming. They roll up to Gildan's smithery, and boom, the blacksmith is none other than Dan's old man. Rook snaps and realizes why that guy feels so familiar. He's got the exact same buff dad character look he's seen 1,000 times across other anime. Dan is getting absolutely wrecked with max-level awkwardness, standing back at his spawn point like he's being roasted by the universe. Gildan instantly explodes on Dan for dragging back equipment that's one hit from becoming permanently broken.
Dan tries to play tough, but a veteran blacksmith clocks the shield's exact HP in seconds, no hiding the truth from him. The girls are absolutely eating up this show, and the party banter is flying so high it might actually break the roof right now. To thank Rook for hauling his son's team, Gildan sweet-talks him with a free pick from the shop's entire inventory. Dan gives the green light, and Mel's already on full alert, ready to jump in and help our boy hunt down that meta pick. Equipment prices in this city are straight up brutal, so if you get a freebie here, it's basically a huge early game power jump. Mel totally loses it, geeking out over weapon weight, and warns Rook that spears with too much heft up top will wreck his agility stats. She breaks down the floater lore, those random market drops, packed with hidden passives so busted they don't even feel real. Rook finally clocks the truth. Dan's whole tank build is basically propped up by those rare drop items. They start going at it, arguing whether these are real, legit artifacts or just slick night market finds meant to fly under the radar and cut down the damage. They lock in on a solid spear, and Gildan dives in, sharpening it down to the final edge. Rook yanks out the knife you stumbled upon, then tests it hard to see if it's truly worth anything. Gildan fires off his judgment skill, and it confirms the dagger is top-tier paralysis, a monster worth a whopping 9 gold coins. Mel's reaction is pure gold. She just got absolutely wrecked with a mountain of gotcha currency from some random drop. Rook can't stop wondering how this world's appraisal system even works. Then he lays it out. This is all about talent and niche expertise. A blacksmith can't judge leather because it's outside his subclass range. Rook suddenly realizes his judgment power might not be some gift at all. It could be a busted racial trait hiding in his quarter-angel blood that lets him spot basically anything. That night, the squad kicks off a huge welcoming party, while Dan chugs mugs of ale, clearly trying to drown out the sting of his dad's scolding. Our tank's stamina finally bottoms out, and he face plants straight onto the table, passed out cold. The girls lay it out plain. This world's inheritance laws are brutal. The eldest son grabs the shop, and everyone else is left to hustle just to survive. It's brutal. This system basically shoves younger siblings into becoming adventurers, or else they get booted to some other server. Even when he's drained, Dan's drive to protect his home city still hits hard, and you can't help but respect it. Back in his room, Rook sinks into his memories, replaying the life he once lived, managing a shrine in dojo. He was the always overlooked little brother, never landing a hit like his siblings' martial arts, so he threw himself into hardcore gaming instead. He yanks out his brand new paralysis knife, staring at it like, okay, how do I actually flip the magic on? He drives his mana straight into the blade, and it gets the full Chunabu treatment. To his shock, the moment it sparks to life, it starts glowing that deep purple, straight-up proof the buff is fully active. That's a massive win for his utility build. Now he can lock down enemy crowds while he's out here running rear guard. Now it's time to grind his dexterity until he can keep that mana flow steady while he finally throws down for real. Next, he snatched a cheap Purify magic book like it was a steal right out of nowhere. The description makes it sound way too useful to be just some holy spell for chopping down skeletons. He slaps the idea onto a filthy towel, and boom, it works so ridiculously well, it feels like a magic cleaning ad came to life. The spell hits perfectly, straight up. The dirt crumbles into flying specks and flakes right away. Then he realizes, too late, that he accidentally purified a whole patch of the bed sheets too, and it screams for attention like a neon sore thumb. That was a total catastrophe, no question, a massive mistake. Now he's got no choice. He has to burn through even more mana to scrub the whole bed clean, or the innkeeper will start getting suspicious. He kicks off the cast, then the mana drain hits harder than he ever expected. He barely gets the spell out before his MP bar crashes straight into the danger zone. He finally clocks it. The spells don't just cost magic, the price spikes with how big the target is. The bed's all scrubbed and sparkling now,
After everything, that upgrade feels like a lifeline for any adventurer. He suddenly hits on a genius idea. Use it as a stand-in shower so he can cut the time and skip the hassle. He ran a quick test on his bag to make sure it wouldn't wipe out his loot. He threw it right onto himself. The moment it's cast, the magic snaps into control like it was waiting for this exact second. The result is legendary. His clothes look brand new, and his hair stays silky smooth like magic. No fancy premium shampoo needed. He feels like $1,000,000, ready to crash in total luxury, no worries at all. He barrels into the bed, crashing down like he's finally earned the rest he's been fighting for. The only problem? He forgot where all that dirt goes, and now his room's packed with a giant, choking cloud of dust particles. The hunt is fully unleashed, and this wild L-rat is hauling ass, slipping clean through the front line like it owns the battlefield. Rook doesn't even flinch. He strides forward like a pro-tier sub-DPS, spear in hand, ready to wreck. He fires off a crisp one-shot that screams his mechanical skill isn't just for show. The squad is totally stunned, because if that front line ever crumbles, Rook is basically the ultimate get-out-of-jail card. They're not just farming mobs, they're running full tactical battle sims for every ambush situation the game can throw at them. Mel bursts out, roasting Dan for his horrible acting. "Oh no, it got away!" and insists he needs way more desperation to make it feel real. Dan tries to flex his childhood theater chops, but Rook clocks the truth instantly, because in this RPG world, it's not acting, it's ruthless risk management. Things go off the rails when Lockheed pitches a goblin roleplay contest, and somehow it all ends with Mel in tears. After the field test, we dive straight into the messy lesson. Monster Dissection 101. Mel clocks it instantly. Rook is stuck babysitting with the Spartan teacher, Locky, and that guy has zero problem getting his hands dirty. She decides to dazzle him with a tiny water drop magic trick, right then and there, so he can clean up. Rook's jaw drops because she can actually use magic. But in this world, if you don't have the gift, you have to grind twice as hard just to learn the basics. Rook refuses to back down, burning his nights spamming Purify until his MP bar hits 0, all to crack the logic behind that code. Mal suddenly locks onto him with this stare down, and I swear it screams main heroine energy. Rook's drenched in sweat, convinced he's somehow picked the wrong dialogue option or royally screwed up. Then she drops a bombshell. She's convinced he's the biggest neat freak around. While everyone else reeks like they just crawled out of a swamp after the raid, Rook is somehow smelling like pure, fresh air. Dan and Locky try to shrug it off, but Mel shuts that down. She's dead serious about keeping the party spotless. She straight up tells them they stink like hell, and you can literally watch their HP plummet from the emotional damage. Rook just smirks, because seeing these ridiculous little moments prove that this clan is the only place that feels like home. Meanwhile, another crew is getting annihilated in a dungeon because their front line can't keep aggro for even a second. Mobs are flooding the back line, and the mages are panicking hard, like total noobs. Elfman's the only one who can pull them out of this mess. He saves the day with some cracked archery skills. Turns out his precision didn't come from some broken elf passive at all. He earned it the hard way through real practice in his original world. The rest of the squad is just hope posting, praying they'll be fine as long as they grind a few levels. But it's obvious they're marching straight into a game over screen. They're trying to hype everyone up, but the air still feels haunted, like the vibe is cursed. They choose to retreat, and Suzuki fights to stay professional, even as the whole situation spirals into chaos. They tear back to the city fortress, this massive hub world built like a gigantic control center, all revolving around the dungeon. A frantic message slams into the party. Instant order. They're getting dragged back to the castle right now. They can't waste a second. There's no time to properly auction off their loot. The girl is forced to panic sell her rare drops to a shady merchant, only to get a measly single silver coin in return. That merchant's a total top-tier scammer, He's cackling all the way to the bank like he already won. They leap into a carriage bound for Arl, the place where heroes go to die. Legend says this mission is bigger than life. Someone wants our hero to rip a sword out of a grave. The party's like, whoa, are we really doing the Excalibur trope right now? They say the moment you yank that sword out, you inherit the ultimate hero's power. They roll up to the castle, and the air feels electric. So tell me, is this where the main quest finally kicks off? Fresh off the mission trail with Rook and the Wind Squad, Dan fires up a new escort quest briefing and rallies everyone for what's coming next. You're looking at a 7-day round trip for just 10 gold coins, and for this level, that's an absolute jackpot. Rook can't stop staring at them, whispering in the corner like they're about to pull off a heist. Lockie took the tank role for the conversation, facing outward and cutting off any would-be eavesdroppers. Everyone's throwing in their opinions, sure, the money sounds amazing, but that travel time is a real slog. Finally, they whip their heads toward our boy. Rook finally gets it. He's no longer just some NPC or a carry, because the squad just made him a legit core member. "Yes, sir," Rook yells, all in as the obedient newbie, while Merchant Grimsand pounds the warning into us to stay sharp for the long haul. Melkony can't resist teasing him for being so wound up, but come on, this is his first real field mission with the squad. Right now, she's straight up playing the perfect senpai, hitting him with the rules for escort missions. Slow your roll and save your MP until the moment that aggro finally comes crashing in. The map screams that we're blazing east to a forest village, and yeah, the merchants are basically turning Rook into a walking cheat code. They're realizing that once a dedicated healer shows up on their team, they can stop burning gold at the church and ditch those pricey potions, meaning way bigger profit for them. Milken, Merchant's daughter herself, pushes for bigger rewards right away because she knows exactly what our boy is worth. Rook's just sitting there, sweat flying off him, because he can see straight through their plan to rake in cash using their utility scheme. As the canopy tightens overhead, the danger meter rockets, and Rook's head starts spiking like something is hunting him. He spots a twitch in the brush and yells, right as a pack of forest wolves lunges to trap the caravan from all sides. These aren't just random mobs, they're pack hunters, moving in sync and wrecking you together. Rook stops playing it safe and flings a light ball like a flashbang, scrambling their positioning in an instant. That's the cue. This squad snaps into an offensive formation. Rook takes the back, and the vanguards surge forward to hit them hard. Mel drives his dagger in, Lockie picks off every target with razor-sharp shots, and Dan cuts through those wolves like paper before they can even swing. Grimson is completely stunned at how brutally fast this new Wind Squad wiped the encounter clean. The whole team is riding the vibe, and the second they clock Rook's presence, their tactical options explode wide open. Dan barely even got nicked, just a tiny scratch, and instead of brushing it off, Rook flicks his heel fast like, "Yep, watch this," just to show off. Melchin straight up says this kind of instant, on-demand healing is straight-up luxury, something only low-tier adventurers can dream of. In this world, the church holds a total chokehold on recovery magic. Then they squeeze you for a king's ransom in gold coins just to heal you. Once they've pried the magic stones from the wolves in those proof-of-kill parts, they hurl the carcasses aside to cut the load. He tosses the loot back into the forest like it's trash, pure, fearless pro-gamer energy. Melchan slings a water spell to scrub everything clean, and Rook instantly clocks it like, "I need that for my own build." Turns out magically conjured water is pure as it gets, so clean it becomes prime fuel for medicine and even powers agriculture. After another quick scrap they brush off with zero trouble, the whole crew finally pitches camp in ancient ruins. These stone structures are built like a fortress, way harder to break than any open field. Grim Sand chooses this very patch of ground to serve as their night's landing. Rook's inner nerd flips out. This place's architecture screams that an advanced civilization existed a whole century ago, way ahead of its time. As the pot bubbles,
the talk snaps to the real warning bells. Monsters are spawning like crazy, way faster than normal. Even the tiniest mobs, wild boars and sheep, are crawling into the strangest places. Crimson can't shake the feeling that if this isn't just some lucky RNG spike, things are about to turn vicious fast for the whole region. Night crashes down on the ruins. And at last, Dan shakes Ruck awake for his watch. Mel-chan is a total sweetheart. She hands him a cozy blanket and a cup of tea to kick that chill debuff out of his system. Rook clocked it right away. Most adventurers crash like this on purpose, always ready to spring an ambush. Rook keeps his eyes on the horses and suddenly realizes the moonlight is blazing like it's on a whole other level. He cranes his neck and finally just stares at the sky, letting it all sink in. Seeing those two moons hanging in the sky is a brutal wake-up call. There's no doubt now, he's really trapped in another world. The very next morning, they finally roll up to the forest village, and Rook's instantly baffled because there isn't a single defensive wall in sight. They slammed the cargo down at the very end, and he bolted straight to the local guild to hand in the quest. Down lays out how wolves are hitting with terrifying speed, and the guild receptionist just shrugs like it's no big deal. Dan's getting fed up fast. These locals act like they've got zero survival instincts. Even the guild staff are scheming a trip to the capital, like nothing at all is going wrong. Turns out this village has a legend, one that says fairies will guard it with their lives. The locals are sweet, peace-at-all-costs idiots who truly think monsters can march right into their territory because they swear a divine barrier protects them and somehow brings monsters in. Rook's eye twitches at how suspicious it feels, but he's still down to take the day off and crash. The squad runs on one strict rule. After the night shift, they clock out and sleep it off, so their work-life balance stays locked in. These guys may be merchants, but they're weirdly practical about how fast they bounce back. The very next day, Rook snaps into action and sets off on his own for a solo exploration. He spots it instantly. The village is shockingly rich and thriving, far more developed than the grim southern stretches. He grabs a snack, leans in close, and grills the vendor about the fairy legend. He breaks it down like, it's really just a nursery rhyme. Be a good kid, and the fairies will scoop you up and take you straight to their kingdom. He orders Rook to rush to the Garden of Fairies up north, swearing it's so incredible you could see it 100 times and still never get enough. There are just 2 rules on this server. Don't step on the flowers, and don't get the stone pillar dirty. Rook heads north along the trail, convinced a scenic spot is the perfect way to burn his downtime. The moment he clears the hill, his mind goes completely blank. He's totally stunned. It's this giant stretch of blooming flowers, exploding with color like the world is celebrating. It fully earns that name, no question. Right in the heart of everything, a colossal stone pillar looms like it owns the place. The geography is completely unhinged, like someone dropped a random patch of flowers right in the middle of a forest and a vineyard, out of nowhere. The flowers by that pillar aren't even the same species. They feel downright supernatural, like something impossible is pulling the strings. Rook can't ignore those hidden quest vibes, so he zeroes in on that pillar to see what it's hiding. He's being ridiculously careful with every step, practically tiptoeing over the blossoms just to honor the local customs. When he finally gets there, he spots ancient ruin designs carved deep into the marble, like the past is daring him to look closer. That poor thing's already choked in moss and buried in dirt, so he shoots out a hand to touch it. Suddenly, a notification erupts on screen, like the fairy's gate just burst open. Our boy stands before what his instincts swear is the fairy gate, and trust me, it screams end-game raid entrance more than anything. That weird pillar has to be tied to him somehow, because if it weren't, why would the system even bother flagging it? He's dead sure this is a straight-up portal between worlds, like classic Isekai 101 right there. He dives into the ancient runes, but even with his busted stats, the symbols refuse to make sense. With the whole thing plastered in moss like some cursed, low-res texture, He grit his teeth and casts Purify. Of course he blows way past the mana cost, and the whole spell lights up like he just landed a legendary gotcha pull. Now that pillar's blazing so hard he starts to panic, like the local guards are about to spot him any second, so he's already planning his escape. Suddenly the ground shudders underfoot, and mana thickens in the air like a storm about to break. A colossal magic circle blasts open beneath his feet, and panic hits hard as he realizes, oh no, he just accidentally triggered some kind of hidden boss fight. But instead of a dragon, the light splinters like shattered glass, and a gentle voice cuts in. Good afternoon. Al summons a real fairy, Lissalot, and the moment she pops in, she beams, proudly saying she's pumped to team up with him from here on out. Our boy is totally dumbfounded, because he had no idea he was about to unlock a new companion character today. She starts going off about Bodhisattva being here, and he just stands there like a blank NPC. No clue, no emotion, dead silent. Yeah, that's her, and the son's cheering right along, even though he's got absolutely zero idea who she's talking about. Before he even asks for a tutorial, she shuts him down, says her time is up, then disappears on him. She flashes a sweet bye-bye, then poof, she vanishes into thin air. He just learned a brand new summon fairy spell, and now he's standing there in a field of flowers like, how did we jump past everything else? That night at the inn, he keeps hammering the same command like a total scrub, but the spell still won't trigger. He clocks the ugly truth. He's probably short some rare catalyst or a top-tier offering, or the summons won't actually take. The next day, the whole squad huddles at the guild because their escort money is gone, and now they've got to grind for gold. Over coffee, they catch the local NPCs gossiping up a storm. Monster spawn rates are skyrocket in Langford. Mel drops a bombshell. War could be erupting in the west, and right after that, the price of HP potions is about to skyrocket. The Wind Squad laughs at sitting around and decides it's time to hunt monsters, so they gear up for a brutal long-distance chase. After 2 brutal hours marching into the deep woods, they finally crack the sightline. There's the pack of goblins, right there in front of them. The front line charges in, but with only 3 mobs out there, our boy barely even gets a chance to swing. For the next few days, he hunts forest wolves and puts his new paralysis knife to the test. Then it clicks, and his build gets a whole new level. Everyone's buzzing because the goddess's blessing is landing on them all at once, basically the town's version of a level up, just with way more hype. Lackey slams into a wall again, grumbling that he wants to head back to the main city, like right now. It's crazy to see him this rattled. Those endless grind sessions have finally ground him down. Dan snaps at him to suck it up. Same boat, same fight, while our guy just relaxes and keeps sipping his drink. Things go from wild to flat-out hilarious when they're forced to escort Hana-san, the legendary gatherer, who's basically a walking drill sergeant. The guild board got absolutely swamped with herb requests because some shop royally screwed up its inventory. Dan pitches the escort job for a change of pace, and yeah, that's the kind of famous last words that always gets people killed in any RPG. That old lady is straight up feral. She's screaming at them in the forest because their senses aren't sharp enough. Mel crumples under the pressure first, and Lockie drops right after her. Dan tries to help, and ends up getting clobbered straight in the dome with a literal staff just for cutting an herb root the wrong way. To our total shock, he's a natural at it. Hana-san straight up looks impressed by how he gathers everything. He dives into note-taking like a hardcore completionist, memorizing the exact way to harvest so the respawn rate never gets messed up. Turns out he and that old lady think exactly alike about one thing, showing the forest the respect it deserves. No shortcuts, no disrespect. By the time they shove back into the inn, Mel is sprawled face down on the table, utterly wiped out from that brutal escort mission. He admits he actually had a blast, and that confession instantly sparks some serious side-eye from the rest of the exhausted crew.
They burst into cheers because he's the old lady whisperer who pulled the quest back from a total faceplant. The merchant boss swings by and tells them, "We're rolling back tomorrow," because that gathering blew by in a blink. Our boy clocks it. This massive air border was most likely Grimm's son's doing, which means all this chaos is on him. The squad is grinning like they've hit the jackpot, headed home early, totally clueless about the chaos he's cooking up behind the scenes. The drive back to Langford is a total wolf fight disaster, but somehow they slam through the gates and stay in one piece. After that brutal marathon, the party slams the brakes and agrees they need a full 2-day break to reset their minds. Even after the mission pulls off a win, our boy still feels like something crucial is missing from his growth. On his day off, he storms to the blacksmith to get his spear repaired, flashing that grind set like it's a badge. The smith shakes him down for a silver coin for maintenance and casually mentions he's been mowing down some seriously tanky defense mobs lately. They kick off a chat about Dan, and the smith leans in to point out the squad leader, hard-working through and through, hauling more than his share of the load. Then the smith hits Dan with a brutal truth bomb. He says Dan just doesn't have that it factor to ever become a truly legendary adventurer. He glances at our boy and basically tells us the whole squad is stuck in the same pretty average tier. Then our boy gets completely blindsided, freaking out like, "Wait, am I just an NPC in some stranger's story?" The smith leans in and says Dan would have been a top-tier blacksmith, then shakes his head like it's a real tragedy he traded that craft for the adventurer life. He strolls through the city, eyes sharp, realizing the brutal truth. Make it or don't, because in this world, there's no respawn button. For the next few weeks, he grinds light ball spells non-stop and hunts giant sheep like a man chasing rent. Also, the gold keeps pouring in. They're raking in decent cash and pounding drinks to toast every tiny win, but that pro-gamer hunger in him just won't let him be satisfied. He sprawls in bed, sinking into a low mood, and realizes that all this comfy living is slowly turning him soft. Suddenly, frantic knocking smashes the silence, and someone yells at him to wake up, because whatever's happening is already in motion. That biting cold wind on the watchtower? Yeah, it's the smallest problem on their minds. The moment you spot that massive plume of smoke on the horizon, cold fear slams you in the chest before it even gets a chance to breathe. A monstrous horde is closing in on the city, and the guards snap into full panic, hammering the emergency bells as if their lives depend on it, because, yeah, they do. That ringing, slamming through the streets, hits like a server-wide alert saying, "World Boss is starting right now." Every wild adventure around the city is getting yanked straight into the guild hall for an emergency briefing. Our boy snaps to attention when he hears two kinds of bells ringing at once, and he knows things are about to go seriously wrong. One means the gate just got breached, and the other means the whole city is staring down a survival-level threat. Guildmaster Darren Waller strides onto the balcony and hammers out the quest details for everyone to hear. Turns out a massive monster stampede is charging straight toward Langford. We're staring down thousands of rampaging mobs, and the first wave slams in 30 minutes. The Guildmaster is pitching this like the once-in-a-lifetime jackpot to rake in a fortune, yet RMCC cuts straight through the hype and drags the truth into the light. He finally clocks it. Guildmasters are pulling ruthless, high-level strings to trap the adventurers here, so nobody dares to bolt and leave the city behind. The local adventurers are gearing up to defend their home, while those mercenaries just stare at the loot drops like it's already theirs. Because Mel's dad grounded her, the party has no choice. They scramble to make a run for the West Gate without their usual backup. The plan is dead simple. The monsters hit the battlefield in waves, and their speed stats decide how fast that nightmare comes. We'll zero in our fire only on the mobs charging the gate, then we let the rest slip right past. In this classic tower defense setup, melee fighters slam into position to build a barricade at the bottom, while the casters and archers climb up top and rain death from the ramparts. Our boy fires off a quick, hopeful cheer for his teammates right as they break apart and sprint toward their assigned spots. Even with the air weighing on everyone, it's seeing his veteran buddies stay so calm that finally steadies his nerves. Before the stampede even hits, it already feels wrong. Less like animals charging, more like a full-blown natural disaster tearing through the world. NC can't shake the thought that a couple stone wall spells might not stand a chance against an earthquake-level swarm of monsters. A first wave of 300 forest wolves charges in, and the guildmaster snaps the order. Everyone holds their fire tight until they're right inside the kill zone. The gates are slammed shut, and every single player is practically vibrating, ready to smash their attack button the second the signal hits. The guildmaster is ordering the front line to get wiped out so they can smash the charge's momentum before it keeps rolling. Archers snap their strings, mages fire up their chants, and every power from fire to light comes roaring to life. The wolves are charging in like a storm, and the tension is so heavy you could slice it clean with a rusted dagger. At last, the command drops: burn the battlefield. A brutal storm of arrows and elemental spells crashes onto the horde like a meteor shower. The wolves barely even blink before the AoE damage starts piling up on them, attack after attack. Massive explosions tear through the forest, leaving that first wave in smoking total scrap. The guildmaster tightens the grip, barking at the archers to sink every last straggler who dares to stay standing after that first blast. The battlefield turns into a full-on massacre as the sky stays blazing with fireballs and wind arrows. The wolves get brutally skewered before they can even land a single hit on the walls. As soon as the dust clears and the ceasefire gets called, the battlefield lies wrecked, monster remains scattered everywhere. The first wave gets wiped out, and for just a heartbeat, everyone scrambles to refill their mana and top off their quivers before the next surge hits. Just when our boy starts panicking because he totally forgot to pack his own consumables, Dan swoops in with extra jerky to keep his stamina bar from bottoming out. In a siege like this, even the tiniest favor can be worth more than your whole stash. Survival gear is pure gold. As the MC chews on his jerky, he spots a whole mess of trouble blowing up down below. The guildmaster is locked in a blazing argument with the Baron's representative, ripping into the supply issue. The Baron is acting like a straight-up loot goblin, clinging to emergency rations and gear and refusing to let them go even as the city's on the line. The Lord's playing it like a chess match, turning the city's survival into a business deal and making the guild shell out its own money to handle the crisis. The guildmaster cranked the danger up to scare the adventurers into accepting low pay, because he knew the Lord would never back them up. Even with a mountain of crates stacked away, the Lord refuses to unleash them yet, because he's keeping that leverage razor sharp. It's a filthy, ruthless game of politics, while people are out there literally throwing their lives on the line. The guildmaster is literally ripping his own hair out, drowning in stress from having to deal with that miserly noble. Meanwhile, the other adventurers start to squirm and snap, yelling that there's no food and no mana potions in sight. They're bad-mouthing the guild as stingy, and now a few are even threatening to quit cooperating unless they start getting treated way better. These aren't real locals, they're just chasing the gold, and the second the rewards run out, their loyalty vanishes. Our boy finally clocks it. Those so-called veterans are nothing but crafty old foxes pretending to be short on supplies just to lure the guild into handing over free stuff. They've already packed bags with supplies, but they're still guarding their real stash like it's sacred because the final boss is coming. Just as the second wave starts to rise over the horizon, the MC clenches his resolve and realizes this fight is only now getting started. The second wave is already slamming into the front lines, 300 L-sheep in one monstrous horde, charging straight for our base. The guildmaster snaps out of the order, backline magicians, fire, and the visuals hit so hard they look straight up unreal. We're watching a full-on element showdown, fire, water, and wind balls hammering the woolly mobs as they rain down everywhere.
But one of those freaks shrugs off every hit, keeps its charge, and barrels straight for the defenses. That stone wall is getting wrecked for real, and you can practically see the low-level NPCs panicking because they thought this was going to be an easy grind. It's total chaos out there. Explosions rip through the air every few seconds just to keep the horde from overrunning everything. When the smoke finally thins, the squad steals a tiny breather to patch up the environmental damage, while the magicians down mana potions like it's air. Rook's completely wiped out, then boom, his main wife Umul slides in with some top-tier recovery items. She's radiating full best girl energy, straight up admitting she slipped out of the save zone because she couldn't stand there and watch the main scenario play out without jumping in. She hauled in a huge stash of food and potions, and even her dad tried to hide the whole thing away. Turns out she's using this life-or-death chaos like a marketing launch for her family's company. Pure, shameless, pro-merchant energy. Rook doesn't sweat the product placement at all. If it refills his HP and MP bars, he's good. Right when they finally catch their breath, Rook feels it. Those boss footsteps are coming, and cold dread crawls up his spine. I heard the screams. Third wave is charging in, and it's led by a B-rank great boar that's absolutely gigantic. The guildmaster snaps straight into crisis mode, barking orders to slam the west gate shut and calling the top players in for backup. He's sweating bullets because this town has nobody capable of going solo against a B-rank raid boss. He's literally yanking his own hair out, terrified that his whole career as a guildmaster could end right here the second they get wiped. Rook realizes this isn't some dull little problem at all. It's a terrifying 4-meter-tall prehistoric mammoth. The command snaps, focus fire, and every mage and archer on the wall drains their cooldowns into one massive AoE blast. But when the smoke finally thins, the boar just strides straight through the flames like they're nothing but a harmless mist. It crashes into the gate with brutal force, smashing the stone fortifications to pieces. The wooden barricades stand no chance. When the boss steps into the city, they snap like toothpicks. It unleashes a gut-punching roar that wrecks everyone's defense stats for miles, like a 10-mile radius curse. Towers are crashing down, and the guildmaster is losing his cool as the front line folds faster than anyone can blink. He scrambles to hype the C-rank adventurers into a tight ring around the beast and force it to lock its attention on him. Everything's chaotic up there. Our melee fighters have to stay razor-aware, or one wrong move means getting clipped by friendly fire from the archers raining down overhead. Their blades keep rattling off the boar's hide, and even the arrows can't pierce its brutal armor. The magicians have to slam the brakes on their DPS, because if they swing one hit wrong, they'll blast their own tanks, and the danger is way too insane. Mel tries to muscle in on the logistics, but the whole situation is spiraling fast toward a full-on party kill. The boar starts ragdolling the front line, launching armored soldiers through the air like they're nothing but paper. It's gearing up for another brutal charge, and you can see terror flash across the faces of the guys who are supposed to hold the line and tank it. That's when Dunsama, this ocean-rank tank with an ego the size of the sea, steps up and proves, loud and proud, how it's really done. He needles the beast with a grin, dead sure his shield skill can slam the brakes on a B-rank monster's charge. The impact is brutal beyond belief, and it slams out a shockwave that rattles the entire area. Against all odds, the absolute madman somehow braces himself and stops the charge dead in its tracks. Rook's jaw drops as a C-rank adventurer pulls off a move that looks straight out of a top-tier raid. Gantz snatches 1 second of glory, then the boar flings him aside like he's nothing but trash. Rook finally gets it. No matter how tight they surround it, they're stuck in a losing war of attrition. The guildmaster has gone stone quiet, like the battle just drained every last strategy out of his brain in this hopeless dead end. Rook's confident he can outstrike it, but he still decides to land at least one nasty status ailment, something to slow that thing down.
He watches Dan get slammed backward, and in that instant, he knows there's zero time left for theory. He has to act now. Now, it's his final card, the ultimate high-risk move that'll wipe him out if he's even a second off the timing. He yanks out a paralysis knife, praying the proc gods are on his side today. He rockets onto the beast's back, claws locked in its fur as he scans for the one weak spot. Crowds below are shrieking for him to drop, like they think he's charging straight into a suicide mission. But Rook doesn't care about the danger. He's laser-focused on getting that paralysis to hit. Every ounce of power is pouring into this one swing, and he's basically praying to the RNG gods that it finally hits. He drives the blade in with everything he's got, and the moment the effect finally hits, a massive burst of energy explodes into the air. Now it's time to shove past every limit of his current build and go for more. He rips out one last savage roar, pushing himself to seal the job for good. Luke's basically a rag doll right now after that brutal aggro pull. Watching him faceplant like he got yanked off the server is pure comedy. Still, the job's done. Mel's already there in the heels, but the real MVP is the moment this absolute unit of a mob finally gets grounded. Turns out our guy didn't even need the killing blow. He just slapped a huge paralysis debuff on it, and that was game over. A local dwarf uncle charges in with his axe to wrap up the job, like he's hunting that sweet loot drop. Westgate looks like a post-raid victory lap, and honestly, walking away with 0 casualties is basically an S-rank clear. The rest of the party is already fast asleep, dreaming that their wind dance party is about to become the next top-tier guild. Luke's getting treated like the hero right now, but the second the spotlight hits, doubt starts creeping in. Turns out he's been coasting on that comfy hero boost for way too long. When you've got girls brawling over who gets to buy you a drink, you already know you peaked back in the starter village. After days of grinding trash mobs and cleaning up every inch of the map, the event finally shuts down for good. At last, the gold crashes into the inventory, 30 gold per person, a monster payout that turns this mid-tier quest into something unreal. That feudal lord is seething. He's stuck footing the bill for repairs, and it's brutal since the North Gate got smashed by humanoid mobs while everyone's attention was locked on the boar. The guildmaster looks like he survived a non-stop 24-hour maintenance marathon just to lock in that reward money. Turns out, the constant pressure of handling the local nobility is literally driving this guy's hairline backward. But who even cares about the politics when a glorious feast is about to hit the table? In every RPG, the food hits 10 times harder, because the second you don't have to pay, it magically tastes like victory. As the night drags on, the celebration fades, and everyone starts wondering what's coming next. Everybody's buzzing about leveling up, switching from high-grade bows to brand-new armor sets that fit them like they were forged just for them. But Luke's got that look on his face, the one that screams a huge plot twist is about to slam into the story. He drops the bomb. So tell me, what wild adventure plans are you cooking up for the future? So he's basically testing the waters. Do your goals match his? Or are you just loving the big fish in a small pond life? Dan's got one mission. Stay local, guard the town with everything he's got, and climb toward that C-rank classic NPC vibe, except make it respectable. Luke shifts the talk, pushing hard to head for a dungeon town, because the EXP there actually makes the grind worth it. But the rest of the squad is so glued to their social links and so wrapped up in the town's safety that they won't even entertain the idea of a transfer. Luke finally gets it. His road is totally different now, and all he can think about are the legends, the ancient ruins, and ripping through high-level dungeon crawls. I want to dive deeper into this world, and right there it is, the official start of the solo leveling arc. The wild part is, everyone at the party already knew, because they've been watching him outgrow them since day one. Dan breaks it down. There are 2 kinds of players, those chasing the lifestyle and those hell-bent on climbing the leaderboard.
It feels bittersweet as you realize the wind dance party is basically flashing a disbanded warning right in front of everyone. Mel tries to lighten the mood, telling Luke not to go full emo on them. They clink their mugs one last time for that stampede win, and for Luke's brand new journey. Luke knows he'll never forget these guys, because they were his first real party members in this whole world. Dan watches him storm out, realizing too late that he wasn't brave at all. He was terrified of the boar, while Luke just barreled in like a raging lunatic. For Dan Luke, this isn't just an adventure. He's the type who'll carve his name into the history books. He confesses the truth. He only clung to this life to run from his duties back home, dodging his responsibilities as a blacksmith's apprentice. But once Luke starts singing with that fire, he finally decides to straighten up, grow a spine, and go talk to his father again. The carriage is ready to roll, and the farewells hit fast and hard, short, loud, and perfect. Mel shoves him off with a parting gift and a blunt warning to steer clear of bad women. Straight up a death flag wrapped in one sentence. In a world where DMs and Discord don't exist, saying goodbye hits like a permanent logout, forever. It's a little heartbreaking, but the grind never quits, and Luke digs in his heels, refusing to stop moving forward. That old lady in the carriage leans in and demands his coordinates, and he's already locked onto a whole new life, ready to vanish into a completely different world. During his downtime, he pored over the map, hunting down the perfect starting spot for the next chapter. And then, boom, he finally spots it. The one place that makes his gamer heart slam against his ribs. Labyrinth City. Elm, yeah, that's the kind of place where real luck turns into instant gotcha. With the next destination sealed, he charges straight toward the horizon, gearing up to crush the next massive expansion. Yo, the food in this place looks absolutely elite compared to the starter tent. The waitress clocks that I'm totally new in this high-level zone the second I start staring at the architecture like it's a 4K remaster. I tell her I'm from Langford, and she stares like I just claimed I crossed from another continent. Seriously, in this world, travel time isn't just annoying, it's brutal, and a 20-day carriage ride counts as super far. Maps here are basically SSR drops. Miss one, and unless you're some high-tier merchant, you're stumbling around blind outside your local map. I decided to show off and ordered the recommended wine for 5 bronze, pure beginner whale energy. But hey, this soup is elite. Drink it, and you're basically cashing in on a top-tier stamina boost. I start eavesdropping on the locals to hunt down intel on the meta, and turns out the lower floors of the dungeon are crawling with that stuff. Even the all-girl crews are keeping it safe. And that's how you know the difficulty spike is about to hit like a truck. I start tossing out fake proverbs to look normal while I eavesdrop on rumors about some shady stuff going down out west. All right, I'm out, before I rack up too much heat from the local NPCs. I follow the waitress's directions step by step, racing through this massive hub city without letting myself get swallowed by the maze. She set me up with a budget-friendly inn that looks far less like a death trap than it has any right to. I finally crashed into bed, and dude, the fatigue bar just maxed out at 100%. Playing solo is pure pressure. You've got to keep your guard up 24/7, ready to spot pickpockets before they strike. Right when I'm about to log off for the night, my fairy buddy Lee pops in just to flex. She's all like, "Check out my nap spot on the gate." She's going on and on about this sparkly paradise stuffed with flowers, but her details are nothing but clueless, zero-context flavor text. I tell her I'm diving into the dungeon tomorrow, so my mana will be tapped out, and I won't be able to summon her for a while. She just shrugs it off, glances at the sky, says it's raining, and then poof, she's gone. Dude, hold up. How are you getting the weather report before it even happens? Just like clockwork, the sky cracks open the exact moment it should. Guess that spirit-type body of hers comes with a built-in sense for how the surroundings change. Morning hits, and I slam my key down at the front desk. Then I'm gone, charging straight for the guild.
The innkeeper points at the dead end and tells me the usual turn right, like it's the only way out. Elm is massive, and trying to dodge through these rain-soaked streets turns my internal map into pure chaos. I push into what looks like a dead end, but my gut screams that something's wrong. Dude, this isn't just some dead end, it's a giant fortification so unreal it'd make any base builder green with envy. For a split second, I panic like I've somehow wandered right up to the edge of the world. Then it hit me. The wall is way shorter than I thought, so that's not even the real outer defense. I follow the trail, and I'm dying to see what kind of top-tier facility needs this much protection. I lock onto a gate miles away. It's locked down by thick-plated NPC guards, so you already know whatever's inside is screaming main story at all costs. I spot a building that feels instantly familiar, then my stomach drops, because it's a dead ringer carbon copy of the last one. Turns out the Adventurers Guild slaps on a single, standardized prefab setup, so travelers don't end up wandering in circles. Honestly, it's a slick trick to slash the cost of assets without anyone noticing. I step inside and spot a whole crew of players dodging the rain, taking the day off like it's a vacation. The receptionist points me to the second floor, where registration happens, and right beside it sits the resource center I need. It's the exact same wooden board interface as the last town, so yeah, that recurring mechanic is back again. I march into the library and spot Carla, an animal-eared grandma, somehow shockingly wholesome. She's the administrator here, and she's way warmer than I ever expect. I spot Elman's dungeon guide, and he starts digging into the lore like it's buried treasure. The book insists every one of the 40 floors has already been cleared before, so the route's supposed to be locked in. You're dropped into a stone-block dungeon packed with everything from F-rank trash mobs to S-rank boss monsters. And there's even a map, like a straight-up cheat code that makes my exploration go wild. Since I can't just grab a screenshot, I'm forced to manually copy the data like some total caveman. He'd trade everything he owned for a smartphone, or even a copy machine right this second. Then it hits me. Those symbols for the stairs and the floor jump right out. I line it up with the wall layout I saw earlier, and it all snaps into place. The dungeon isn't hidden behind those walls anymore. It's right there, staring you in the face. The dungeon's entrance walls are built like a fortress, thick enough to stop the mobs from spilling into the city. I rush to the staging area, where every team is fired up and ready to go. You can spot the top-tier players in an instant. Just look at their gear score. I feel like a total noob standing here by myself. Then I spot her. A literal high elf archer, straight out of a premium gacha banner. No exaggeration. Our eyes lock for a split second, and boom, his protagonist-level self-consciousness hits me like a punch. She's definitely climbing into one of the highest-ranked parties, charging straight for the deep floors. I drop my 1 silver on the guard's palm, and I make myself a promise. Don't get distracted. Stay locked on my grind. I bolt down the stairs, and that same pre-dungeon rush hits me like clockwork. Right at the entrance stands the transfer monolith, looming like a warning sign. It's a free fast travel hub that zips you across every 5 floors. Every day, I've got one mission: sprint to the monolith on B6F, grab what I need, and come home whole. Teleportation is the ultimate RPG cheat code, and I'm totally obsessed with it. This is the classic newbie dungeon setup. Once the doors open and the tutorial wraps up, the real grind kicks in hard. The map lays it out plain. The first floor is basically a slime-riddled daycare for brand new players. Seeing a whole literal family out here hunting together somehow turns the whole thing from dark fantasy into the vibe of a laid-back Sunday afternoon. Since this floor gives me 0 XP and 0 loot, I'm bolting straight for the lower levels, because I need a real fight, not a warm-up. Even the transition zones have stairs that look like they were ripped straight out of a high school anime. Like, for once, I'm actually getting a rare slice of safety. I sprint straight to the second floor, and the moment I step in, I feel that enemy-spotted vibe hit me like a warning bell.
A horned rabbit bursts out like some rare, cursed spawn. But nope, it's just the locals' main source of protein.
Watching these NPCs go full savage on a cute little rabbit is a brutal gut punch, because in this world, everyone's grinding for their next meal. It just dumps meat like a regular RPG mob, and I'm out here praying for drops that'll actually boost my stats. Floors 3 and 4 keep serving the same deal, turning this dungeon into the ultimate one-stop shop for meat and magic stones. By the time I hit floor 5, I'm stepping over goblin bodies, and it hits me. If I stay trapped in these low-tier zones, I finally slammed into floor 6, and wow, the difficulty jumps off the charts. But I lucked out and found a teleportation monolith. The UI is weirdly intuitive. It lets me drop the floor data straight into my mental map, like it's already where it belongs. I fired up the fast travel and picked the first floor, testing if it truly whisks me there. It's a full-on whoosh. 1 second I'm watching the world snap forward, and the next I realize the scenery just reset, proving I'm back at the start. This is a game-changing quality-of-life upgrade for any solo player trying to smash their runs and optimize every single attempt. Staring at the exit, I finally get it. I just rescued myself, hours of grueling backtracking through trash mobs. Honestly, if every isekai got dev support like this, life would feel like a straight-up cheat code. I start mashing teleport non-stop like a kid who just got a brand new toy, because this tech is just too damn awesome. A bunch of top-tier adventurers nearby are totally sizing me up like I'm a complete rookie. I've got to choose, keep grinding for more, or race back to the guild and update my intel so I can dive deeper into those floors. I play it smart, snatch up fresh maps and scarf down a meal before the evening rush crashes into the tavern. On floor 6, the forest wolves are swarming everywhere. But hey, their fur still sells for a decent price compared to slimes. It creeps out of the shadows and tries to lunge at me, but I already clocked its whole attack pattern. One savage spear thrust, and that mob turns into straight-up profit. That loot is way cleaner than any wild wolf, but my inventory space is starting to choke everything I pick up. All right, push through and wipe this floor out for good right now. Floor 7 is where the level design starts messing with you, because the game cranks up the aggression and throws harsher enemies right into the mix. The map twists into a tangled maze, and every corner looks identical, like the ultimate nightmare closing in on one lone explorer. I've got to fall back on the old trick, scratching marks on the walls to make sure I don't lose my way in this labyrinth. Spotting another party out in the distance is a huge relief. At least I didn't wander into a dead zone. Suddenly, I'm staring down a kobold and a wolf, and it turns into that classic multi-mob aggro chaos that forces me to nail my positioning or get wiped. I launched the first strike so fast I knocked the wolf out of the equation right away. Before the kobold can even register that its partner is gone, I'm already tearing across the gap. That clean double kill just proved it. My mechanics are finally razor sharp for the mid-game. I swear, it feels like the RNG gods finally cut me a break, or the goddess slipped me a sneaky little blessing. I rip back along my own wall markers, snap into the main path like I own the place, straight up feeling like a total pro. I dive into the monster AI and can't stop wondering, are they teaming up by species, or is the dungeon programming puppeteering every attack? I need to quit treating this like a game right now, before I get cocky and slam right into a real game over. I finally hauled myself up to the 11th floor, legs screaming with the brutal burn from that long-distance grind. The guild only cares about the magic stones, so I've got to hunt down the perfect specialty street stall to turn all this fur into something they can use. I tracked down this merchant who looked like he'd survived every trick in the book, and he wasn't even trying to scam me. My purification magic totally nailed it. When I'm done, that guy hands me 7 silver, like, look at that pristine quality. I storm into the inn, collapse on the spot, and instantly regret underestimating how brutal real adventuring really is. Next morning, I'm right back at the gates with floor 12 intel pounding in my skull and a brand new mindset ready to hit. But floor 11 feels like my magic zone for XP, so I'm praying for a day that actually slaps. I told myself I'd take it easy today, but the second I spotted the dungeon entrance, it was packed wall to wall. The whole place is blazing with way more light than normal, all thanks to the torches from the other parties. Apparently, floor 13 is kicking off a full-on orc feast spawn, and every mercenary in town is practically lining up to grab a slice. Orcs and dessert cows? Those are top-tier loot drops. Grab them, and you'll be raking in cash fast. Floor 12 turned into a ghost town the moment everyone sprinted past it, racing for the high drop zone. I yank up my map and commit to pushing straight to 16, even though a nasty gut feeling screams that trouble's waiting just around the corner. Suddenly, a huge thing starts pounding down the corridor, and the walls tremble like they're about to give way. A gigantic desert cow rams out of the shadows, looking exactly like a literal tank with horns. This cow-shaped mob is just chilling in the hallway until I step in and wreck its whole vibe. It's literally called a dessert cow, like some fancy gourmet gotcha. But those eyes, they scream charge, and I swear it's about to bulldoze my run straight into the dirt. I go for a basic spear poke to test the waters, but it's like stabbing pure muscle. No damage numbers pop up at all. The aggro's off the charts. This thing whirls around for round 2, and I clock it instantly. A head-on hit is a straight-up death flag. All right, I'm switching gears, so I hurl a charged light ball and test this mob for elemental weak spots I can smash wide open. That impact hits way harder than I thought. This beefy boy gets launched into the air like the universe just glitched out mid-physics. The dungeon hallway turns into a full-on splash zone, and monster remains go flying everywhere like a gruesome wreck. And then, plop! Let's talk about that brutal finishing move for a glorified dairy cow. I'm straight up smeared in mob guts and blood, and I swear, the haptic feedback in this reality is way too real for me. I've got to mash my purification skills right now, or this nasty debuff will keep clinging to my gear until I snap. After the cleanup, I spot a weird white orb that looks like some high-tier slime. Then I realize it's just a giant water balloon, and it's seconds away from popping. Turns out it's a literal milk bag, which somehow fits perfectly with a dessert cow. Seriously, the loot tables for this thing are weirdly, hilariously specific. I'm grinding through floors 13 to 15, getting slammed by these annoying environmental hazards that just drain my stamina non-stop. Finally, the real test slams into view, a classic fantasy tank, and it's packed full of an orc. Sky looks like he's been grinding his own levels off-screen, standing there like an elite mid-boss, ready to gatekeep the whole floor. No doubt, this orc is pure dungeon crawl fuel, the go-to bread-and-butter kind you fight in every maze. He doesn't just bum-rush me like some mindless NPC, he actually hangs back. And that tells me his AI's smarter than the trash mobs I've been mowing down. He keeps his distance, even though he's a monster. Yeah, this mob is clearly playing on tactical instincts, like it was hardwired for strategy. But I'm not letting him dictate the pace. I strike first and start the duel before he even spots an opening. He whips that club around with brutal power and wipes out a low-level player in one shot. Yet I can still see every frame crystal clear. He's leaning on brute force stats alone, and that makes his whole attack pattern scream, "Predict me," to someone like me, a veteran gamer who's seen this exact playbook. I can feel my base stats ramping up in real time, and my body launches forward like it's finally in a new league compared to the real world. Now it's payback time. I catch him in that huge opening the moment his heavy swing comes through. My spear sinks into the target like it was made for that moment, finally proving that all my daily grind is paying off big time in the DPS. I mean, I take his head clean off, and when you finally start scaling the mobs, The power creep hits like a drug.
After the fight, I'm rifling through the loot, and I clock it fast. Most folks are only hunting these for meat, while I'm out here treating every single floor like it's a life-or-death raid. Hold up, why does an ore look like it's carrying a spatula like it's kitchenware? And why is that even showing up as a rare drop? I shove it to the guild receptionist, and she's just as lost, staring at me like, is there some secret legendary stats hiding in this thing? Turns out it's nothing special, just a boring drop with a super high rate, the usual common tier trash you get on this floor. Man, the upgrade scroll I snagged is a total jackpot, worth 5 gold coins, and it's a huge boost to my stash. Back at the tavern, the owner clocks that I'm finally taking real downtime, no more speed running the main scenario. He tells me the speedrunners in this world usually end up dead, and honestly, turning this into a chill day to fix my gear feels like the smartest move ever. Then he starts pitching this perfect place to clean my soul, and with that suspicious grin, I just know he's talking about some classic anime fan service spot. I dash out expecting the city to be crawling with high-level players, but it's weirdly quiet, like everyone's asleep because the server time is still barely getting started. It's honestly such a pain. Why can't these shops slap up blackboards outside with their stock like a real RPG UI? First, I've got to hit up the blacksmith. My main weapon is chewing through durability fast, and I can't afford it to give out. I spot a local smithy, toss my iron spear onto the counter, and beg him to grind the blade back to 100%. No fails, no shortcuts. He hands me a set of 3 silver coins for a fast sharpen and polish, and honestly, that's a fair price for keeping the basic gear in top shape. While he's busy working, I scan the shop shelves and clock the whole setup. Everything's genuinely practical, no fake cosmetic fluff anywhere. Then it hits me. I spot a blade with that unmistakable blue glow, and my gut drops as I realize I've actually stumbled onto real mithril gear. The smith leans in and tells you, mithril is the meta for magic gear because it's ridiculously light, yet it channels magic like lightning. If you pair elemental magic with these weapons, they turn into absolute beast mode gear for any spellblade build. I ask him if he can enchant my spear with some magic, and he just bursts out laughing like I'm begging for a legendary drop on a side quest. To forge magic weapons, you've got to have serious alchemy skill and track down rare materials in this region that basically refuse to drop. He even drops his guard for a second, admitting he's never met a crafter skilled enough to pull off enchantment fusion like that. He shoves my spear back into my hands and tells me, straight up, that for now I've got to power through with nothing but my own raw strength and magic elements. He tells me basically, start with this and get God first, stop stressing about endgame gear. As I stride away, I can't shake the thought that maybe I should keep quiet about the magic weapon, lay low, before I pull too much heat from the rival factions. I'm dead broke and can't afford mithril, so I sprint after the next best thing, high-tier magic books to supercharge my skill tree. I march into that bookstore, hunting for some secret steal that'll give me a gigantic boost into the world's lore. The variety here is straight up wild. One minute you've got Dragon Nest books, the next you're learning how to make your spade your soul. I keep stumbling on that title about a boy who turned into a slime, and seriously, this world's references are pure top-tier fan service. I'm stuck in my head, debating whether I should start investing in creation abilities next, just in case I get thrown into some emergency survival nightmare. Then it hits me. Spirit magic, and a legendary volume the elf race alone usually masters. I lunge for the book, but my hand collides with someone else's, like we've been shoved into a cheesy rom-com scene by fate. I look up and, oh, jackpot. A high-tier elf girl's standing there, and it feels like we just tripped a fated encounter flag right in the middle of a bookstore. MC slips into a bookstore to grab some loot. Then a high-tier elf NPC swoops in and snatches the best picks right out from under him. He tries to play the nice guy, lets her take it, and prays there's some sneaky quest flag hiding behind it. She finally grabs the book,
and for a heartbeat, it feels like we've just stepped onto some secret romance route. Then she fires him that intense, "Are you a creep?" look, so brutal it could shatter any gamer's composure. Our boy gets left totally flustered, cheeks burning, while she casually strides out of the shop like she's got zero idea how hard he's crashing. He's totally regretting he didn't level up his charisma stats right about now. He shakes it off because the grind never quits. And then, bam, he spots a possible legendary drop sitting on the shelf. He yanks out a Holy Wind grimoire and starts partying like he just hit a 5-star prize on one ticket. He dives into the local legends, hunting down the exact skill tree requirements. He's straight up theory crafting, like, can holy magic act as a portable air conditioner so he stays ice cold in the middle of boss fights? Suddenly, a horrifying scream rips through the local church, pretty much the usual playground for shady RPG chaos. He stumbles on a knot of adventurers crouched together, all staring like they're waiting for the ultimate raid boss to drop in. This dude is literally down on his knees, praying to the RNG gods, because right now, he's one step away from gambling his very last assigned weapon. This dude is basically every gacha grinder in the split second before they smash the enhance button on their prized gear. The tension snaps as the sword starts blazing, and everyone's desperately huffing the industrial strength copium. For a split second, it actually looks like it might work. Then, rip. The sword crumbles into plain ashes, and in the blink of an eye, that poor guy's whole 5-year grind vanishes. RMC finally clocks it. The upgrade system in this world is rigged with a brutal 0% pity rate. A priest strides up to him like a salesman with holy blessing microtransactions on offer. Turns out that whole church boosting your strength deal is mostly just a superstition people cling to when their gear is weak and they need something, anything, to make them feel powerful. It used to be a legit system, but once too many players went broke and started trying to grief the church, they finally slapped it with a ban. They keep showing up at those attics, weapons in hand, praying they can beat the odds and finally patch up their mid-tier gear. MC starts freaking out, wondering if the god who dumped him in this world is nothing but some developer cackling at these poor NPCs. He tilts his head to the sky, and suddenly he's hit with memories of that white space entity, a kaidim, like it all started there. The sky hangs there like it's calm, but beneath it, the real gears of this world grind people down without mercy. The next morning, sleep-deprived debuffs hit hard because that brutal RNG horror story kept him up all night long. He's chowing down NPC bread, furiously studying how to cure poison and paralysis, basically grinding out his inventory like he's gearing up for a brutal high-level raid. Even the street vendors are grabbing him like, "Don't do it. Armor enhancement is a straight shot to getting wiped in this game." He's finally snapping the pieces together, and it hits him. God's blessing isn't just random luck. It's a secret mechanic hiding in plain sight. Time to storm back into the dungeon and slap down the toll like he's about to unlock a premium DLC. He slams into the 16th floor, and that's where the challenge curve suddenly rockets sky high for solo players. The air turns icy fast, like a warning bell, because the undead mobs are closing in. We're talking skeletons and ghosts, the same old nightmare fodder that'll still body a low-level build in a heartbeat if you're not locked in. He checks his map because this floor is packed with poison needle traps. He whips around and starts scanning the floor tiles, like he's hunting secret loot in a Dark Souls dungeon. He isn't panicking because healing magic's got his back like a safety net. He expertly jams his spear onto a pressure plate, triggering it like a total pro. The moment the trigger hits, the trap snaps into action. A swarm of needles erupts at him, but they slam into the stone wall instead of his face. Somehow, he's saved. They were about pencil-sized. One wrong step, and his whole run was toast. He finally cuts the arrogance, because this dungeon doesn't respawn you, and one mistake means you're done. Right on cue, a skeleton pops out of nowhere and sprints straight at him, charging like it's got a score to settle. It's a full-on jump scare,
and our boy scrambles fast, snapping into a defensive stance like he's bracing for impact. He slips out of the way at the last second, and his heartbeat slams straight into the red. He whips around and squares up against his first unholy mob. Even though he's played games where these things move, seeing a real skeleton twitch without muscles still sends chills down his spine. It's basically cursed magic animated bones, gripping a sword like it's about to strike. He spots a magic stone lodged in its chest, the classic weak point giveaway that screams, "Hit me here!" But this ain't some weak NPC. This skeleton is quick as lightning, dodging and parrying his spear like it's the main event. This mob isn't just random, it's packing real sword mastery, and that makes it way deadlier than the orcs he faced earlier. The MC charges in with a brutal, piercing strike, dead set on ending the whole encounter in seconds. He drives his fist into the ribs with a bone-jarring crunch. But that skeleton doesn't care about a single broken bone. If the core stays untouched, it just keeps swinging like nothing happened. He realizes he has to hammer all his aggro onto that magic stone, now. They start throwing punches, and that skeleton isn't just standing there. It's unleashing pure chaos and fighting like it wants to win. MC whirls his spear like a cyclone, then snaps the bony bastard's weapon away. He finally breaks the skeleton apart, and the bones explode through the air, flying everywhere. He grabs the shattered magic stone and realizes he can't stay on the same plan. He has to completely rethink his strategy for these brutal high-level floors. Our boy spots a rusty sword jutting from a skeleton, but he's not about to waste a single inch of inventory space on some weak, trash-tier drop. He's got zero skill in swordsmanship, and dragging around that scorched blade is basically begging for a debuff. Before he yanks the next mob, he has to double-check that his current mana pool and spells will actually work for a solo run. He fires a light spell like a classic magic missile, using it purely to yank the enemy's attention. He flings a burst of glowing light, and the skeleton gets wiped clean in an instant. Turns out the blast radius is absolutely massive, more like a 10-meter AoE of pure, holy obliteration. That skeleton's straight up crying in the chat, and it's hilarious, because it's just an NPC pretending to feel. At least now he finally knows his magic isn't a dud, and he can actually clear these floors. He clenches his spear and braces to slam through the next room, pure dungeon crawler chaos. Suddenly a skeleton lunges at him like it's a cheap horror game, and he nearly screams out of his skin. He snaps the holy light button with a reflex, praying the undead slaying multiplier finally kicks in. Holy energy crashes in like a wrecking ball, making the skeleton rattle non-stop before it crumbles into nothing. It collapses into a heap of bones, and that's the proof. Those high spirit stats are basically a cheat code against these guys. He takes a breath and realizes those jump scares are chewing through his mental HP faster than the real fights ever do. Next, he goes for a spin with the holy wind, because, sure, you can't exactly heal a corpse back from the dead, right? After a quick snack and a very necessary bathroom break, yeah, even heroes have to deal with real survival stuff, he's back in the zone. Now he's staring down a classic RPG nightmare. Take the left path and gamble on traps, or go right and risk running straight into the unknown. He barely slips out of a sudden strike, and he realizes his spider sense is the only thing standing between him and a total game over. Hold up, was that the same orc from earlier? Clutching the sword he just tossed like it meant nothing? Turns out this orc's got top-tier looting priority, because he's not just raiding, he's swinging that iron sword like he means to make it count. He seals the kill, and when it's finally over, that gorgeous level-up notification blooms right on his HUD. He swings his Purify spell at the next skeleton, only for it to fizzle out for some impossible reason, like the skill just refuses to activate. He's just hammering the command, but nothing magical's popping out. Did he get hit with a silence debuff, or is that hitbox totally bugged? Panic erupts as the skeleton slams closer, and he can't stop thinking, did my mana circuits just fry? With nothing left to lose, he roars, "Purify!" straight into its face, and the skeleton finally crumbles into nothing. He finally clicks. This skill only works when you're close, so it's a brutal, in-your-face melee spell where the risk is massive and the rewards hit even harder. And boom, RNG gods actually smiled on him, dropping a grimoire right into his hands. It's a sacred magic holy fire book. Talk about a huge DPS upgrade for him. He dives into a safe zone, grinds to master the new skill, then blasts a few shots to see exactly how fast its projectiles really fly. He screams out a holy chant, and a tiny white flame flickers into existence, but it's nowhere near the fireball he'd been expecting. That flame just hangs in the air, flickering like a broken glitch effect that won't quit. It crawls so slow that a snail could smoke it. Then it slams into the wall like a sticky grenade. That's not the kind of meta he was praying would counter his attack at all. Then, wham! The white flame suddenly detonates into a massive explosion, and it screams that this was a delayed burst spell all along. He decides he can't just test this in theory, so he hunts for some live targets to see if he can actually hit them in a real skirmish. He starts mulling over the dungeon's drop logic, stunned that a skeleton would spit out holy magic instead of necromancy loot. He catches sight of another test subject and rockets toward the moment he's about to unleash his experimental nuke. He fires off holy fire, but that skeleton isn't just bones, it's got solid AI, and it clocks the threat instantly. The mob backs away from the flame, so our boy has no choice. He has to sprint after it himself. It's pure chaos. One top-tier healer sprints through the corridors, chasing a terrified skeleton like it's about to bolt out of the world. He finally traps the Bone Man and raises himself to carry out the execution. The white flame snaps into place, then crawls through the skeleton's defenses, burning them apart one slow inch at a time. He watches holy fire obliterate the mob in seconds, and the dot damage hits so hard it's downright unreal. He seals the job with a purify, no chance for it to respawn. Unbelievably, the loot table fires off again and slams down yet another grimoire. But this one is pitch black, reeks of trouble, and screams forbidden magic the second you lay eyes on it. He dives into that blaze of chaos, grimoire in hand, like he just stumbled on a legendary leaked item during an open beta. In his head, he's mapping this to Western RPG alignments, where chaos usually means you're chasing that edgy, demonic ending. He pieces it together. In this world's lore, chaos isn't just chaos, it's the dark attribute tied straight to the demonic realm. Then it hits him. Some races, like quarter devils, are born with a knack for this wild, chaotic energy. This isn't some random book. This is probably the source code for chaos magic, the kind of thing that pulls its power just like holy magic drinks from the light realm. He storms into town, hunting down a price check for that S-tier loot like it might change everything. He tries to pull a trade at the bookstore, but the clerk slams him with the ultimate lowball, offering him 0 gold. Turns out these grimoires are so useless to the average NPC that they might as well be fancy firewood. He figures the chaos magic got quietly yanked from history, or just got buried and forgotten, like a dead MMO no one logs into anymore. 決めたんだ。マナをチャージするために、彼は近所の酒場へ駆け込み、煮込みのエルラビットと冷たい一杯を注文した。As he chugs his ale, he can't help wondering, somewhere out there, are other players grinding through their own main quests too? He can't stop thinking about the 9 of the dawn and wondering where they're grinding levels right this second. He finally shuts off the overthinking and goes all in on mastering his new holy fire spell. Right as he's asking the catgirl waitress for a refill, the whole tavern's mood suddenly flips. He spots a high-tier elf nearby, and the way they absolutely demolish that food is unreal. She looks painfully familiar, so he takes a gamble, then slides into a conversation like it might change everything. He flashes her a polite hello, right as she freezes mid-bite. Turns out, she's the one who handed him that spirit magic book back at the shop. He leans in and asks what she thought of the book, acting totally unbothered while secretly sizing up her power level. She's blown away that he actually remembers her, and she pulls him over to her party's table for a drink. Our boy is freaking out inside because he just scored an invite to sit with a legendary tier elf. He trails after her, and it hits him. She's already slipped into a huge, ready-to-swing party that's been waiting for her. They look like a legendary high-rank adventuring crew, and they're hunting down the mysterious Carrie they spotted in that dungeon. Natasha says she's 20, but Elise the elf just erupts into laughter. She's been around for centuries, so that number means nothing. Rosha, the party's tank, instantly side-eyes Rook like, "Why is a kid like you really with us?" Catman Radha starts needling Elise non-stop, mocking her taste for younger party members. Rook steps up to deliver the formal introduction, then freezes when he realizes he's sitting right with the Wings of Light crew. They all lift their mugs for a toast, and just like that, the party goes full blaze, no question. The Least drops a truth bomb. She says the spirit magic book is straight-up trash because the author isn't even an elf. She tells you that roughly 40% of what those experts claim in those books is just straight-up fake news. When Rook demands why she even wasted her money, she sheepishly admits she just bought it to see if there was any secret lore she'd somehow overlooked. The food finally hits the table, but Rook can't shake this awkward, extra NPC vibe while everyone else dives into their meals. That Lise is totally fixated on her herb-heavy diet, insisting she eats the exact same thing every single day. She's not into meat at all, and it clashes hard with the rest of that meathead party. Rook takes a bite of the elf food and freezes, shocked, because it actually tastes like top-tier gnocchi. Ritus shoves fried oysters into Rook's face, insisting he needs that protein to grow into a real tang. Rook suddenly feels like he finally fits in. This is the exact wild adventure and life he'd been dreaming about. He can't help but hope his old teammates are living it up too, because this fated meeting with the new squad feels like the kind of adventure they deserve. Meanwhile, deep inside the capital's castle, our hero Masa is dealing with a whole different kind of stress, one that hits harder than any battle. He's getting tailed by a saint meant to scream purity, yet the guy's acting like an absolute obsessed fan with zero chill. Saint Luciana is all over him with aggressive flirting, and the hero can't help but wish he were back in a dungeon. Masa tries to slip out for sword training, but she's got nowhere to run. Waifu Agro shuts his escape down fast. Kanan just up and ditches the crew to go hunt for some cuties in town, and poor Masa gets left to suffer solo. Luciana swears that leveling up means nothing if you don't also strengthen your friendships. Masa is getting exposed by her own cheap tricks, while the other girls at the party can only stare in pity. Suddenly, Henrik, out of nowhere, charges in, trying to impress the saint by dropping historical facts and lore. He launches into non-stop hype about the legendary elf hero Gallardo Rockstein right there with his divine bow. Henrik is such a hardcore fanboy that he starts preaching the hero's legacy like it's scripture. NASA clocks that Henrik's socially oblivious. He'll trap you in a conversation and talk your ear off for hours straight. He spots his opening and lunges to pull Kanan back into the conversation, forcing them both to carry the weight. While Henrik keeps the saint locked in a non-stop lore dump, Masa and the boys snag the moment and rocket out of there with everything they've got. Rook strolls back into town after that crushing win, already plotting what insane top-tier loot he's about to buy with his hard-earned gold. He barges into the Wings of Light party at the tavern, and somehow they're way too calm for a crew of high-level adventurers. Our boy can't resist flexing. He casually mentions he just snagged a blessing from the goddess like it's nothing. The girls are basically melting on the spot because his innocent hero routine is the cutest thing they've ever laid eyes on. Meanwhile, the guys are cracking up like crazy because they can tell he's still totally brand new to this. Then Elise drops a jaw-shattering nuke, She claims she used to change Natasha's diapers back in the day. Natasha is straight up losing it, fighting to keep her cool senior persona from cracking right in front of Rook. Turns out, Wings of Light isn't some random guild at all. They've been around for ages, with members rotating in and out like they're keeping a legendary raid crew alive generation after generation. Natasha's the granddaughter of one of the founding members, so Roja and Elise didn't just care for a baby, they basically turbocharged her from level 0 to something insane. Natasha tries to shove her embarrassment down by speed-scooting through her dinner, but it just gives Elise away. She's way older than she looks. Rook just sits there, spiraling into a mini existential meltdown over how elf aging is basically a broken game mechanic. A whole month flies by like a training montage, and Rook's out here alone, farming mobs way above his level, pure sweat mode. He's gone full theory crafter, scrutinizing drop tables like a mastermind, and then he hits the truth. His holy fire is basically a cheat code that melts the undead. Even with light magic so OP, it feels unfair. It secretly makes monsters lock onto him like he's a walking trash pile. After wiping out trash mobs all day, he finally slips back to his room and lets the stress drain out of him. Our boy finally snapped out of playing like a low-tier NPC and crashed into a middle-class inn because the dungeon gold is raining in. He snags a bar stool and dives into a meal that actually hits, full of flavor and texture, not just bland bites. Luxurious life finally snapped him awake. His old living situation was basically a mental health debuff. In this world, every monster you slice down leaves you rewarded, because the deadlier the kill, the richer the loot, even the meat skewers. He's digging into the food, but like any modern gamer, he's already judging the local menu, calling out how boring the whole culinary meta is. Over there, a low-level mage is trying to flex his new spell, hoping his bros will finally notice him. He tries to cast water creation, but his mana efficiency is trash, and the best he can pull off is a sad little trickle. Rook's been quietly feeling bad for the guy, until he spots someone across the room casually using magic to summon something truly legendary. Forget legendary gear. This madman is blasting fire magic and melting a giant block of cheese right over his bread like it's nothing. Rook's losing his mind because he finally found something that's worth every single gold coin he's got. He bolts out of the tavern, dead set on buying every last bit of cheese like the whole thing is some limited-time gotcha banner. Then reality punches back. One wheel of cheese costs 2 gold pieces, which might as well be the same price as a top-tier grimoire. He snaps out of it, refocuses on his main quest, and storms to the alchemy shop to try upgrading his spellbook. He's hunting for light attribute grimoires, hoping to unlock brand new active skills. The shopkeeper flashes him arrow and ball magic, but Rook quickly realizes he can't sync with it yet. He's not at the level cap. Turns out the church has a total stranglehold on healing magic, snatching up every grimoire that hits the market, just so they can jack up their profits and stay untouchable. They basically turned healing into a pay-to-win scam where only the rich elite get to feel better. It's a straight-up scam, and that's why you'll never spot those low-tier healing spells collecting dust in the bargain bins. Rook's mind's blown. How the heck did Elise even learn spirit magic? Like it's not something you can just march up and buy from some vendor. Still, he turns right back to the dungeon, and that fresh stack boost from his latest level up hits him like a surge of power. He's speed-running the floors, 1, 16, 18, rushing past skeletons and orcs like they're nothing, no lag, no mercy. He barrels into the 19th floor entrance and wipes out half the time it used to take him. He still remembers Natasha teasing him for being scared of ghosts, but he pushes forward anyway, because if he wants to tank a boss like the Great Boar, he's got to keep grinding. The 19th floor hits like a brick wall. Physical attacks do nothing against those ghostly mobs. Suddenly, footsteps crunch through the dark, and voices start spilling out ahead of him. He spots a whole party of adventurers marching down the road.
except they don't look anything like the friendly NPCs he's always relied on. Right as he starts sizing them up, he clocks the trap. Someone shady has crept in behind him, closing fast. Our boy is on full alert, locking eyes on that guy as his hand twitches toward his hilt. He spots the whole party flooding down the stairs, and in this place, that's a full-on disaster waiting to explode. In a world where the law is non-existent, every single run-in feels like a boss fight just clocked in and started hunting. He chooses the safest route, pretending to be a harmless NPC so he won't accidentally trip a death flag. The air between them grows so thick you could slice it clean with a rusted dagger as they pass, eye to eye. Turns out they weren't out to murder players at all, just a veteran party shocked to find a lone player this far down in the dungeon. The mage looks genuinely sick with worry as our boy charges into a high-level zone, no rear guard in sight. But the party leader shuts that down right away, snapping at her to stay sharp, because in this meta, appearances lie. They shoot him a fast warning, then vanish back into the darkness like they were never there. Our boy just waves them away, grinning because he didn't have to blow a single defensive cooldown. He snaps out of it, way too chill, and realizes he has to tighten his macro game fast if he wants to stay alive. Climbing up to the 19th floor isn't some casual stroll anymore. Now the difficulty spike finally hits like a real punch. Wandering this maze with no minimap is basically screaming game over before you even turn the corner. The temperature plummets, and that classic undead spawn stench hits like a warning. On cue, a skeleton bursts out of nowhere, rattling with excitement like it can't wait to throw down. Honestly, seeing this kind of real-life mob right in front of him felt like a huge relief. Way better than the creepy nightmare he'd been bracing for. With one brutal strike, he wipes out the trash mob, and that off-screen grind finally proves it's paying off. He ransacks the wreckage, and with a grim grin he checks his gear, still tough enough to stand his ground on this floor. Suddenly, a laugh cuts through the air, and it's unmistakably not the kind of friendly quest giver would ever make. Most adventurers blaze right through these floors because the drop rates are so awful they don't feel worth the risk. But our guy's a full-on completionist. He won't skip a single thing, not even a drop of content. Then it hits him again, a creepy hee-hee laugh, like the universe just confirmed it. Something invisible is hunting him. A colossal ghost tore itself out of the ceiling, and when it took shape, it looked exactly like a walking Grim Reaper. He freezes for a heartbeat as the RPG's horror finally snaps into place and hits him full force. Before he even gets the chance to dash, the thing latches onto him, and trust me, that grip is pure hostility. He gets choked hard as his HP bar plummets, while the ghost sucks the life straight out of his character. He slams his mana into a blazing ball of light at point-blank range. That holy damage crit hits like a thunderclap, blasting the ghost to bits until it turns into a cloud of pixels. He's wheezing like his lungs are on fire, barely scraping through that brutal ambush. He spots the loot drop on the ground, and just like that, he realizes he actually hit the RNG lottery. Even while he trembles like a leaf, he knows he just pulled off surviving a high-tier threat all by himself. It's a magical crystal edged in gold, pure, rare drop gold, the kind that's guaranteed to get bid up like crazy at the auction house. He thinks about slipping back to the save point, but gamer pride grips him tight. He refuses to back down now. He stares at his guide map, then realizes the person who drew those cute ghost doodles has never seen a real one in their life. The mismatch between the manual and the real mob design is straight-up disrespect. He digs in and keeps going, maybe even rewrites the lore so future players will get the bigger story. He lures out yet another ghost and blasts it to dust with a light spell, proving the first win was no fluke at all. Talk about a power trip. He's out here yelling at the ghost like he owns the place, even as that fear still claws at the back of his mind. He starts theory crafting on the spot, slamming Purify and Holy Fire back to back to find out which spell chews the least mana. Holy Wind just flops hard, total mana waste, and yeah, it matches the elemental rules of this world perfectly. He finally slams into the transfer device, right in its safe zone, where monsters can't even steal aggro. Back at the guild, he decides to hawk that rare drop, and boom, he walks away with 6 gold coins. The receptionist's eyes light up, and she hails the chief on the spot to double-check that top-tier loot. Turns out that 1 rare drop was all it took. Boom! It crushed the XP requirement and earned an instant promotion to D rank. He's expecting some fancy ceremony, but the receptionist drops a literal hammer and chisel right out of thin air. She rips into his adventurer card with brutal force right in front of him, and his face tells the whole story. After some DIY metalwork, she snaps it back in your hands, fully upgraded and officially legit. He can't believe the ranking system is running on a shoestring. She literally just scratches an X over his old rank, like that's the whole update. She tells him every guild cooks up its own janky rank system, all based on whatever loot the local region happens to spit out. At the very end, he's staring into the darkness, still shaken by how brutal ghosts are, while he counts every last hard-earned gold coin. He decides to call his fairy companion into the mix, because the next part of the main story is about to kick off. But Lisa's acting totally off, slumped over like the world just lagged out, and some nasty debuff hit her status hard. Lisa's glaring like a seriously neglected party member, and I'm telling you, she won't even meet my eyes. The cheerful vibes get snuffed out for good, and a crushing silence drops in, so heavy it feels like the scariest boss room transition. She's trembling, staring at me like, "Do you hate me that much you won't even summon me?" I just realized I've been so locked into the grind that it's already been 30 whole days since I last invited her into the party. I snap into damage control mode, flailing my hands and firing off non-stop excuses about how slammed my work schedule is. She breaks down in tears, convinced I'm ditching her on that bench forever, because the moment I didn't need her support skills anymore, she thinks it's the end. I need to make her pinky swear, straight up promising I'll lose a finger if I don't start calling her way more often. A few days later, I'm back in the trenches on the dungeon's 22nd level, blasting my holy magic at the undead and testing every last ounce of it. Knowing someone's waiting for me totally supercharges my head, and suddenly this solo adventure feels rock solid instead of shaky. I'm even starting to map out the rare souvenirs I can loot for her while I'm down here. My tactical instincts are screaming as I creep toward the next room, picking up 2 undead signatures just waiting to spring the trap. It's the usual RPG setup. On the right, a skeleton tank stomps forward, and on the left, a ghost caster floats in and starts casting. I don't let them even form a grudge. Right away, I start chanting, "O Sacred Fire," to kick off the purification. I slammed them with a Holy Fire combo, and I barked at the impurities to just detonate on the spot. The holy attribute damage just erases that skeleton, gone instantly. My holy magic training is finally paying off, because it's cutting through the real world at full speed. Then the ghost plunks down a blue grimoire like it just hit the RNG jackpot off some random mob. It's a conjuring location spell, basically a built-in radar that dungeon explorers rely on to track every hidden thing. I couldn't wait. I unleashed the magic right then, blasting it into the tiny room. A massive surge of energy blasts out of me, flooding the whole area with blinding light like a flashbang. As my vision clears, I realize the spell is exactly the one I prayed for. It's a full-blown exploratory radar system, scanning the unknown like it owns the skies. I'm getting a clairvoyant surge. Doors and thin walls might as well not exist, because I can see right through them like I've got wall hacks. With a detection range of roughly 10 meters, everything flips. Suddenly, you can spot traps and dodge surprise encounters before they hit you. I can even spot the skeletons through the masonry, an insane tactical edge that lets me hit first with ruthless preemptive strikes. But the second I step forward, my gut starts screaming, This floor feels wrong, like something's watching. A huge chunk of this world is still blank in my database, so I've got to study everything from the ground up before I can trust a single detail. He starts probing the walls, and then he spots a passage that looks like it's been hiding just beyond the perimeter. I trail the wall to what looks like it should be a dead end, but my radar screams, not even close. This part of the wall is ridiculously thicker than the rest, like it's hiding something. I pull up my official map, and bam, this room isn't even on it. It's a hidden stash, a secret nobody's found yet. I start scanning every single tile for a switch, praying my search skill is high enough to spot the trigger. I'm even tempted to just go full brute force, jab the wall with a spear, and see if it finally crumbles. I'm seconds from throwing in the towel, cursing myself because I didn't roll a bandit or stonemason build to track down these damn things. Right when I'm about to turn back to the guild for help, I notice this one tiny detail. One lonely block on the floor sticks out like it's from a totally different puzzle. I jab the floor with my spear, praying it's not some nasty high-level trap waiting to ruin me. Turns out it was the switch. Then the wall starts grinding open right before their eyes. In the secret hidden chamber, a lone altar stands there, and one single bag sits on top like it's waiting to be found. I pause for a heartbeat, my mind racing. Could this be a mimic? Or did some loot-triggered trap spring the moment I looked? I whip out a quick 1, 2, 3 count, then explode forward in a blur and snatch the bag mid-dash. Nothing goes boom, and I'm stuck there, clutching a totally ordinary-looking waist pouch. At first glance, it just looks like plain leather and cloth, nothing flashy, no fancy show. But the moment I crack it open, the inside is pitch black, like a chunk of space swallowed the light itself. I shove my whole spear into it, and it just swallows the entire thing like it never existed. This is it, the holy grail of RPG loot, a magical bag that never runs out of space, like it's got infinite storage. My inventory headaches are finally gone, and now solo dungeon diving feels like 100 times easier. I have to keep this hush-hush because something this rare turns a target on my back for player killers. I fire up my fresh wall hacks, spot a ghost jammed in the masonry, say "hey" to it, then blast it straight out of there. I slammed the point-blank purify right through the wall. The ghost plops a white magic stone into my hands, another rare drop to stack into my growing haul. As I head out, the guards clock me. "Did you really just pull legendary loot?" They grin, and I get hit with a loud, "Good work." I feel like I own the whole world, while my huge loot haul is quietly about to spark a massive uproar across the city. Our boy steps out to take care of business, but the local shop is so jammed he can barely breathe. It's a complete bottleneck, and he's definitely not about to dump his secret tech on a bunch of random NPCs. He snaps into full stealth mode, sliding that magic satchel under his cloak to dodge any unwanted trouble. While the crowd spirals into despair, he wastes zero time. He starts mapping out a full gear refresh, because his current set is missing the endgame stats he needs to win. He's tallying up his drops, and sure, those dark magic crystals hit a steady 6 gold, but that white magic stone is a total wild card. It's that rare drop you stash in your inventory forever, because the moment you sell it by accident, your whole run turns into heartbreak. He decides to stash it for now, sliding it into a secure slot while he hunts down what it's really worth. The second he yanks it out, the local high-rankers swoop in to appraise us, and right on cue, Elise storms over to inspect his loot. This isn't just a run-of-the-mill light crystal. Once the Elise sees it, he instantly knows it's special, so he ducks before they can even pitch him a trade. He finally slams himself up to the counter and starts dumping his usual mob drops. That clerk's totally locked on the light crystal, but he digs in his heels. No way in hell he's selling that rare loot. Then she drops the bombshell. A Class D is only worth 30 gold, but a Class C can fetch a jaw-dropping 100.
Our boy finally clocks that he's sitting on a legendary drop, and instead of waiting around, he calls it quits before some trigger-happy PKer comes for. Seriously, 30 gold is 5 times what dark crystals cost, and that value is absolutely wild, like a low-level grind just handed you insane ROI. Back at the inn, he's chugging supplies and trying to crack the dungeon's loot table code. It's wild. Ghosts, who are usually helpless against that element, are actually dropping sacred attribute items like it's nothing. He's trying to figure out if there's a secret mechanic or some world rule he's totally missing, but once the time comes, he's got to test it out in the field. For now, it's time to crank up the serious theory crafting, because that brand new magic satchel is about to change everything. He finally realizes it's not just a bottomless pit. There's a secret sensory link, and he can literally feel every item buried in it. And get this, there's a smart search feature where the bag practically reads his mind, knowing exactly what he's about to grab. He slams his entire inventory onto the bed, testing whether it can even handle the weight. Everything clicks into place until he tries to ram a whole chair in and slams straight into a wall. Turns out, the only thing that truly shuts it down is how big the bag's opening physically is. He spends the rest of the evening obsessively testing the stasis effect, pouring hot water into the pocket dimension to see if time truly freezes in there. The very next morning, the market district is calling, and it's time for an all-out shopping spree. He grabs dried meat and salt to get ready, then realizes his satchel's time stop doesn't work perfectly because his water bottle is still counting time. Next on the quest chain, they head straight to a local winery. The merchant leans in and lays out the lore on every grade, then basically tells him the cheap stuff is just watered-down juice. That full bottle of the premium stuff costs 5 silver. Yeah, it's a real gold sink, but he's got the money to burn. He snatches one of every item on the spot, just to test the buffs side by side. The merchant leans in and tells him to watch that stamina bar and don't go overboard with the drinks. Honestly, it's solid advice. On his way back, he slips into a side alley and rips open his satchel without anyone spotting him. Straight up pro-gamer energy. Next up is the North District, the high-level playground where the nobles strut and the big-shot whales roll in. Studying the map, you can see the town gets carved up by tax brackets, clean and ruthless. The second he steps over the line, the whole atmosphere flips into pure, strictly elite vibes. He spots those glass windows and instantly realizes this world treats them like a full-on luxury flex. He finally tracks down the exact coordinates he's been chasing, even while he feels like a total beginner in this whole space. It's basically a fancy outdoor cafe where everyone hangs around, doing nothing but flexing their cosmetics. He clocks it as a fancy boutique sweet shop. No way this place was built for a rough-and-tumble adventure. These prices are straight-up criminal. One piece of caramel is basically a pay-to-win ticket that fuels the worst inflation ever. He clenches his jaw, bites the bullet, and orders one of everything anyway, then dreads the fact that he's probably about to burn a whole week's worth of grinding just to snack. After grabbing a few utility odds in the West District, he finally drags himself back to the inn, completely wiped out from all the social strain. Mission accomplished. Yeah, he tells himself that with a shake of relief. And honestly, that shopping arc is the brutal boss fight of this whole game. He leans back, cracks open a cup of that top-shelf wine, and trust me, every silver coin paid off. Staring at his loot, he realized he snagged a glass lantern for cheap, an insane win that just leveled up his whole dungeon exploration kit. He decides to try out a brand new combo and hurls sacred flame straight onto the lantern's candle. It works flawlessly. Now he's got a portable holy fire source that keeps the undead on full alert and off his back. All right, time for the last gear check with the brand new set he just bought. He tosses his old starter gear and slips into fresh clothes and light armor. He whips through a quick mobility test to make sure every move hits instantly. No lag, no slip. The best part? That new robe hangs perfectly, hiding his magic satchel and keeping his whole stash secret from any sneaky thief. It won't budge one bit, like his sword somehow screams, "Average adventurer," loud and clear. He casts a purification spell, scrubs his old gear clean, then tucks it away. While he's checking that old tunic, he spots a fresh scratch he swears he missed before. It's the souvenir I grabbed from that first run-in with the forest wolf back in the early days of the game. It's wild to see how far his build has surged since those first few levels. He folds it up like a sacred thing, fires off a real thank you to the gear that kept him alive through the prologue. Rook's putting together a top-tier snack plate for his precious waifu, making sure it's so perfectly presented it hits SS rank. He's even saving the fancy packaging too. That's pure peak loot hoarder behavior. Lise bursts in, and the moment she spots those sweets, her eyes glitter like pure magic. Honestly, watching her get this fired up makes every hour of dungeon grinding feel like it finally mattered. He tells her to go all out on the plate before the shelf life runs out on these premium treats. Watching her try to take down a cookie as big as her whole torso is straight-up peak healing, pure comfort in snack form. It's basically a miracle how she squeezes all of that into a hitbox this tiny. He even jumps in to help her slice the cake, because he's a top-tier support, whether he's fighting or not. Eventually she maxes out, and you can tell her summon time is slipping away too. Rook tells her to snag the leftovers and turn it into carryout, pure pro-gamer energy. He shoves it all into a tight little bundle, then helps her carry her loot safely back to the fairy realm. She clutches that package like it's a legendary grade prize and then rockets off, leaving behind a cryptic warning about what's coming tomorrow. Rook just freezes there, staring at what he accidentally triggered and praying he didn't set off some massive, world-shaking event. Meanwhile, the main character's party is out here messing around in a totally different game, only to get smashed by a hulking stone golem. Their warrior lunges for the magic stone core, trying to smash this whole encounter with one explosive burst of DPS. They scrape through the mob, but it's obvious they're stuck farming the same slow, low-efficiency path. Of course, the Saintess has to latch onto the hero like a clinging heroine, full power, no shame. Luciana's fake performance is so painfully obvious that the whole party starts losing it, straight up going mad. They dive into the details, saying if you crack that magic stone, the drop's resale value tanks. Turns out their tank used to be a pro-adventurer, so he's carrying old-school legendary lore from back in the day. He explains that some drops only pop when you smash the right parts of the monster, like its fangs or horns, not when you just crush the core. The party leader flat out tells him, save that tutorial for when you're finally inside a real dungeon. They push deeper into the forest as the sun starts sinking on their travel day. They finally crash into a legendary spot that looks like it was ripped straight out of a main quest cutscene. This is Arlis, the rumored resting place of the legendary hero from the old tales. Even the ground feels crushed under the weight of ancient story banners and secret requirements buried beneath. The hero's hands tremble as he faces the sword in the stone, because this is the ultimate chosen one moment, straight out of every classic story. He yanks on it, basically praying his STR is high enough to beat the check. We're back with our boy Rook, out here solo queuing in a dungeon that's basically a full-blown labyrinth. He's burning through his whole day testing a wild theory about how the game's hidden drop system really works. He's non-stop hitting Purify on every skeleton that staggers through the door, just to test whether that element changes the loot. But after a few more runs, he's pulling nothing but basic magic stones, and it feels like pure RNG torture because the results are a letdown. He realizes that when he focuses his magic, his senses blow wide open, tracking everything with a mini-map-style radar in his head. He calls for a snack break, then sits back to watch other parties get crushed by mobs like it's some crazy live stream. Then, boom, he lands a light magic crystal out of nowhere, and it hits him. He finally nailed the insanely rare drop table. He instantly fires off a light spell test,
checking if that killer kill shot effect is the thing bending the drops. By the end of the day, he finally snagged just one rare drop, one measly payout, pretty much the same painful gotcha experience everyone knows and low-key hates. He sprints back to the guild, dumps his loot, and cashes in for that hard-earned gold. But Meryl, the receptionist, snags him and drags him into an unexpected, heart-stopping chat with the admins. She lays down the rules and makes it crystal clear. The guild is built to hunt every scrap of data on dungeon drops. They've dragged him into a private reception room to grill him about the weird anomalies showing up in his latest farming sessions. Back there, the branch manager shrugs and says he doesn't hate players for guarding secrets, but warns that it's wrecking the local meta. Meryl's voice turns razor sharp. She basically warns that if he hides the metastrats, the entire guild's progress will get slammed. Rook suddenly realizes he might have wrecked the game balance by accident, and now the devs are watching him like a hawk. She boldly demands he spill his farming secrets, promising him a massive payout if he does. She slams down 200 gold coins as a down payment, an absolutely insane pile of cash for a single tip. Then she throws the bombshell. How did he snag a light magic crystal from a dungeon where it's not even on the official drop list? Rook's inner voice goes into full blast mode as he stares down his sacred magic versus undead drops chart. His theory gets smashed into reality. When you blast the undead with sacred magic, the loot's attribute doesn't just change. It gets flipped around, straight up reversed. He's sweating bullets because the guild's archive shows zero proof of this hidden mechanic ever existing. The guild can't decide. Either he stumbled on a secret room, or he's running shady illegal RMT on the side. Rook knows one wrong reaction right now, and he's basically handing everyone a confession about the exploit. Miro smirks and points out he's been in town for exactly 30 days, then makes it crystal clear that timing is way too suspicious to just ignore. She even pulls out a guard's report, saying Rook was way too cheerful after his last dungeon run. She leans in, catches him wearing that gotcha smile, and presses him to finally spill the beans on his secret sauce. Our boy is completely fried. He's dragging his feet back to the room like he just survived a 48-hour raid and got spit out the other side. He finally slips inside, running on fumes, with barely enough mana left to keep his eyes from closing. He faceplants onto the bed because, seriously, keeping up this level of plot armor is downright exhausting. He starts replaying that high-stakes negotiation with the guild lady. She wasn't there to talk. She was hunting for ways to snatch his secrets. Tackling these high-level bureaucrats is a nightmare. Say one wrong word about sacred magic, and suddenly the whole server is hunting him down for his head. They had him pinned at knife point, demanding he spill his farming methods. But Rook is a total pro at his villain act. He flashes that smile and feeds them a line about the crystals being a gift. He just shrugs it all off like it's some low-stakes side quest. He's way too overleveled to care. Even when he's resting, his brain won't slow down. It's already hunting for the perfect safe spot to unleash his next big play. He's dead sure the local NPCs are sketchy. Every shadow seems to track him, like the whole place put a bounty on his head. If he tries to drag Elise into her guild, he'll probably crank up the chaos even more, right into the sights of the city officials. Next morning, he's stumbling around with a brutal debuff from blasting magic all night. He tries to play it cool and snags a quick buff from the fruit stall, but the way it's covered up screams he's watching his surroundings. That sour bite of the apple matches his rage, because he can feel those stealth units creeping behind him, step by step. When they finally step into the labyrinth, the lobby is crammed with adventurers, just hanging out right at the entrance like they own the place. It feels like a world boss is about to pop out any second, with all these people hanging around like they're just waiting to pounce on a target. He stares at the transfer monument and hunts for the smartest route to shake off that tail. He locks eyes on the stairs and realizes those guys are 100% the ambush squad. All right, mission time is up. and the evasion phase kicks off right now. He rockets up to the 19th floor, but these guys are still nailing him with elite-level tracking. By the time he hits the 18th floor, he's already halfway to the extraction point. He slips into the darkness and vanishes on the spot, leaving the pursuers stumbling around like total newbies trying to find a light. Our boy's basically got night vision turned on. He's blazing through the shadows while the rest are trapped in the dark. He rockets up to the 16th floor and spots 2 more guards posted up by the monument. The whole place is in total lockdown, and the guild is so desperate they'll do anything to crack his crystal farming meta. He spots a real crew of adventurers charging back and decides to hide behind them like a human wall to keep himself off the radar. He syncs his moves to the exact beat, slipping right into their group like he's always belonged. The ambushers are left totally stunned as he barrels through the lower floors at lightning speed. Before anyone can even blink, he slams his hand on the monument and vanishes in a flash, teleporting right in front of them. But the spawn point across the map is even nastier, like he just stepped straight into a PvP death zone. Right when everything starts looking hopeless, the homies roll up on us, and Elise crashes in right after, bringing that top-tier backup we desperately need. Rodiz is ready to smash the entire room if even one of these scrubs tries to move on him. Elise stays classy, then uses a dinner invite like a secret weapon to slip past the guards. They slip back into a safe house, catch their breath, and start plotting the real escape. Rook bids his tiny spirit companion farewell, already feeling it. This next chapter is about to explode into high-stakes chaos. All right, buckle up. It's time to flip the page and dive straight into night. He spots Rita outside. She's already fully geared up and ready to slip into the shadows for a stealth mission. Rook's moving light as a feather because all his ultimate loot is stuffed inside that magic bag. They spot 3 tails at once, and those shadows are dogging them right away. They lure the pursuers into a tight alley, then spring their counterplay to flip the whole situation. The tails swear they've got them trapped, but they don't. Those fools are just walking straight into the bait. In the blink of an eye, the targets disappear like they never existed. Turns out, Rita and Natasha totally flipped the script, swapping places in disguises like a full-on switcheroo. Natasha isn't just watching. She's the one helping the real Rook slip out undetected. Flashback to the tavern, everyone suddenly realizes the guild isn't playing fair anymore, going full villain mode just to snatch those light crystals. The entire city is on edge because the guild's corruption is finally spilling out into the open. Turns out the guild master's been flexing his discretionary power like some power-tripping admin. The new destination is the Republic of Canadia, and the local guilds just don't care about anyone's authority. They hit the first big checkpoint, and the main street is packed. Scouts are swarming everywhere. Natasha yells at him to stay back while she takes over the distraction and works the mechanics herself. She spots a lookout and a sleeping dog, then immediately plots to weaponize the whole setup against them. The lease lets that arrow rip through the air with pinpoint precision. An arrow slams into the dog's leash, sparks instant chaos, and that mess is the perfect opening to throw off the guards' patrol route. While the guards are busy getting thrown off by the noise, they seize their opening and strike. Meanwhile, Radass and the fake Rucker are steering the mob into a non-stop wild goose chase. Radaz can't stop laughing. These guys are so helpless to kite that it's basically free wins. They're seriously blown away that Rook, the kid who got D-ranked, somehow pulled this much aggro. They finally slam into a dead end as the chase runs out of road. The mob starts roaring for them to cough up the bread right now. Radas yanks his massive sword free and glares at those mobs like, let's see who really owns this power level. With the real Rook back in the game, the chaos finally starts to settle down. Natasha leans in and warns him. Once word gets out, everyone's going to crave his light magic secrets like they're pure gold. But Lise was the real MVP. She helped him clear his head, even as she just sat there, chomping cookies non-stop.
Lieslaut isn't just some mascot. She's a living strategy guide with the power to see the future. Every riddle she tossed out, from the boar rampage to that random rain, wasn't just a clue. It was the start of a full-blown major quest boiler. Turns out her warning about tomorrow wasn't just talk. She's literally peering at fragments of the main scenario that's about to hit. This summoning magic is basically his GPS, guiding him through this whole world. He finally cracks the code, and it hits him hard. Lisa wasn't just going for some pretty mystery. She'd been pointing him to the optimal route from the very beginning. He corners her and asks if they're really ditching town with the elf crew. Then she flashes him a clear green light. Back at the party, Elise can't stop spiraling. She's convinced the spies aren't really helping at all, and that the guild is using them to hunt down that light magic crystal. Roop totally played it cool when he spotted that crystal, and wow, it screamed massive red flag. He straight up confesses he's hunting them too, but he's already hit the limit on the spirit magic he can steal from them. Turns out, these crystals hum with exact wavelengths that basically act like instant skill books for learning spirit magic. It's basically a full lore bomb, but the crystals from the same dungeon all share the same wavelength, so you can't just farm one spot and farm brand new spells. Elise snaps that he has to keep this elven tech under wraps and never let it out. They decide to climb the castle wall, slip past the gate guards, and dodge any trouble before it even starts. With search magic blazing, Rook still finds not a single player or NPC anywhere nearby. But our guy's got those pro-dad eyes. He spots something the radar totally misses. Brooke's jaw drops. Some random watcher up on a chimney dodged his search magic and stayed completely out of sight. The lease won't gamble, so it fires up a black arrow, because calling it non-lethal is a straight-up lie. Suddenly, a colossal blast erupts in the heart of downtown, shaking the whole area and leaving everyone completely blindsided. Some top-tier magic just detonated in the middle of the city, right out of nowhere. With the observers staring at the fireworks, their focus slips, and that's when they strike. Elise is a full-on speedster, climbing walls like gravity can't touch her for even a second. They slip down to the other side like ninjas, dodging every trace of unwanted attention. They were scrambling to figure out if that explosion was just a smokescreen thrown by their allies, Radis and Natasha. Rook's spiraling with worry, but Elise shrugs it off. Those two are basically top-tier griefers who'll ruin anyone dumb enough to cross them. They made it to the rendezvous point outside the walls, and Roja still wasn't anywhere to be found. The MC feels something stalking him from the trees, and it's not your usual run-of-the-mill mob. Right when they're about to react, a scripted ambush detonates out of nowhere, and Elise gets snatched up instantly. A storm of arrows hammers them into the wall, sealing every escape route. Elise snaps to the truth. This isn't luck at all. It's a coordinated hit run by trained pros. She slams a dart into her shoulder, and just by the pattern alone she knows this poison will kill her. Her HP is draining fast, and that enemy keeps dancing circles around them, all from the forest. MC hurls a blazing ball of light down the tree line, and bam! A demi-human wolf pops out, crouched and grinning like it's been playing hide-and-seek this whole time. The enemy scrambles back the second Roa rolls up in that carriage like an absolute legend. They shove the lease into the wagon, and Roja instantly realizes someone out there knew their every move and set them up. They've got to sweep the whole area clean before the next wave of ads rolls in. Only then can they finish the job. Elise is stuck in the red, breathing hard, and that poison is chewing through her life bar way faster than it should. Rogue suddenly sees more enemies swarming the road, and he finally snaps. This is the moment he stops pulling his punches. He rips through the air with a monstrous horizontal slash, like he just popped a literal cheat code on reality. He wipes the whole squad with one brutal hit, showing everyone why he's the party's main tank. And back in the wagon, Elise is so drained she can't even swallow the antidote. The MC finally clicks. These guys are his real nakama, and he refuses to watch her die when he's got the power to save her. He takes a risky leap, reveals his hidden class, then blasts it all away with holy wind, purging the poison for good. That magic is so savage, it lights the whole wagon up like a glowing beacon, practically shouting danger from the dark. Elise snaps awake, totally refreshed, and leaves Rocha staring like he just witnessed a miracle or a game-breaking glitch. They finally back far enough that the road splits for good, and those paths part ways. He at least shoves him a bag packed with high-level supplies for his lone journey. Rocha can't shake the feeling that the market attack was only a smokescreen, meant to hide a much bigger conspiracy brewing inside the guild. They point out that Alicia is one of the last honest employees still standing in the system. Elise snaps at him that once you choose the road of an adventurer, you're going to get hit with toxic jealousy from players who can't stand seeing you climb the ranks. She basically calls him out as an OP freak. He shrugs off deadly poison with healing and even tracks down hidden crystals no one else can find. But she's the real deal. She swears she'll save the interrogation for their next reunion. He turns to the entire squad and pours out heartfelt thanks for everything they've done. It's a bittersweet farewell as he watches them march off into the distance. He whips his head around, taking in every NPC and friend he picked up during his months in Elm. Nostalgia punches me in the chest, but the solo grind never fully lets go. He plows through jagged ground and brutal cliffs, refusing to stop until the coastline finally opens up in front of him. Seeing the ocean for the first time in this world hits like a huge new map unlock. Pure, mind-blowing, everything just got bigger energy. The MC finally gets a breather from the non-stop tanking chaos and aggro chasing and sinks his teeth into some seriously elite, server-exclusive food. He's lounging by the campfire like he's relaxed, but the truth is, he's just waiting for his hunger bar to reset so he can snag some real quality loot. Just look at that grilled fish. Those devs shoved in a ton of polygons into the local GIA, and they backed it all with some top-shelf ale. Our hero gets clobbered with a local NPC's tip that instantly flips the whole meal from ordinary to amazing. She looks like she spawned straight from a starting town tutorial. She tosses down this massive chunk of fish in one brutal gulp and goes, "Yep, that's how you do it," like it's some kind of table manners debuff. Then you slam back a huge swig of ale and unlock the ultimate combo of pure, mouth-watering bliss. It's a full-on flavor explosion that makes the MC look like he just snatched a 5-star unit with one single summon. The second I take a sip, that fish flavor explodes in my mouth. Yeah, it's a perfect combo that'd have any food-obsessed isekai protagonist staring in pure envy. Turns out the secret is the mountain water from Ruta. Mix that in, and the ale tastes so good it hits legendary tier like some kind of mythical consumable. The tavern is roaring. Beastmen and dwarves huddle in heated debate over one thing. Is ale just for the boys, or can the girls drink, fight, and take the same grind too? The locals are totally relaxed, and the tavern owner keeps cracking jokes that the ale he serves is the real reason the local women are so drop-dead gorgeous. But the MC isn't chasing foodie glory at all. After splitting from Elis and her crew, he's blazing south toward the port city of Ruta. Even with another round calling his name, he forces himself to stay on track. He's got the main quest to keep pushing forward. He's speedrunning his travel, dodging the guild's wanted aggro by hiding in the woods with holy fire that keeps every mob at bay. He finally slams into Ruta, the kingdom's salt capital and an absolute supply powerhouse. It's a city of steep slopes and endless staircases, like someone drew a map and dared you to climb it, because the only thing worse than the view is how vertical the land gets. The market is exploding with trade, but the MC is locked in strict restock mode. He's prepping for the very next zone. He corners a merchant and demands 20 candles, but the shopkeeper hits him with serious, game-changing lore, because you can't just take a boat straight to Harmstow to go stir up trouble. That leaves him with only the illegal mountain pass route.
Basically a high-stakes climbing puzzle that he has to solve. The merchant slams the truth on him. No horses can survive those peaks, so he's stuck with a brutal solo run on foot. While he's at it, he snatches up some salt. Route is basically the salt capital, and the prices are probably dropping to seasonal lows. Before he heads out, he pauses to soak in the view and grabs some takeout fish too. Honestly, the graphics in this world are absolutely jaw-dropping. And then boom, he realizes the little girl pouring his ale is actually an adult dwarf, proving the classic rule, never judge an NPC by their tiny sprite. But that cozy comfort can't last forever, so the next day, he heads straight for the dwarven border. The road was brutal, jostling with traveling merchants and their tough bodyguards, yet none of them looked ready for the kind of hidden, boss-level trouble he always somehow pulls into their lives. He clocks it almost instantly. Horse riding is a no-go here, because the path turns his boots into a full-on durability sacrifice. After a brutal climb that shreds anyone's stamina, he finally crests the last stretch, and there, on the horizon, Ruta shrinks into a tiny pixel. The lush greenery vanishes in a blink, and in its place sprawls a rocky wasteland so dead that it looks like nothing's spawned there in centuries. He fires up his Magicid ability, an absolute must for any explorer, and spots a hidden beast trail. It's a brutal squeeze, but it's the only way to slip to the real national border without the Border Patrol NPCs clocking us. He's wiped out from the climb, but at last he can see the summit up ahead. He spots a flat patch, plops down to catch his breath and chow down, totally oblivious that he's standing smack on top of a clock device. Suddenly the ground lurches and he nearly tumbles into a hidden crevice, classic "this is how people die" death flag energy. He looks down and freezes. He's standing on Erroldine's door, and that name hits like a huge lore bomb. It's coated in this creepy black stone and moss, like charred wood and tar had fused into one disgusting skin. It's honestly disgusting to touch, and the MC is up there fighting with himself over whether he even wants to interact with that gremmy thing. Then it hits him. The ferry gate. Wait, if I fix this mess, maybe I'll unlock a brand new fast travel spot, or snag some sweet loot. He fires off his purification spell, chanting at the impure, "May your soul rest in peace." And yep, that's the most classic healer move ever. That nasty black gunk evaporates on contact, and suddenly a smooth white pillar stands there, etched in ancient runes. Right away, the MC gets a gut-drop realization. He just set off a world-changing event, and he was never ready for the fallout. It was buried for a reason, maybe so clueless normies wouldn't accidentally crack open a portal straight to some endgame raid. It looks almost exactly like the ferry gate. Then the moment he lays a hand on it, the entire thing erupts in quest star glow. The door glides open, and a narrow path stretches straight into the heart of the mountain. This grimy, pitch-black stairway looks exactly like the entrance to some top-tier dungeon. He stalls at the doorway because he knows one brutal truth. There's no path to a treasure room without a boss fight waiting right around the corner. But right before he can get a look, he shouts for Lace, and she snaps in instantly, bursting with more energy than a caffeine-addicted streamer. She's shrieking about a girl trapped inside, yelling for help, so yeah, the MC just got slammed with the Save the Damsel side quest, whether he asked for it or not. So the pixie starts spilling lore about a pitch-black zone where people are trapped, like a dungeon, except you can barely see anything. Our boy is already drenched in sweat. This black mold is sitting there like a threat, and somehow it feels like it's chewing through his HP bar just by existing. Lee's got that classic "I believe in you" NPC pose, yeah, the one that basically screams, "Here's good luck for the suicide mission." Rook can't even refuse, because the moment a cute fairy locks eyes with you, it's basically a legal contract to accept the quest. She passes over a token of gratitude from the elders, and trust me,
This is a clutch support item that's about to boost her whole run. It's a potion. But before he can even skim the item description, she pops into existence like a glitchy summon out of nowhere. He strides into the area and instantly clocks it. This map is a total mess, like someone built a filthy ancient ruin instead of a proper mob farm. The deeper he pushes in, the thicker that pitch-black mold piles up, and the air turns into a full-on nightmare-level horror game. He finally spots it. The whole dungeon is one giant zigzag of stairways, and he decides to burn way less MP by skipping purifying every single tile. Suddenly, he spots a puddle on the floor, one that screams, "This was never here in the environment assets." It starts wobbling, and you can practically feel the RNG gearing up to slam him with a combat encounter. It's a slime, but don't you dare expect the cute mascot vibe. This thing is lightning fast, pure rage, and it's hunting his hardcore run like it wants it over right now. He swings his staff to parry, but the slime literally sizzles on contact, an acid-type red flag screaming in flashing neon. And to make it worse, he's forced to swallow that nasty mold muck right in his mouth. Talk about a brutal debuff that wrecks his focus. Since physical punches skid off like they hit water, he snaps into his magic build and slams a light ball straight into its face. The slime gets wiped out, and he has to instantly spam his Purify skill, because those fumes are ready to slam him with a terminal status effect. He snatches a D-rank magic crystal and immediately realizes this zone's trash mobs still carry serious power. For the next 2 hours, he's stuck in a brutal grind loop, slashing slimes non-stop and piling up a huge stack of the exact same crystals. Then he slams into a wall, and for one heartbeat, it looks like the level designer just trapped him at a dead end. But our boy's got magic sight, and he spots a massive hidden room lurking right behind the masonry. He brushes the mold away, hunts for the interaction point, and prays it isn't a mimic or some nasty trap. He digs through the mess and uncovers a hidden handle underneath. Classic dungeon crawler secret door magic we've all seen 100 times. He fumbles with it, shoving and sliding like an absolute newbie, but that mechanism just refuses to move. Then he tugs with everything he's got, and the wall stirs, sliding aside to reveal a shortcut straight to the next main area. He cracks the door open, and boom, stumbles into a massive auditorium that screams, "Final act of the game," like the story is setting up its biggest moment. The scale of this place is straight up unreal. This isn't some standard NPC-level world. He spots black crystals sprouting from the walls, and without hesitation, he snatches a sample like he's already planning his next sick crafting recipe. Then he spots a statue choked in mold and blasts it with a Purify spell, daring to uncover what's hiding underneath. Turns out it's not just any statue. It's Teslata, the supreme deity behind every scrap of this world's lore. This seals the plot twist. He's not trapped in some dungeon at all. He's standing inside an ancient, corrupted chapel. He starts replaying the whole thing in his head, this god who reincarnated him, and he can't help wondering if that guy's getting grilled by his superiors for dumping a total weirdo like Rook into the world. Honestly, this vibe is getting suffocating fast, so he dashes through the rest of Lys's quest like a speed run and bolts before it drags him down. Judging by the building's layout, he knew he'd slipped in through a back door or an emergency exit, straight out of a classic speedrunner playbook. He barrels into a crossroads, forced to pick a path, praying he won't accidentally wake up a boss fight before he's even ready. He can't resist it. Once that gamer brain clicks in, he storms into every room, hunting hidden loot like it's breathing. Hitting Purify on every single object is absolutely frying his magic bar, so he has no choice but to slam on the brakes and catch his breath. He studies the map layout, sees the church sprawled like a monster, and realizes that if he checks every nook and cranny, his mana will drain out long before he reaches the objective. He drops a 200 IQ mind blow by shrinking the range of his magic sight. He sharpens the accuracy and can look through objects without burning through MP like crazy.
He funnels his magic into a razor-tight 1-meter radius, turning himself into a living metal detector. It works flawlessly, letting him scan right through the furniture like he's got real X-ray cheats in his pocket. With this new tech, he rips open hidden worlds, spotting books tucked under beds and secret storage compartments wedged inside the walls. These scores stack up like a mountain of magic, guides for every element, plus a little extra change still floating around out there. The fact these coins are still modern screams that this place only crumbled into a ruin recently, and that detail is a huge lore bomb. He decides to fire up his magic sight one last time, scouting the road ahead before he finally steps out. He spots a massive heat signature through the walls, and the moment it hits, he realizes literal giants are stalking the corridors. They don't squeeze into those cramped rooms, and even then, he's so rattled he can't manage a real rest. Then he spots it, this 10-meter-tall Papa slime, looking like a straight-up raid boss ready to wreck him. There's not a snowball's chance in hell he can survive a hit from that thing, especially not where he's at right now. He feels himself waver for a second, but he refuses to face Lisa's disappointed look, so he scraps the idea and hunts for a stealth route instead. The temple towers over everything, around 30 meters tall, so he's got plenty of vertical room to work with. He spots a narrow path tucked behind the debris, one quick shortcut that could keep the slimes from noticing him. He locks the slimes' locations into his head and gets ready to vanish in a flawless stealth run. He tiptoes past the pillars, breath locked in his chest, praying that Slime's perception stats aren't high enough to spot him. He's sliding around like a ninja, barely making a sound, while that monster is right in front of him. Suddenly, a giant shadow slams into his peripheral vision, moving like it has a plan. The slime isn't just sitting there. It hurls a projectile that obliterates the entrance he just burst through. He snaps to the truth that stealth is dead, hurls a lantern to flood the dark with light, and finally sees what's stalking and killing him. He blasts a light ball as a counterattack, but it hits like tossing a pebble at a tank. His attack hits with a sad thunk and does absolutely zero damage. And the moment he sees it, he realizes this fight is wildly unfair for a lone player. The slime is insanely massive, sprawling through the whole corridor and bathing everything in its bubbling acidic goo. With nowhere left to run and a world boss bearing down, he's officially boxed in and trapped. That nightmare fuel hole right in front of us is basically screaming, "I'm about to unleash a massive AoE attack." It launches a razor-focused blast of dark energy that looks like it'd instantly erase my HP bar the second I take it straight on. I lunge through the rubble, staring at this black slime, and I realize, yeah, it's the thing fueling every last bit of corruption in this whole zone. I whip a light ball out to bait a counter opening, but that 5-second cooldown drags on like forever the second you're alone, slugging a boss in a tight, cramped tunnel. So if these trash mobs are dropping dark magic crystals, then this monster has to be the ultimate dark attribute sponge. Because it's basically an undead slime, now you've got to smash it with the right elemental matchup. I slam my spear straight into the mass and fire Purify at point-blank range. By slapping Magicite onto my casting, I can actually see the inner mana circuits and dial up the purification so its splash damage hits harder than ever. The monster goes for a pro-gamer play, trying to swallow my hand and spear to shut my casting down, but I clamp down harder and crank my output twice as fast. I'm not about to get beaten by some literal pile of sludge in a place like this. The elemental reaction detonates into a towering holy blast, blasting the whole corridor clean in one furious flash. I made it through, but the recoil nearly wrecked me. I'm seeing my bone through my hand, and I have to burn the last of my mana right now on a holy light heal. I'm totally OEM now, trapped in the dark, forced to wait for my MP to refill while the pain finally starts to fade. The second I'm back in the green, I'm checking whether that loot table made the near-death hit worth it. First off, a ginormous light magic crystal shows up, And when they purify a dark one that huge, the result isn't just better, it's a top-tier upgrade.
But then I finally land the real SSR drop, this massive egg, somehow still alive, right there inside that slime. My appraisal hits, and boom, it's a holy beast liafanal egg, a legendary tier companion treasure. The black slime couldn't digest it at all. That holy aura is off the charts. This is exactly what Lee sent me to save, so I'm dragging this massive quest item out of here no matter how heavy it is. I plunge into the ruins of this buried sanctuary, hunting for any root that isn't totally crushed in. I spot a hidden tunnel tucked behind a pile of massive rubble, and it looks like it's leading deeper into the mountain. This doesn't look like a real cave at all. It screams abandoned coal mine, like something ripped straight out of a mid-game dungeon. Once the main entrance got obliterated, I had no choice left. I had to charge straight into the unknown. After that slime fight, my spear's looking beat up and jagged, and that's a huge red flag for my melee build's durability. And just when things couldn't get any worse, my grape wine stash is crashing into critical lows. I might starve or dehydrate to death before I ever find the exit. Suddenly I hear harsh metal clanks ricocheting through the shafts. Mage sight is useless. These walls are jammed with heavy minerals, and my scan can't get through. I'm stuck between cutting my light for stealth or keeping it on so nobody mistakes me for a monster. A thin beam of light flickers at the end of the tunnel, and it's closing in on me fast. Out of the shadows strides a tanky armored brute that looks exactly like a classic RPG dwarf. He tosses me a laid-back yo-hoy wave, and honestly, that chill greeting hits extra hard when he's got a plague doctor mask on. He's hauling a lantern like it's nothing, completely unbothered by the suffocating air around him. I'm just standing there, buffering, trying to figure out if yo-yo-ho is some secret dwarven password or something. Lucky for me, we're speaking the same tongue, so he clocks that I'm just a lost human, not some disgusting cave-roaming monster. Then he slams me with the most terrifying question imaginable. Do you want to die? He tells me I've barged straight into the cave of death, and that the black gunk I fought earlier was death powder. Turns out it's a nasty airborne poison that literally chews through your flesh, unless you're fully geared with masks and goggles. I instantly freak out, slap bandages over my face, and stumble around like a total rookie who forgot to check the area's debuff traps. Brock the dwarf barks at me to shut up and fall in line, because if I don't, I'll never see the sun again. This dude's a total pro. He slips through these pitch-black tunnels like he's got a built-in GPS guiding his every move. He leans in and asks if I know Zephyr magic. Truth is, I haven't even added it to my skill tree yet. Because I'm a dirty traveler, he blasts Zephyr himself and whips that toxic death powder clean off my clothes. He tells them it's an ancient, abandoned mining sector, one that most people are smart enough to steer clear of. Why is he helping me instead of grinding out his own hustle? I ask. And he shrugs, saying the rocks around here are mostly ferrous anyway. Honestly, he probably thinks I'm fascinating, because I was dumb enough to march straight into a death zone with zero protection. At the very end of the tunnel, we finally stumble onto a towering wall of reinforced doors. Brock whips around and officially throws open the welcome mat for me to the hidden dwarves' village. Old Man Brock finally cracks open the truth. This massive underground fortress is his very own personal man cave. Turns out this kind of architecture is the go-to blueprint for dwarven villages, but right now it looks less like a bustling home and more like a dead, empty server room. These silent, empty streets are screaming serious dungeon crawler energy. Brock is basically speed-running the tour because we still have a ton of ground to cover before we finally hit the exit. People swear these dwarven architects were built different because they forged an underground city so advanced it makes every surface town look like an amateur hour. I blurted the obvious question, where is everyone? And Brock just shrugged like, yep, I'm the only player left on this map. Suddenly, he starts whipping up a gust of air to blast away what he calls the stagnation. Turns out, if you're living in a cave,
You'd better keep your oxygen in check, or it's game over. Literally, life or death. The MC suddenly realizes he's still a total beginner at world building, like he completely missed the importance of atmospheric sediment. Finally, we crash into his base of operations. It's that trusty RPG save spot, and the MC is practically vibrating with excitement. He's dying to lock in his progress and smash through to the exit. As soon as the gear comes off, Brock suddenly drops the tough act and looks like a friendly, top-tier merchant. He pours out some dwarven mead, straight-up hard mode in drink form. That first gulp in the MC's stamina bar absolutely gets clobbered by that sharp, puckery flavor. They drop into serious dialogue, and now it's all about picking the right choices, or everything goes sideways. The map snaps into focus. We're buried in the mountain district, and the only way out is a brutal mile-after-mile gauntlet. Brock pulls us aside and warns that the road ahead is packed with obstacles strong enough to wipe out a low-level party before they even get going. To seal the deal, the MC whips out some sea stockfish. Then the stench hits so hard, it feels like it's instantly casting a poison debuff on the entire room. But the second it hits the grill, Brock's eyes light up. He snagged some straight-up top-tier loot. He's so locked in on the food that he nearly forgets to say the path ahead is sealed. Only a time-gated event can open it. He vows to be our guide tomorrow, so we can stare straight at that impossible obstacle with our own eyes. Brock's mind just exploded. How in the world did the fish come from Ruta? Because these mountain ranges technically belong to no one, and everyone knows it's neutral ground. We're officially in the Canada Republic now, way out in the distance from the Armist Kingdom. The MC is just chilling and munching, taking in the new map markers like they're showing up right in his face. Then he drops the big one. So what's the deal with the Cave of Death? Brock stares at him like he's lost his mind, because surviving that brutal trip through the depths is pure insanity. Turns out that death powder the MC was hacking into wasn't a gimmick at all. It was a real environmental hazard, and he just took it like a tank. The MC finally starts snapping the pieces together. Those black magic crystals and the giant slime boss he ran into earlier suddenly click in his mind. Brock spilled ancient lore about a non-human force that annihilated the original village and turned it into a living death zone. The MC suddenly clocks it. He's striding through a slice of history that's been standing for at least 100 years. He can't shake the thought that these ruins were built like a giant trap, meant to keep that black slime locked down. That's when Brock spots the strange trinket dangling around our boy's neck. It's a gigantic egg. There's no way this thing hatched from some normal mob. Brock's first move is blurting out, "Can we cook it?" Pure peak dwarf energy. He finally pieces it together. Maybe this thing is a summoned spirit egg, a term the MC has never seen, not even once, in his skill tree. Apparently, summons are terrifying monsters you can train, and then they'll march in with your party like unstoppable weapons. But they're an absolute money pit, so slow to level up that most adventurers just skip them and move on. By the time the night fades, both of them feel like they just wiped out a huge social quest together. The MC rushes upstairs and lands on a bed built with a smaller hitbox in mind, like someone planned for exactly this. Before he crashes for the night, he grabs a summoning orb and squeezes out some intel from Lies. They pop out and straight up thank him for basically finishing that secret rescue mission for the kid trapped inside the egg. The MC finally clocks it. She's been playing him the whole time, and somehow, even with the betrayal fresh, he still can't stay mad. Now the real headache hits. He has to crack the eggs and make the plan hatch. Light starts firing off totally unscientific instructions, and the air fills with those weird onomatopoeia sounds. She blasts out her own magic, and the MC realizes he's got no choice. He's about to improvise on the spot. He fires off a holy light spell first, but Lise grins and snaps that he's nowhere close to the mark. He pours every ounce of his raw mana into that egg with sheer willpower. Just as that happens, Leah starts glowing too,
slapping a brand new buff onto everything. The MC is dumping a mountain of mana into it, praying he doesn't blow himself up. He's hitting his limit, because this is the second time today and he's barely got anything left in him. Finally, the egg starts to rattle, like it's about to crack open any second. Crack start spiderwebbing shoots across the shell the second the hatching animation kicks off. A blinding flash erupts in the room, then the shell explodes into shards. Then, bam! A fluffy white holy beast bursts out, straight up looking like it should be the high-tier star on a premium gacha banner. It's got massive ears and a tail so fluffy it looks like it's ready to explode with fuzz. For a level 1 hatchling, this little one is bursting with energy like it's already got destiny breathing down its neck. The MC knows he'll have to track down its mother someday, but right now, he's got a brand new companion riding shotgun for the road ahead. A warning hits at the dwarf's place, and the moment the MC wakes up, bam, there's the ultimate gotcha pole perched on his shoulder. Meet Cheyenne, the fluffiest little buddy who hatched overnight and immediately snatched the spotlight. Mr. Brock looks genuinely impressed, because this isn't some cheap little local gang. The dwarf actually likes the name. What a relief, because Sean beats some bland, generic label like starter pet by a mile. Brock cracks a joke about how he was thinking of eating the egg yesterday, and the look on Cheyenne's face screams that the kid caught every single word. After a quick breakfast, they rush out to scout the mines because they swear the place is poison-free, as long as you stay inside the right zones. Brock slips through the dark tunnels like he's got some crazy passive tracking ability guiding every step. Out of nowhere, the MC's danger sense jitters. Something is lurking in the dark just ahead. Brock casually taps it out like he's already seen everything coming. It's a fungus monster, and watching a real breathing game mob crawling around is way grosser than he ever expected. The mushroom lunges in for a hit, but Brock snaps, steps him back and says, "Let the pro take it from here." After that one hammer strike, the whole mob got wiped out. To the MC's horror, these things are exactly what the village eats every day. Dinner is literally a grilled monster. Our hero decides he's hungry for combat XP, so he steps up and tackles the next encounter head-on. He's freaking out a little over the spear's hitbox, especially since this is his first time going toe-to-toe with a rolling mob. He tells Cheyenne to stay right where she is, then he charges straight into the aggro range. The mushroom whips into a wild spin like a shot fired at full speed, and suddenly, landing a clean, piercing hit becomes almost impossible. This one hits way faster than the last, and the MC can't shake the fear he accidentally dragged in an elite mob. He finally squeezes out a lethal strike, but the fight turns into a chaotic, bloody mess way uglier than he ever planned. Brock calls out the glaring problem. This technique is totally incompatible with an enemy like this. The dwarf instantly clocks the skill as top tier and the kind that only comes from brutal discipline. But he could tell it was built for PvP, made to tangle with humans, not monsters. In his head, the MC snaps to it. He's right. Going after monsters demands a whole new rhythm, totally different stances, and razor timing than battling people. Brock leans in and warns him. Going full human-focused style is basically a giant, "you're about to die" death flag for a monster hunter. They don't stop until the roar of rushing water blasts through the cavern walls. They slammed straight into a giant environmental nightmare, a deadly waterfall that didn't give a second chance. One slip, and that water pressure would blast him straight into a game over screen. The torrent slams into the exit and blocks it completely. Brock figures the water won't clear until about day 20, then the path will finally be safe to cross. He whips out a magic tool that tracks the clock like a fantasy countdown timer, ticking down the world's fate. 20 days feels like forever to sit and wait, but at least he's got the shine to keep his sanity from slipping. Back at the house, the cooked fungus smell hits in the best way, instantly boosting the mood in that underground base. So the next mission is cracking Shine's diet,
because in a death cave, you can't exactly just grab pet food off a shelf. That little guy's already sprouted sharp teeth. He's officially waded past the training wheels and ready for the real stuff. They tell him to go for the fungus steak, praying he's got the stomach to handle it. Cheyenne tears into it without hesitation, proving he's built to survive anything. The MC gives it a shot too, and even though it tastes bland, it still does exactly what he needs, kills his hunger meter. Feeling the warmth of their hospitality, our boy leans in and asks, "What quest do you need me on?" Like he's ready to earn it right now. Brock spots a rare black crystal at the cave's bottom, and the MC just casually yanks one out of his inventory like he planned it all along. That dark crystal is exactly what the dwarf needs to power his research. These mutant crystals sprout from death powder, and that's why they're so impossibly rare as drops. Their special power lets magic surge through them like lightning with zero resistance. Without magic, they're so fragile they might as well be glass. But the moment you load them with mana, their durability stats shoot straight into God tier. Brock's totally geeking out over what the material could become, and it feels like you're getting a hardcore crafting NPC sermon right in your ears. Later, the MC locks himself in his room and tests a shard, practically aching to find out if it can become his weapon against the undead. Right then, the death powder debuff smashes into him, and he erupts into a coughing fit, blood flying from his mouth. He tries to keep it together, but the moment he sees you literally bleeding from your mouth, panic slams him in the chest. That sharp chest pain seals it. Poison has already sunk into him from the toxic dust lurking in the lower caves. He tries to blast his body clean with like magic, but he can't shake the fear that it'll leave nasty residue stuck in his lungs. He debates using a potion from Liss, then shuts that idea down because that limited supply is too valuable to waste right now. So he switches to the holy wind, betting it'll blast the toxins right out of his system. After the purification, the weight in his chest finally lifts, and each breath comes out easy again. Islak and Torma smash back into the scene. But a quick cuddle with Cheyenne's fluffy cuteness is the fastest way to refill his mental health bar. While Brock puts our boy through the ringer in the forge, he's basically teaching him a whole new secondary skill: blacksmithing. When they're not busy smashing iron, they're down in the tunnels blasting live fire training at the local mobs. It's a surprisingly cozy grind, just you processing fungus non-stop and stacking up those survival stats like your life depends on it. But dude, the air in this cave is pure poison, and Brock's cough is hitting like a permanent debuff that won't let up. The old man slams his fist and declares it's time for a real sparring session to finally whip our boy's totally botched technique into shape. He demands the MC see him as nothing but a low-tier trash mob, just some run-of-the-mill goblin. Our boy charges in with the spear, but Brock's out there stonewalling every single move, parry after parry, like he's a pro-league player. No matter how fast he drives in that punch, Brock's just on a whole other level. Deciding it was time to stop messing around, the MC fired off a high-speed movement skill and burst in. Nothing personal, right behind the old man. He lunges for the backstab, but Brock just casually dodges it, like they're playing a turn-based RPG, while his agility sits at a ridiculous 999. Brock's actually impressed our boy disappeared like that, but then he spots one huge weakness in the way he fights. He snaps at our boy, asking why in the hell he's burning stamina just dodging an attack that wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. Like seriously, if they're low rank, why are you fighting like it's a Souls-like boss showdown? Our boy is fully lost because he's treating every single hit like it's the moment everything ends. Brock just unloaded some serious lore, because with 10 goddess blessings on our boy, massive passive resistance kicks in like a cheat code. That low-level goblin, brandishing a rusty knife, could barely land more than a tiny scratch on him. Everyone knows your blessings act like a natural shield, yet this kid's incompatible technique turns every single tick of damage into what feels like a death sentence. When he takes trash mobs way too seriously, He leaves huge holes in his defense that any real high-level player would pounce on. If he keeps over-microwaving his moves like that, he's going to burn out, or worse, get himself killed later. Suddenly, the MC snaps back. He's been stuck on ultra-hard mode for no reason at all. Then Brock starts coughing up blood like his HP bar just got dropped to 5%. Turns out that death powder infection is a terminal debuff with absolutely no cure. Brock's basically at the finish line of his quest, and he slams it into our boy. Time's almost up, and he's running out fast. But no way is our boy letting his mentor meet that fate. He snaps into action and starts to cast a holy wind spell. Magic flares to life, and for the first time in 10 years, this cave's air finally feels fresh again. Brock snaps to it. This MC is the reason he hasn't fully fallen to the poison yet, because just standing there is like a quiet antidote. To celebrate dodging death today, Brock slams down a promise to whip up a full-course fungus feast, and honestly, it's the kind of food buff that feels mid-tier at best. Meanwhile, the main party is tearing through the woods, hunting for the Demon King's army. Their intelligence crew is throwing up the alarm. Something massive is hiding in the shadows, and it's closing in. They spot a monster way beyond the usual level range for this zone. It's a giant wolf beast straight out of your worst nightmare. Pure terror on 2 legs. Masa hears the signal and snaps to attention, readying his holy sword for the boss fight. The beast barrels forward, and the vanguard snaps into a wall formation at once, taking the hit and grabbing the aggro head-on. The rear guard goes full madman, unleashing O-fire and blasting buffs to crank the party's DPS sky high. A spearman leaps into the fight like he's the star of this arc. He hurls his whole strength into one massive thrust. His spear literally pings off the B side like it just struck some kind of real, physical immunity shield. The wolf beast punishes him on the spot, slashing him away so hard it probably shatters half his ribs. The party's in full-on panic, and St. Louisiana slams the bad news. She can't use healing magic right now. Lucky for him, the bishop lunges in with a stronger heal, clawing the spearman back from fading away. Louisiana finally clocks it. Unless they slam their trump card, they're getting completely outclassed. She launches a massive casting session, pumping a long blessing spell straight into the hero and overclocking his stats to insane levels. Masa feels the rush and rockets forward, yelling that he's got this and there's no way he can fail. He rockets into the air like it's the final shot of an epic anime. The holy sword bites deep and loud, confirming you can't beat this monster's defense unless you've got the right legendary gear. Louisiana fires off a purify spell to wrap everything up for good. The beast crumbles away into a burst of white light, and that's the moment the whole fight is officially over. But the mana cost was absolutely brutal, so the saint crumpled straight into the bishop's arms. Turns out her purification spell comes with a brutal cooldown, and once it fires, it seals her out of every other magic spell for a while. As the party clings to life near the monster's wreckage, Louisiana finally snaps to the truth. She's doing most of the heavy lifting for everyone. Even the hero straight up admits it. Her special powers are the only thing keeping them alive against these brutal, high-level spawns. Back in the cave, the tutorial's finally done, and Brock shoves our guide toward the exit like it's time to move. He's done everything to help the MC, but right before they go their separate ways, he's got one final request to drop. He thrusts a letter into someone's hands, marked for his son, Kevin, who's been living up in the city of Alnorn. Our boy grabs the side quest on the spot, swearing he'll deliver it safe and sound. Stepping outside, he's hit with this massive waterfall, and it instantly slams into him. This world is way bigger than he ever imagined. He whips one final glance at the cave entrance that has sheltered him for years. With one last yo-ho to Brock, our boy sets off for the next big major city, like the road itself is calling him. Our boy kicks it off by blasting a caterpillar monster with a point-blank light burst. But seriously,
These warm mobs spawn like monsters on overdrive, and they just keep pouring in non-stop. Dodging these spin attacks turns into a full-on high-stakes rhythm game. Mess up even once, and you're done. If there's a nest anywhere close, he's seconds away from getting absolutely swarmed by the entire hive in one giant full aggro pileup. And finishing off one of those giant larvae doesn't just end the fight. It leaves you drenched in disgusting monster fluid. He's forced to spam Purify just to feel human again after finally busting out of that damp dungeon. Finally, when Sean bursts up to the surface, sunlight smashes him with a long-overdue power boost, and it feels like a brand new beginning. The adventure keeps rolling, and right away, he spots a giant 50-centimeter caterpillar lounging on a branch. He's not out here hunting kills like a murder hobo. He's debating whether the EXP is even worth the chaos. The mob makes the choice for him, pouncing with an attack and shoving him into self-defense mode. Alright, it's spear time, because his old gear is basically dead, and he's got to find out what this new blade can do. He realizes way too late that his little mistake just aggroed an entire insect colony. Now it's AoE time. Spam those skills back to back, unleash back-to-back light bursts, and wipe the whole field clean. Panic explodes as he snaps into search and destroy mode, fighting just to survive the woods. He finally bursts onto the main road, a safe zone where, for at least a few minutes, he can breathe easy. Our hero carves his name into a tree because that navigation skill of his is absolutely bottom tier, level 1. He finally stumbles into Tanla village, and it matches every word veteran dwarf Brock promised. Brock's already clocked it. This guy's got a high-tier magic bag on him, stuffed with inventory. Pro tip, stash a totally normal-looking bag as a decoy, so nobody hunts you down to PK you for your rare loot. Tamla feels weirdly alive for a tiny settlement, like the kind of place that practically begs you to start a quest the second you arrive. You can tell the local dwarves went all in on the architecture, because these buildings look straight up top tier. That first real whiff of actual meat after days of chewing nothing but cave fungus hit like a miracle. He and Sean stride straight into the tavern, ready to finally sink their teeth into a real meal. The chef proudly serves the local specialty, then reveals it's literally caterpillar steak. Our MC basically shut it down, because after what he just survived in that forest, he didn't have the strength for any of it. He chooses the safest play, steak soup in one hand and a sip of the local fire wine in the other. That waitress is straight-up top-tier NPC power for this starter town. That bread and soup combo looks like instant comfort, the kind that rescues a worn-out traveler in seconds. She leans in and warns him, this wine hits like rocket fuel, straight-up high-octane stuff for dwarves. He takes a swig anyway, just to prove he's not some picky eater. A huge mistake. His internal organs are literally blazing, but hey, the soup is S-tier. Freshly stocked at the general store, he steers clear of the bug meat again, like it's trouble with legs. Next up, Alnorn City. Brace yourself, because it's a half-day trek on foot. He's already daydreaming about leveling up his tolerance so he can finally take on that legendary dwarf liquor. From up on that hill, Alnorn looks straight up unreal. The city is an absolute unit. But with the gate guards standing watch and hardly any monsters around, it looks like the local extermination mission paid off big time. Inside, everything's insanely more advanced than any village he's seen so far. That map he snagged is drawn in a horrendous 44 pence resolution, and it's basically worthless trash. He grabs a skewer from a street vendor on the spot, then slides it over as a bribe to get the guy to point him the way. The vendor jerks his finger and shows off the Midtown Trading Company and the Central Church like they're map coordinates to a secret. With his belly finally full, he's blushing, smiling, and grateful. He thanks the man and slips deeper into the city. Suddenly, a huge crowd spills into view ahead, and it looks like a random world event is about to kick off. Looks like a classic adventurer brawl is about to explode. 3 versus 1, and the odds are brutal. One of the thugs gets absolutely destroyed, launches through the air like a cannonball, and smashes away out of sight. He slams into the pavement, and our MC can't help but wonder what kind of brutal high-level PvP zone just swallowed him. A red-haired girl looms over them, and the look on her face screams that she's one button away from locking down the entire city. Our boy suddenly clocks it. Alnorn might be even more unhinged than those monster-choked forests. Dahlia is basically speed-running this guy's funeral. No guilt, no hesitation. Our boy finally clocks it. These NPCs in the city aren't normal, and their RNG picked the worst possible target by throwing a fight at a high-level brawler. Turns out she's running a full-on goddess blessing buff, and that's why her physical stats are completely busted. Our hero has to snag a brand new guild card, ASAP, to slip past the aggro breathing down him from his old region. He storms into the local guild, trying to disappear into the crowd like some ordinary background nobody. The room's packed with top-tier parties, and he's scanning the whole layout, hunting for the easiest way through. A totally adorable cat-girl receptionist flashes him a warm welcome, and he's pumped to kick off a brand new save file. Fresh start, clean slate. He signs up like a total newbie, praying his low-level disguise hides the truth, that he's really a high-tier escapee. He plays it smart, then realizes the server-wide guild info sharing is basically non-existent, and that flips into a huge strategic edge for him. When she watches him cook like a pro and zero weapons, she snaps to the conclusion that he's just some random, no meta build, no big brain. A veteran named Nick steps in and snaps, "I'm done babying you. If you die, that's on you." Nick strolls off with that "not my problem" swagger every max-level player has for Lobby. MC even clocks Sean, because when you're trying to optimize your party, you don't just abandon your familiar. Card in hand, he's officially back. Right back in the grind. He strides into the high-rent district like he stumbled into the wrong world, way above his league. These walls tower over everything, and right on them, it screams in bold, "Whale territory is reserved for the top-tier nobles." He finally tracks down the dragon statue that pinpoints Kevin's spawn point. This isn't just a house. It's a straight-up fortress built for a top 1% clan leader. He slips through the gate, praying the security AI won't spot him as a hostile mob and sound the alarm for trespassing. He sprints up to the main door, still wrestling with one terrifying question. Does someone like Heaven really live this high up in a place this fancy? Suddenly, a razor-sharp, bunny-eared maid pops up out of nowhere and guards the entrance like it's her personal kingdom. The MC's inner weeb is losing it, because honestly, a bunny maid is top-tier loot in any fantasy RPG. He shoves the letter into her hands like a meek postman, trying to slip past her defenses. The moment she hears it's Brock, the VIP quest flag flips on for real. She opens the door, and our guy practically panics because he has no idea what raid boss level nightmare is waiting just inside. Chasing her down the hallways, he's getting hammered by that iron over my head debuff like it's crushing him. Even the guards can't help but stare. Curiosity spikes as the head maid escorts the newcomers straight into the inner sanctum. They burst into the main office, and the master of the house is waiting right there, ready for whatever comes next. Turns out the boss is a dwarf, and dude looks like he dumped everything into crafting stats, because that strength is absolutely maxed out. He tore open his old man's letter, cross-checking the dad's condition in the quest log, and just shrugged off the MC's total confusion. He doesn't even glance at the MC's gear. He snaps at Mimi to run the clan admission. MC is losing his mind. He only wanted to drop off a letter, but they shoved him into signing a binding clan contract on the spot. The master yanks him down into a seat and unloads a huge lore bomb on how the clans really work in this world. It's a co-op setup where different crews team up to crush world bosses they'd never be able to take down solo. You score the perks of shared intel and top-tier gear, but you pay for it by giving up that feel-good freedom of playing solo. The MC snaps into full thinker mode, weighing every risk and reward before deciding whether to join this top-tier guild. His dream is to travel the entire world, so being trapped in one city is a giant game-over death flag for his exploration plans. But then he realizes his intel is garbage because he has 0 merchant connections to back it up. And yeah, his F-rank card is basically region-locked garbage until he grinds hard enough XP to level up. The dwarf tries to reel him in by dangling the beautiful girl perk, that old-school developer trap meant to hook brand-new players. Mimi shuts that down instantly, and the master quickly flips the script, starting to talk gold and real rewards. Their Golden Dragon's Claws clan isn't just some small-town name. They stretch across the whole kingdom, and their rules bend to fit. They dish out top-tier gear, forge it with master craftsmen, and even hand over developer-only intel. We're diving into secret loot spots and top-tier treasures that you'll never find on some public wiki. And just like that, the MC hits accept on the clan invite without a second thought. But then the master demands that item like it's a legendary relic pulled straight from myth. It's only dried fungus, but Brock's dad literally hooked him up with snacks through the MC, and the boss is straight up losing his mind over it. The master dashes off right away to tear into his snacks, and the rest of the onboarding gets handed to Mimi. Mimi's face falls as she clocked how 0 professional her boss looks. Then she swears she'll teach him a lesson later. She tells the MC, "Hold up, there's a skill check test coming in just a few days, and they'll use it to confirm your stats." Cheyenne finally snaps awake from its nap, like it senses the party status screen just shifted. Mimi gives the green light. Just make sure the MC takes full responsibility for every bit of trouble that pet causes. The MC asks if he can go fishing, the most gamer question ever, while Mimi flexes the legendary clan pin like it's priceless. She snaps the golden dragon emblem onto his chest and warns him, "Don't you dare misuse the clan's prestige." She greets him with full-on formality at the Golden Dragon's Claws, and the MC's eyes widen when he realizes Brock has way more clout than he ever imagined. With a brand new guild and a cute little mascot riding shotgun on his shoulder, our boy is fired up and ready to kick off the next chapter of his journey. Time to chase that S-rank win and kick F-rank life out of your rear view for good. Rook finally snags his very own private room, and the atmosphere is straight up immaculate. It's way better than those starter town inns, because this place used to be a noble's mansion back in the day. Our boy's still trying to wrap his head around it. He actually joined a high-tier clan. In a game, he'd be sprinting for endgame raids, but now he's stuck figuring out how to play nice as a team without letting his OP holy magic give him away. The HQ tour is pure flex. Golden Dragons show off their claw assets, going from a huge mess hall straight into an equipment warehouse. Apparently, this place has been rebuilt so many times it might as well be an S-rank fortress now. Climbing into a top-tier guild isn't just an upgrade, it's your ticket to exclusive dungeons and legendary artifacts, the holy grail every F2P player lives for. After a hearty breakfast, Rook studies the local map and pushes to explore anyway, because that daytime heat hits like a brutal debuff. The HQ layout is a full-on maze, and he's one wrong turn away from getting totally lost in the back hallways. Right as he's moving, he collides with 2 clan heavy hitters, Dahlia and Tristan, people so ridiculously high level they don't belong anywhere near this place. Tristan gives off total chill tank vibes, and Dahlia? She's genuinely welcoming the new recruit with open arms. They offer to show him the city in full detail so he doesn't wander around clueless like some lost NPC getting stuck on the main quest. Rook asks where he can get real solid gear, and Dahlia points him straight to Uncle Howl's warehouse. She even offers to walk him there, while Tristan heads for the tavern to recharge his stamina bar. The city sprawls so huge and gorgeous it looks like it was ripped straight out of a AAA RPG. They finally spot Uncle Howl. His hands look like they've been forging steel for decades. That old man already had the scoop on the new kid. Mimi told him everything, so yeah, the clan's never off the radar. He tells Ruck, "Join a prestigious clan and you'll be under a microscope,
Some jackasses will even try to scam you or swipe your identity. Rook finally clocks it. Slapping on the clan emblem alone is like flipping a reputation cheat code. The shop is absolutely crammed with top-tier loot, like it's overflowing with treasure. Rook barrels through a classy residential shortcut. This is basically the whole Wales-only neighborhood. The city center is roaring with life, and you can feel the world building here hits different. It's straight up top tier. He darts straight along the map, right into the buzzing heart of the shopping district. His very first mission? Hunt down a specific smithy hidden deep in an alleyway. He spots the shop sign and starts gearing up for some serious, heavy-duty crafting. The blacksmith's eyes almost jump out of his head the moment he sees Rook's dagger, because it's a real Brockwork masterpiece. Our boy had no clue he was hauling a legendary tier item that even Master Smith wouldn't dare disrespect. The smith's dead sure Rook is some undercover noble. Only a regular commoner wouldn't haul around dark crystal gear. Rook asks how to load attributes onto the weapon, and boom, it hits that classic mid-game power spike. But the moment the price tag lands, you gulp, winning a whole 10 gold coins just to get a D-rank crystal socketed in. Rook realizes his wallet isn't built for that kind of gotcha life, so he cuts his losses and orders a single gold engraving instead. As he heads out, he overhears a few NPCs roasting his pathetic gear, and it's wildly hilarious, because the stuff sitting in his inventory is way more stacked than they'd ever guess. Next, we're heading to Granny Olk's magical shop, where she's basically the eccentric quest giver you never forget. Her shop is packed with magical tools and weapons so wild, any mage with a pulse would bow down and call it worth a throne. Rook snaps her before she can finish that high-level enchantment spell. She's stunned you can actually see the magic flowing, like you've got that rare passive skill people barely ever awaken. Most alchemists would give up everything just to see with that kind of razor-sharp clarity. Rook shoves over his recommendation, and Elk suddenly gets it. This guy isn't just some random scrub. She hustles him to a secret shelf tucked behind a skull-shaped switch, and the whole place screams classic dungeon. The magic book selection is straight up wild. He's staring at spells he's never even heard of in his life. He starts tearing through the shelves, hunting for the perfect compatibility, like he's searching for the one skill tree that unlocks everything. Finally, he stumbles onto a magical book of healing. That old hag slams the price at 7 gold, then instantly jacks it up to 8, because she's got his need figured out. She tells him the church controls the healing spells with an iron grip, which is why they're basically unheard of on the open market. She keeps jacking the price until it hits 10 gold, and Rook has to panic right now before it climbs any higher. He was just relieved he didn't burn through his whole budget at the blacksmith earlier. He makes a couple more stops at the stalls, and then it hits him hard. He's officially broke. Back in his room, the moment finally hit. He was ready to learn the skill for real. He pops open the spellbook, triggers a healing charm, and suddenly the perfect cover story clicks into place. Now he can play it cool as a normal healer, while secretly holding his holy light magic like a hidden ace. Back at the clan HQ, the bunny girl and the crew are staring in disbelief. Somehow he survived that run-in with the old hag. Rook throws a victory celebration after his shopping spree with Cheyenne by his side, because he knows that aptitude test looming next is about to flip his whole future. Back in the guild hall, everything's weirdly chill. Adventurers are kicking back, stuffing food in their faces, and finally vibing after a brutal day of grinding. Rook notices the vibe is way more chill than he ever expected, like he stumbled into a town hub from some high-fantasy MMO. Even the economy feels fair. One full meal only costs him a few copper coins. Turns out those set meals are basically a free login gift, but if you want the top-shelf drinks or extra side dishes, you better be ready to pay. This high-energy girl's seam is already on its 4th serving, and you can bet her stamina stats are absolutely through the roof. But the cafeteria lady isn't playing. She slams the rules down hard, says 1 refill only, and even ships the leftovers straight to the local orphanage. Cyrus is a real one. He clocks Rook and waves him over to the table so the guy won't be stuck eating alone like a total loser. They clink cups to new encounters, but it's really just code for, please don't let the next dungeon erase us. Cyrus points out that everyone leans on Old Man Howl, because this town's got one ultimate NPC, and it's him, fully connected and always in the loop. He even admits he wants the familiar-looking kind, but the battle-ready models are just too high maintenance for what he's running right now. When Rook starts showing off Cheyenne, the only skill this little guy's got is being ridiculously cute, honestly. In my book, that's a top-tier passive skill. Seam dashes over at once, helpless against the cute fluff, and for one heartbeat, she totally forgets her meal. And just as Rook finally meets Sheem in proper style, Cyrus cuts in fast, telling him not to brush her with that too familiar touch. Turns out this girl is a full-on Leroy Jenkins. She barrels into battle like there's no voice in her head at all. She even straight up admits she attacked a monster once just because it looked tasty. Like, that's pure chaotic energy. These two are lone wolves. Then the second a quest requirement gets brutal, they team up and start partying. Shine doesn't even bother playing. He's laser-focused on the loot, like the food is the real prize for that little guy. The talk pivots to a rank B total great bore, who just went on a rampage, and the bros are stunned because the intel from the eastern side is running so slow. Staring at the map, you can tell the trade routes between these kingdoms are a total disaster. One wrong move on that treacherous terrain, and it all falls apart. Rook figures he got away with it because that C-ranked party crushed the job with only minor damage. But then Cyrus drops the real bombshell. Clan head Kevin is an A-rank beast, and he can take down a great boar solo without even breaking a sweat. Rook is utterly stunned because he can't wrap his head around how an A-rank legend status can match the chaotic mess he witnessed earlier. Suddenly, a bearded tank named Sabus crashes in and starts yanking the hate toward Rook because he's still an F rank. He's ranting that the Golden Eagle's claw is reserved for true elites and tells Rook to learn his place, fast. If this were the old Rook, he'd have been thrown off balance, but his Sakai days have forged him into someone with serious mental armor. Turns out Sabus is Kevin's son and Brock's grandson, so yeah, he's a full-on legacy player, and that ego is way too big for his own good. Seymour and Cyrus both slam the brakes on their hatred for that guy, urging Rook not to let that toxic mess crawl into his head. Cyrus leans in and tells him straight up, rank just tracks guild work. The real truth is buried in the hidden stats and how he performs when it counts. Rook realizes he's basically trapped in an aptitude test arc now, so there's zero chance he can slack off. That night, Rook is spiraling, griping hard about how this clan base gives him zero personal privacy. Cheyenne rips him out of sleep the next morning with aggressive paw taps, turning herself into a fluffy, no-nonsense alarm clock. Rook jolts awake, realizes he totally missed the breakfast window, and instead of burning gold on food, he sprints off on a side quest to crawl through every corner of the base. He finally spots the library, the kind with that elite, locked-down, restricted vibe that screams, "Don't even think about going in." He spots someone lurking in the back and instantly wonders if that's the librarian NPC he's got to talk to. He starts inspecting these wooden tablets that act like real documents, and they scream serious money the moment he touches them. One of them talks about an Elgetepler, an F-rank monster, but somehow it's treated like a gourmet delicacy. Then he even digs up those Ignite Your Heart self-help books, proving, yep, cringe doesn't miss a single world. That biography and history section is where the real lore is locked away, ready to blow your mind. Rook spots a bunch of books talking about the Kingdom of Kanadera, and it freaks him out, because this place is a republic now. The lore spills the truth. When the 14th king dies with no heir, the Duke ignites a brutal civil war, clawing for the throne with everything he's got. Things spiraled into total chaos, so Princess Marashika practically had to beg the Duke of Sumer, her own husband, to finally step in. They didn't reconcile out of friendship at all. King Kareem's neighboring kingdom pushed for an invasion, and that fight ended up birthing the Republic. Rook finally clicks. This kind of geopolitical meta-knowledge is going to be the key he needs for his whole long game. He spots a locked door in the back and instantly assumes it guards forbidden spells or some secret loot just waiting to be uncovered. He's standing there, radiating pure suspicion, when a girl with glasses, this world's rare Megan's spawn, walks right up to him. She warns him, straight to his face, that this area is off-limits to anyone without authorization. Rook yanks at the "I've got the clan head's permission" card, determined to make it work. But she cuts him off cold, making it crystal clear that only her say-so runs this room. Then the whole plan face-plants. She blurted out the truth. This isn't an archive at all. It's her actual bedroom. Rook can barely breathe while eating lunch, dying of embarrassment as the most cringe moments replay in his head. He's basically trying to sneak into a girl's room like a full-on creep, and now his brain is stuck in this endless blushing spiral. To shake off his thoughts, he dashes to the blacksmith and grabs his custom order. The dagger is finally finished, and that crystal-clear blade looks absolutely unreal. Slapping on that top-tier gear, his grin lights up like a real gamer just hit level infinity. After testing that blade till the sun died, he turns around and storms back to base. He's running a little late, but slipping through the authorized personnel entrance makes him feel like he's finally earned his place in the guild. Mimi the bunny maid is waiting for him, plus a message just for him. That massive aptitude test kicks off tomorrow at noon, and it's finally time for our guy to prove what an F rank can really pull off. Tells the little guy to stay put and babysit the house while he dashes off to crush that aptitude test. He even drops off snacks so the familiar won't starve while the MC is out grinding for stats. Rook is already deep in his head, mapping out the mock battle like a pro, then wondering if he's about to march straight into a classic party wipe disaster. He quickly checks his obsidian dagger and spellbook, praying he had the gold to buy a spear and smash his range even farther. In the lab out in the woods, they find his magic flow is leaking out, like his powers are stuck in some glitchy, bugged beta version of a skill. This dagger drinks mana like crazy, so he's got to sync his magic with brutal precision. One wrong toggle and he'll drain to 0 MP in seconds. He tries swinging the blade like a staff to pull light into the air, but it sputters with nasty static, like he's forcing a heavy mod onto a potato PC. Turns out attribute compatibility is pure garbage. Dark magic is the only thing it actually works for, and that's a brutal debuff for a light user. Our boy decides to go full mad scientist and test the dual casting meta, dagger clenched in one hand, casting with the other, trying to slip past the restriction and break the rules. The second he equips that dagger, even basic light magic guzzles his mana like crazy, an enormous red flag if he plans to last long. He realizes this physical magical hybrid build is going to turn his micromanagement into a full-blown nightmare. Trying to dual-wield that staff with a dagger just screams newbie, and he's seconds away from accidentally team-killing himself. Once he crushes his solo grind, he races back to the castle, hunting a hidden passage that screams secret quest trigger the whole way. He halts to stare at the courtyard garden, and it looks ridiculously detailed, like someone cranked the graphics way past the rest of the town. Turns out the maid Mimi is basically the final boss of landscaping. Mess up a flower bed, and she'll straight up erase your HP bar. At the training grounds, the NPCs are already spamming Wind Slasher like it's nothing, non-stop drilling their basic combos. Looks like the raid crew already assembled and started warming up right before he even showed up. Mimi is stunned. He's early to the login screen, and honestly that tracks, because most top-ranked players usually wait until the very last second. She's done lugging the schedule for those carefree adventurers, because they don't care about the whole metagame at all. Supervisor Gold was trapped in a dungeon, totally doing the classic loot grinder thing, so they had to shove the test back. Most of them are C and D ranks, mid-tier players, scrambling to land in the one decent guild that'll carry them. Rook decides to ditch his trusty mascot-tier companion in the room because for a high-level test it's awesome, but it's not exactly combat-ready. Then the supervisor barges in, and wow, that gold is a literal mountain, like an A-rank adventure you can't stop staring at. He slams orders down to the frontline tanks, straight line, no breaks, while the rear guard scrambles to take their places behind them. The adventurers think they can just barrel in and pray for a lucky crit, but trust me, they're about to get hit with a brutal reality check. Mimi just dropped the lore bomb. Live steel and real magic are the weapons here, so yeah, this isn't a tutorial, it's a full-on survival mission. Rook finally clicks. These unlucky players don't just lose the round, they straight up die in training, and that brutal permadeath rule hits way harder than he was ready for. Gold is absolutely mauling the front line, slicing through their defense stats like they're made of wet tissue. One guy is taking on an entire raid group, and he's swinging through them like they're weak little mobs in some newbie starting zone. Support units try to spam Earthskin and stack buffs, but the power gap is so huge they can't bridge it no matter what. Gold just shakes a wind slasher off like it's nothing, and the message is crystal clear. His defense scaling is off the charts. That spear decoy doesn't even get a chance. This A-rank's skill ceiling is so broken, it shuts it down instantly. Rook scans everything and realizes Gold's leveling up has cranked his raw stats so high he doesn't even have to take a single step back. If the boss isn't dodging, then you've got to punch through that defense, hit it with a brutal armor shred critical, and make it crack. Gold yanks them to a break, grabs the kid by the moment, and dares him to step up and prove his strength in the aptitude test. Mimi confirms it. Rook really is the kid they're talking about, and the height gap between him and the boss is straight up hilarious. Silas lounges on the sidelines, and you can almost bet he's relieved he's not the one right now getting stomped by that A-rank bully. Our MC stays humble, flashes a respectful hello, then steps right into the boss arena. Gold tells him to go all in, like, hit me with everything, an open invitation to get erased in a single strike if he fumbles the start. The crowd is already shouting, instant kill, but Rook knows he's got to flex some elite micro skills just to make them look. He kicks things off with Light Ball, a plain little spell Gold figures he can just block or wipe away with his palm. The explosion erupts into a thick smoke screen, classic ninja chaos that jams the boss's sight while he slips into position. Rook snaps in a flying kick, testing the game for any physical hitboxes he can exploit. It's like punching a steel brick wall. Gold's passive armor is so thick that even basic martial arts can't scratch it. Realizing a long brawl is basically a death wish, Rook flips mid-fight and starts blasting even more light balls to keep the chaos going. Gold doesn't even blink. He figures the kid's just clinging to a busted strategy since he's got nowhere else to go. He laughs in his face, bragging that the same trick won't work twice, and then, bam, he fails to notice he's been lured straight into a trap. Suddenly, Rook lets the staff fall and whips out the obsidian dagger, then rockets straight at his opponent with insane agility. The crowd is going absolutely feral because that support kid just flipped into a full assassin build in the middle of the fight. He lunges for a point-blank blow, shouting as he targets the one opening in the armor. Even the A-rank supervisor snaps in shock the moment that blade bites in, because the kid just landed a surprise critical hit straight on the server's top tank. Rook takes a brutal blast from Mr. Gold, and you can instantly feel how insanely massive that stat gap really is. Even with killer reflexes, an A-rank's raw speed is basically a cheat code. He slams that heavy hit out of the air and staggers back. Showing the villain's face doesn't mean he's got invincibility frames after all. Our boy gets blasted clean across the dirt, hacking and coughing like his lungs just got punched. Blood slicks the ground in a brutal scene, and everyone suddenly realizes Mr. Gold might have cranked his aggression way too far. Even the big guy grimaces, panicking that he accidentally tossed the rookie straight to the respawn screen. But Rook isn't letting a little internal bleeding wreck his debut, so he unleashes some serious light and keeps the show going. He sits up like it's just another Tuesday, casually praising that A-rank speed while the crowd gapes in pure, jaw-dropping disbelief. Those local party members are absolutely rattled, whispering that he's a monster after watching him bounce back from it like that. Rook tries to play it cool, saying he can only use basic healing, like that small limitation isn't a total humble brag. The whole training ground is buzzing, because a self-sustaining frontliner is basically a unicorn in this world. He just wiped out every injury like it was nothing. No struggle, no effort, not even a single drop of sweat. Mr. Gold is already sizing up Rook, convinced he's at least C-rank material, because that dual-class vibe is screaming talent. He's totally thrown off by how calm Rook is for a 15-year-old, but our guy just slaps on a friendly NPC grin and keeps it moving. The maid shoves him straight into work and asks, "Can you be our party's portable fountain of youth?" And of course, they crank the training intensity up to 11, because now they've got a dependable healer sitting right there, ready to go. Over some RPG rations, the crew leans in and talks. How wild it is that a top-tier healer isn't just rare, it's basically unheard of for a clan this size. Mimi is already singing his praises, bragging that his manner control is way past basic level, straight up on another tier. The whole table's energy flipped in an instant, and it looks like Rook just cleared the acceptance quest line for real. Even the veteran tanks are rolling out the red carpet for him, all because he can restore their HP right in the middle of the fight. They're losing it over how he actually nailed Mr. Gold with a clean hit, because even with the old man totally sandbagging him. Rook tries to keep his backstory on the simple side, saying his priest's parents shaped his entire combat cleric build. And right there, the story dives into serious Manga-style lore, an old, legendary swordsmanship tradition. Turns out this style has been a knightly tradition in the kingdom's orders for generations, like clockwork. Most adventurers are basically self-taught button mashers, so watching real, fluid technique hit like a plot twist. The Manga style is usually locked behind noble bloodlines, so Rook teaching himself it? That screams something's off. He starts hunting for the perfect dojo, and he can't stop wondering if Mr. Gold is the missing key to unlocking his next wave of sword skills. Rook can't stop thinking, why hasn't martial arts leveled up more? His gut says people lean on the goddess blessings way too much instead of growing their own skills. Out of nowhere, a savage, grumpy NPC bursts in, screaming that he refuses to acknowledge the rookie. The other knights snap at Rook to drop the salt, because they're sure this guy's just panicking over some reckless behavior. Rook decides to rush into the market, hunting for the right wind conditions to close the gap between him and those high-level bosses. He's scouring for rare items that could pull him out of a deadly bind, his ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. He spots a decent-looking blade, but without appraisal skills, he's basically rolling the dice and hoping the stats are good. A merchant starts throwing out secret treasures from noble houses, and Rook instantly clocks the whole thing as nothing but a sales pitch. He clocks a fire-type spell scroll, basically a one-shot tactical nuke, but only non-mages can use it. The merchant swears these are rare dungeon drops you can't even track down in the fanciest high-end shops. Then the price tag suddenly slams down, 10 gold coins for one single-use spell. Yeah, our boy totally clocks the obvious gotcha scam and bails, leaving that merchant stuck with nothing. So he decides to hold on to his currency for something that'll pay him back for real. Striding through the city streets, he spots a bard spinning a legendary tale of a nobleman and his forbidden love. It's the same old drama, a stubborn dad, a love that's off limits, and somehow, yep, pure filler padding the whole thing. The whole tension snaps at its peak when a misunderstanding turns the maid into someone they shove away in the blink of an eye. Then the bar slams into a brutal, bad ending. She hurls herself off a cliff, and Rook's left, completely stunned. The crowd is bawling with their whole faces, basically screaming, "We're starving for entertainment in this town." Even Cheyenne looks kind of down. Then the little guy suddenly snaps his ears up at some strange noise. The crowd erupts into panic, pointing up at the sky as a legendary shadow finally slices into view. Forget a bird, this is a freaking golden dragon blasting straight over the city gates. A literal world boss-level monster just spawned in a low-level zone, and it's coming for everyone. The dragon's massive size detonates pure panic across the whole town, turning everything into chaos and wreckage. He sprinted back to the safety of the walls fast, because the whole zone is on emergency lockdown right now. The main hub is packed to the brim with more action than usual, and you've got to stay out in the open world while that world boss is live. Mimi spots us almost right away, her face full of worry that our HP bar crashed, but the truth is, we're totally okay. She tells us the night order just flipped into full lockdown, and right now we're stuck at the dorm on standby, waiting for the higher-ups to decide what happens next. Turns out, a golden dragon showing up is a total once-in-a-lifetime world event. These beasts usually stay camped in their nests. This isn't only about the dragon. Those high-tier monsters moving like that can flip the entire power dynamic in an instant. Mimi bolts off to link up with the guild, and the rest of us are left scrambling to figure out what to do with our downtime. I decided to dive into the archives for some serious lore hunting because I remembered how the last Great Boar event in the Frankfurt region kicked off a full-blown stampede. The library's basically got no dragon specs, and that's a real pain when you're trying to gear up for a raid that might happen any second. Just when things look grim, Lucille storms in, points at Mimi, and reveals she already snatched up nearly all the research materials they needed. She shoves a history book into my hands and boom, I finally spot a record from year 118. A golden dragon did the exact same move and flew straight north. And yeah, they even drop a legendary adventurer named Brock, who somehow landed a claw from one of them, which is insane because I thought that guy was just some low-tier NPC poet. And just when you think it'll wipe everything out, the dragon's presence does the opposite. Monster counts near the roadside drop instead. Lucille keeps tossing me fresh intel, and I swear she's way more useful than she looks. At first I thought she was some high-level, untouchable mage, but nope. Turns out she's just a clumsy little bookworm, and somehow she's super easy to talk to. She spilled the backstory. Her mom used to be the maid here, and she'd read her stories right in this same room. I blurt out a question about her dad, and boom, I step on a dialogue landmine, and the whole vibe turns pitch black in seconds. Right on cue, Xian squeaks, just enough to shatter the tension, and we rush to the dining hall before I mess up my rep points anymore. The mess hall is pure chaos, and I can't believe it doesn't already feel like the world's ending in here. Lucille actually shows up with us, super rare, and I swear my party charisma invite finally paid off. The squad presses me like, "Did you really see the dragon?" And I tell them, no joke, it swooped straight over my head. I swear I thought I was about to get erased. My teammates are fuming because they missed that rare spawn for good, all while they were stuck grinding away in the forest. In this world, dragons are basically walking treasure vaults, pure awe on the outside and a life-changing payday on the inside. Once they make their move, there's a real shot they'll rain down high-tier loot, fanged teeth, scaly treasure, or even that rare meat. Silas tells them that snagging even one lone scale is basically a gotcha jackpot. You'd never have to grind for gold again. While the rest of the guild is already getting drunk and drawing up search parties to go loot hunting, they're totally ignoring the fact there's zero chance the dragon actually dropped anything. While everyone else is busy cooking up get-rich-quick fantasies, Lucille slams through her meal and heads straight back to her room. The ale's hitting me with a nasty debuff, so I shoot for the east wing to grab some fresh air and snap my brain back into place. The night sky is straight up top tier. Those 2 moons hang overhead, and the whole garden turns into a full-blown, high-budget cinematic scene. Suddenly, Glittering lights flicker in the bushes, and my eyes snap to them instantly.
I hurry over and spot a ring just lying there in the dirt. No clue whether someone ditched it or the game just plopped it down out of nowhere.
I'll just clutch onto it and quiz Mimi tomorrow. This town's packed with 0 trustworthy players. I stumble into my room, knock the ring loose, and leave Sean sitting on the table. Then I crawl into bed, trying to sleep the alcohol out of my system. But right in the dead of night, the whole atmosphere flips like a switch. I jolt awake, and there's a full-on maid ghost hovering over me, like it's about to rip me straight out of a horror game jump scare. My head's still swimming in fog, but I swear I remember. This is the kind of thing I've got a whole skill tree for. I fired off Purify right away, praying I could wipe the mob before they even locked onto me. Surprisingly, that spell doesn't erase her. It only makes her stare at me with eyes so heartbreakingly sad. Then she straight up phases through the door. The ring on my table suddenly starts blazing with light, and my stomach drops. I'm not just stumbling into this. I've hit the quest trigger. The very next day, I go digging for answers from an old-timer, and he tells me ghosts can't leave if they've got unfinished business hanging over their heads. Mimi's stuck neck-deep in the dragon crisis, so I grab this side quest and take it solo for now. I rush back to the books on the undead, digging for answers, because I need to know if this is some high-level threat lurking underneath. I dove into lore about liches, creatures who can cling to every memory from their past life, and yeah, as a solo player, that's a genuinely terrifying thought. This maid ghost doesn't feel like some raging, vengeful spirit at all. She feels more like a broken thought or a lost soul caught in a never-ending loop. Right on schedule, she shows up again the very next night. No glitches, no RNG luck. This is real, and it keeps happening. She bolts toward the door again, and my gut screams she's trying to guide me to some secret spot. I slammed a magic location spell on the spot, and it followed her energy trail right through the walls. She's totally waiting on me, so I snatch the ring, tell Cheyenne to hang back and guard the room, and then I follow the NPC guide into the unknown. We storm out toward the courtyard, cutting through the guild's silent hallways like we're hunting something. She guides me straight back to the gazebo in the east wing, and then, just like that, she sinks straight into the ground and disappears. My search spell snaps open the truth. Right under the stone floor, a massive hidden cavity just yawns back at me. I switch my map to close range mode and spot a hidden mechanism tucked under one of the pedestals. I shove the block aside, and a hidden ladder drops open, leading straight down into a pitch-black basement passage. I flicked out a burst of light to light up the way, and the glow showed an ancient emergency escape route, one nobody's touched in ages. It's a straight westbound corridor that plunges about 30 meters underground, with 0 twists or mercy. Those walls are absurdly thick, silencing every sound from the surface completely, and it's downright unsettling. We hit an iron door that looks like it opens into an underground waterway, yet the ghost keeps surging upward like it's got somewhere higher to go. I cut my light completely and slip closer, keeping dead quiet as we inch toward what looks like the exit. At the top of the ladder, a brutal hatch blocks the way, and I've got to shove my strength into the lock just to get it to budge. I fire up my radar one last time, scanning for any red dots in the area, and only then do I slowly push my head out. The night sky explodes with stars, and I swear I'm somewhere miles away from the dorm. I scramble up, peek outside, and freeze, because the ghost has dragged me into some totally unfamiliar stretch of the castle grounds. Staring up at this giant 4-story fortress under the dead of night, and yeah, I'm getting full-on haunted mansion vibes. I activate my micro-ability to scout the area, and boom, this place is crawling with high-level mobs and guards hiding in the shadows. No way I'm drawing aggro here without a plan, so I'm doing a tactical retreat before someone notices me just standing around like some clueless NPC. The next morning comes blazing, too brutal for someone who spent the whole night hunting phantoms. That ghost encounter wrecked my sleep schedule for good. but I can't stop grinding. I've got to keep moving. I'm sprinting about 2 kilometers west back to the mansion I spotted last night, hunting for any hidden loot or secret entrances the daylight might finally expose. Right at the front gates, it hits harder than I expected, like that halberd guard is posted up to shut down any low ranker who even dares to approach. This isn't some random house at all. It screams high-ranking noble estate the moment you set eyes on it. Later, I'm out with the boys scarfing street food when we realize this isn't just a spot to eat, it's Duke Sumer's residence. Turns out the Sumer family is one of the 3 ruling duke houses that run the Kanadara Republic. So yeah, I somehow made the perfect call by not trespassing last night. The whole town's on edge right now because everyone spotted that golden dragon, and the Adventurers Guild is locking things down for real. No games, no delays. Then my buddy Tristan drops a total lore bomb. Our clan hall? Turns out it used to be the Lord's land back in the day. Turns out the old clan master and the former Lord were buddies, so of course we're sitting on a perfect prime headquarters. Tristan tells me I've probably already bumped into a bunch of the Sumer family members, and I didn't even clock it. He kicks off by hyping Dorita, apparently a total combat beast, and then Mimi, who's got that refined, noble aura dripping off her. Once I hear the Sumer family are elite warriors, I snap into don't start anything mode, because I do not want to accidentally trigger some brutal boss fight. When night drops back in, our resident ghost maid wastes no time. She pops back up again. She's totally steering me to one specific quest objective, then boom, she lets a handkerchief fall right at my feet. I snatch it up, and there it is, Lucille, stitched in every thread, so my brain instantly starts blaring plot twist alarms. If Lucille's father was really part of the Sumer family, then I just uncovered a crazy hidden secret that could blow up the game's social standing. I try to strike up a conversation with the ghost, but she's no talker. Then she glides straight toward the back garden. I'm tailing her into the dark, praying I don't get caught trespassing in the Duke's backyard. One slip and it's instant game over. She drags me straight to a gazebo that's a carbon copy of the one back at our clan base. She disappears like smoke into thin air, and I'm left standing there, utterly baffled about what the heck she was doing dragging me out at midnight. I pry up the floorboards and boom, I uncover a hidden compartment packed with an old book. The second I reach for the loot, a patrol comes barreling toward me, so I snatch everything up and disappear into thin air. Back in the safety of my room, I rip through the diary like it's a race, and the second I read it, I realize this thing belonged to someone with insane social status. The author drops the name Alec, and I swear I've heard it somewhere in the local legends before. As I push deeper, I uncover the truth. This duke is hopelessly smitten with a stunning maid named Melina, and they're blazing through a secret romance right under everyone's nose. Panic clawed at him, knowing their whole succession would implode the moment his wife discovered the truth, especially if an illegitimate heir was in the mix. Eventually, he writes it all down, the birth of a baby girl named Lucille on April 2nd, and that seals the secret noble daughter theory for good. The diary bears Elk Sumer's signature, but the moment the baby is born, the entry's cut off without warning. By the time I flip to the final page, the sun's already clawing its way up. So yeah, good luck sleeping for me. I rush into the archives to dig up modern history, and I'm hunting for clues to figure out exactly what happened to the Duke. I dug up a record that says Duke Elksumer died on April 5th, only 3 days after his daughter was born. He likely died before he could ever make that announcement, so Melina and Lucille got left wide open, erased from the family tree like they'd never existed. Melina probably died later on, clamping Lucille's real father's secret shut for good. Now I'm trapped in a classic RPG moral nightmare. Do I spill the truth to Lucille, or let her stay blissfully ignorant and live in peace? If I tell her a ghost dragged me to a hidden diary, she'll think I've been wasting my life farming under the blazing sun. I'm literally rehearsing how to break the news to her. Then Lucille walks in and catches me in the middle of my own rant. She's got every right to be suspicious. because I've been acting like a total weirdo in the archives since daybreak.
We sit down, and I lay it all out. Then I slam the evidence in front of her, so she can't deny a thing. I pass the diary over, and it feels like I'm finally wrapping up some legendary side mission for good. I tell her I'm so happy she finally got to see it, and I pray her mom can finally rest in peace. Lucille snaps at me on the spot, yelling that I need to stop killing off her mother in my head. Turns out Molina isn't dead at all. He's alive and kicking, hiding out in the countryside after that back injury. Lucille flips through the diary and snaps into focus. Those dates and details line up with her mom's life perfectly. She's still totally baffled by that ring and handkerchief because she's never seen a thing like them before. I told her the ghost maid popped up the exact moment I snatched that ring, and now Lucille's convinced I'm messing with some top-tier humanoid spirit. In a world where seeing spirits is rare as a miracle, she decides I must have some serious top-tier magical perception. Maybe that ring is a rare treasure that supercharged my hidden stats, but either way, I shove the diary into her hands and walk away, because I'm nothing but an outsider. Lucille stares at the signature and confirms it's the real deal for sure. She knows if this truth ever slips out, it'll detonate into a massive political scandal for the Sumer family. But for her, all that political chaos doesn't touch her. She's just thrilled she finally gets why her mom guarded every secret about her dad. Seeing that real smile light up her face makes every second of the stealth mission feel absolutely worth it. I'm just relieved she's not about to make it public, because I am not ready for a full-on flee-the-town disaster. I still can't tell if it was my secret power kicking in or the ring's stats that let me spot that ghost. I bump into Cyrus and Shime in the hallway, and it hits me. I'm really part of the clan now, because I've got the inside scoop. Now that the lockdown's finally lifting, the boys are itching to get out there and chase those sweet golden dragon drops, and I'm totally in for some classic monster-grinding chaos. Sham can't stand the cloak choice, but Lucille is already serving pure mage energy like it was made for her. Lucille joining is a huge INT boost for the party, and she's not just riding along, she's hunting golden dragon drops, no doubt about it. Rook's freaking out because he thought she was just an NPC librarian, then bam, he discovers she's a legit registered adventurer too. The squad finally regroups and barrels through the gates, ready to kick off the ultimate grind. Silas is rocking total main character energy, because folks are already whispering that a few strands of dragon hair were spotted nearby just recently. Lucille is usually the quiet, bookish type, but tonight, she finally breaks her shell and says she just wants to vibe with the party for once. Rook is absolutely nailing the support role, hustling to keep the party's inventory packed with enough food and drinks to power through the quest. The second they break past the castle walls, it's basically a public server event. A huge crowd swarms outside, desperate to grab whatever part of the pie they can. It's straight up a gold rush. Level 1 commoners are out here too, praying they'll snag a lucky drop and hit it big. You've got people sprinting across the fields, digging for a dragon scale like it's a lottery jackpot waiting to be snatched. Silas knows the spawns like a legend. Anything this close to town is already picked clean, robbed dry by the casual crowd. He cranks up his speed, desperate to reach that uncharted territory first, before any other party can barge in ahead of him. He leans in and spills some serious lore. Golden dragon hair is basically the ultimate crafting gold because nothing, not magic or steel blades, can break it. Lucille says those top-tier mats don't just sit there. They can be woven into gear to slam the wearer with permanent, massive stat boosts. In some kingdoms, they treat this stuff like pure national treasure because it boosts your STR and INT like you just unlocked a premium battle pass. Rook finally clicks that he's nowhere near needing gear like that, especially since the moment enhancement scrolls come out, he's still terrified he'll snap his equipment to pieces. They finally hit the edge of the forest, where the dragon actually takes to the skies, so you know this zone's loot table is still fresh. The whole party's buzzing and pumped up like, all right, we're doing this, no questions. But the truth about farming S-rank drops punches you in the gut, and it's mostly just endless digging, poking, and scraping in the dirt. After hours of hunting, you get the worst punchline possible. 0 results, just like that classic gotcha you always dread. Sheem's about to snap from pure boredom. She's screaming in the forest like she's determined to grab every mob's attention on the whole map. Silas tries to win her over with snacks, because in this quest, the only way to get answers is to tear through every single bush. Rook's getting hit with full-blown PTSD from his gamer years, remembering how that mindless item grind used to chew up his life on loop. Sheem's done. He's ready to walk away, flat out calling the whole mission a waste of time because they haven't snagged a single pixel of loot. She ends up feeding a local fox creature, and honestly, that's probably the only bright moment of the whole day so far. Silas finally yanks everyone to a lunch break, then pulls out some top-tier cheese he scored through a trusted merchant connection. They were absolutely wiped out, and Silas admitted that, at this point, snagging even one single hair or claw would feel like a huge win. Lucille points out the scales are as big as real shields, so if they were actually around, you'd spot them instantly. Rook suggests heading straight for the dragon's nest, but Silas slams the idea down because the place is crawling with high-level monsters. Provoking a golden dragon is basically the world screaming its final countdown, so keeping the nest location locked down as a secret is the smartest safety move you can make. Rook says the second he reveals the route, all those low-level players will get erased in an instant. Break time's done, and they're back at it, flipping rocks like crazy, praying a miracle drop hits. Our boy Rook slips away and quietly fires up his mag location skill to scan the area, speaking under his breath so the whole party never suspects he's using a cheat code. He zooms in with the scan, hunting down anything around him packed with high magical density. Lucille clocks him flailing his hands around and hits him with the coldest, most deadpan, judgmental stare ever. He tries to brush it off like some weird instinct, but his radar actually snaps onto the signature like it was made for it. He throws his arm high into the canopy, swearing he just might have spotted something shiny up in the branches. The whole squad tilts their heads. There it is, glowing in the air, proving Rook's manual scan truly worked. Silas immediately scrambles up the tree in full plate armor, and it's a brutal, low-agility blunder. Simei swings into the spotlight, flexing her insane high-deck status as she glides up the trunk like she's speedrunning a tutorial level. She snatches it mid-air, sticks the landing, and proves it she's the most mobile fighter on the whole team. And just like that, there it is, real golden dragon hair, the ultimate S-rank crafting material. Silas is freaking out because they just pulled the jackpot with one of the rarest items in the entire game world. Lucille snaps into full researcher mode, clocking that the root's still attached, and to her shock, the texture feels weirdly soft. She grabs her knife and starts a brutal durability test, daring the legends to prove they're real. That blade barely leaves a scratch, yet Sham has to snap her out of it and tell her to chill before she goes and slashes with her own knife. Silas refuses to leave. He keeps grinding, convinced the drop rate might be juiced today. The old adventurer's warning about getting greedy in front of treasure hits like a curse, and it shuts him down for good. Silas and Lucille clocked it, straight-up gotcha addicts, and decided, we take the win and head home safe. On their way back, they realized they hadn't bumped into a single mob. Somehow, the RNG gods handed them an absurdly lucky run for this zone. Now the real trouble hits. Should he study the hair, sell it for cash, or cook it into a top-tier meal? Silas leans in and asks Ruck what he wants, because it was Ruck's own discovery that technically put the item in his hands. Rook isn't chasing a quick win. He's thinking long game. Use it to build prestige and hook up with the Duke. That's a rock-solid plan, so they all nod and let Lucille dive into the details, while Silas hurries back to town and starts working his merchant contacts. They keep the whole mess under wraps until they can lock in a safe deal for the part. Rook drags himself back, wiped out from the mental grind, but one thought snaps him awake. He still has to crack that mystery ring. He holds up the thing he dug out of the flower bed in front of Mimi, and her face lights up with pure shock, like there's no way something this priceless was just sitting there. Mimi spots it right away, an auric halcyon ring, and it's basically a legendary tier item, just sitting there in the garden like it owns the place. Rook's locked on the auric halcyon ring like he just hit the jackpot on one lucky ticket. That lore dump just confirmed it. This metal is basically the world's version of Bitcoin, ridiculously rare, and a full-on national treasure. Since nobody in the guild is reporting a missing shiny, the bunny girl receptionist can't help but guess it's come from some far-off place or something even stranger. She leans in and quizzes Rook. Does he know why dragons are seen as lucky charms for adventurers? Rook's convinced it's all about the loot, scales, and fur that fetch a fortune on the market. But nah, turns out dragons are straight-up treasure hoarders, and they just have to flex their drip by wearing piles of gold and jewels like it's fashion. Since there's zero lost and found paperwork for this mess, she tells Rook, dead serious, he's the proud new owner, for now. Now, while most players would be freaking out over a legendary teardrop, our boy just stands there, eyes full of stress. He's over there, rubbing his head, freaking out over the ghosts that keep popping up in his life. He can't shake the feeling that someone planted this ring on purpose. Mimi slips out this quiet but straight-up terrifying claim. She personally handles every single thing in the clan. Rook's gamer instincts snap on instantly, screaming that pushing deeper right now is a giant death flag. Back in his room, he fires up the thinking cannon and starts theory crafting like a full-on meta chaser. He's freaking out that slapping it on will trip a cursed item event. Then the BGM flips and he won't be able to unequip it no matter what. He finally grows a pair and slaps it on, then waits for the explosion. And nothing happens. It's time to put his active skills to the test, so he blasts an illuminate spell to probe the mana flow. With the ring gone, it's like night and day. His magic control turns into laggy chaos, like he's stuck playing on 500 ping. He realizes it's not some run-of-the-mill stat stick at all. It's a top-tier catalyst. He rips through his holy loadout, heal, purify, and then holy light blazing next. The healing power has been totally buffed. Now every cast feels silky, smooth, and deadly consistent. He smashes the stat wheel open, clocks that the ring pumps his MND for control, and realizes his holy power is locked to PIE, the faith stat. But real talk? Our boy wants nothing to do with the religious faction chaos, so he files it away as a working theory for now. He starts grinding holy stones, and as he does, his mana efficiency skyrockets. Since he kicked off this journey, he's basically doubled his total mana pool. Then, bam! He gets a total oh crap moment and realizes he's been ghosting his fairy summon. Lies. She shows up in full pout mode, like she's about to march straight in and file a complaint with the union. Rook's figured out the only way to drop her aggro, hand over top-tier snacks. And just like that, Cheyenne dives into the feast too, turning the whole scene into pure, wholesome party magic. Lise spills the info. The Golden Dragon is on duty right now, so anybody who fights is getting shut down. Rook's imagination runs wild, picturing dragons clocking in like 9-to-5 salarymen and jamming onto the subway. Yeah, on the job just means they're swamped, too busy to swat a fly like him. But if they'd only make one move, he'd be wiped out instantly. Cyrus burst in shouting about the after-party and snagged Rook right in the middle of his vibe. But Syme trails after him and suddenly spots the lies written all over his skin. Yeah, and those truths are a massive spoiler. Rook finally clocks it. He's a complete noob for leaving the door unlocked while his secret summons were running loose. He flips into full gaslight mode on the spot, whispering that seems just imagining things. He slips out of it by saying the room is haunted by some prankster ghost,
then leans hard on the local legends to throw everyone off his trail. Seem gives up because she's a total cinnamon roll, and then they sprint off toward the celebration. The squad finally links up in their casual skins, ditching the heavy gear for once like it's weighing them down. They roll up to this high-class tavern like it's the kind of place you'd pay a few thousand gold just to step inside. They kick things off by clinking glasses and toasting the party's bright future. Cyrus's face hardens as he warns them, keep the golden dragon loot totally off the radar. If this rumor spreads, even their own clan might snap and start acting like loot goblins. Turns out Duke Respo is secretly sending agents straight into Arnon to track down and hunt for dragon artifacts. Saying the Duke's name in a spot like this is basically waving a giant wanted sign in front of wanted aggro. The food hits the table, and buddy, this knock deer steak looks like it's giving you a permanent STR buff for real. Cyrus lays out the Rezo leaf meta like it's a secret recipe, so every bite hits with maximum flavor. The whole team finally digs into real food, way better than those garbage-tier cafeteria rations. But the whole vibe flips the moment they bring up the beef between the Schummel and Grespo dupedoms. Right now, Schummel has the town in a chokehold, and the politics are turning into a full-blown mess. Mess up a sale to the wrong noble, and they'll get blacklisted, maybe even worse. Trying to cross a duke while you're just a commoner is basically a one-way trip to a game over screen. Rook finally gets it. This world doesn't do fair deals with the elite. One wrong move, and it's curtains, straight to the guillotine. The golden dragon's hair is basically a radioactive bargaining chip. One wrong move, and they could get wiped out just for holding it. And the rumors make it even worse. People swear Grespo is hoarding weapons for a full-blown war. They all slam the brakes on talking and agree to stay silent until the quest is officially handed in. As they start heading home, the tension finally snaps. Sheem keeps rambling about that fairy she spotted, and somehow the stress just slips away. She starts unloading some dangerously deep drunk lore, and Rook can only pray she doesn't spill the secret sauce. The secret to any legit power fantasy? Paperwork. So our guy barrels into the guild to get his business handled. Since he's slipped into a fresh alias in Alnorn, he's right back to being a low-life, F-rank nobody. He decides to play it safe, grabbing the classic herb-gathering starter pack and an escort quest to rack up his first reputation. The guild girl clocks him from his registration, and I'm telling you, when a cute NPC actually remembers you, it's like getting a secret charisma boost. She spots the dragon emblem on his gear and snaps at him to stay icy, because that thing screams high-level trouble and rage. She's spiraling out of her mind because an F-rank tagging along with a top-tier noble house just blows up everything she thought was true. Rook keeps his cool, brags that he's got special connections, then gets ready to speed-run his way up the ranks. Before he bolts out of town, he can't resist one last stop. He plunges into the underground passage to stare at that mysterious iron door. He uses Magi's location to spy on the tumblers, then pops the lock like he's breezing through a master-level minigame. It's not some secret dungeon, but digging through the giant undercity infrastructure is pure adrenaline-fueled vibes. Turns out it's a shortcut straight to the waterway, an ace escape route he keeps ready in his back pocket. As the sun dips low, he decides the next move is clear: track down that mysterious ring and have it appraised. Meanwhile, in the main storyline, the hero's party finally storms right up to the Demon Lord's floating fortress. Staring at that crushing vertical drop, the tank is already drenched in sweat, because how on earth are they even supposed to climb that? The saint tells them to ditch their worries and trust the local lore. There's a secret path right up. There's a village that's been standing guard over that path since the Age of Myths, so yeah, that's the next checkpoint on the tail. Turns out they've got to steal the power of a sacred beast just to get airborne and keep that sky ride going until the whole thing cuts off. Once the hero tries to hype up his MC energy, swearing, no doubts, that he'll solo the boss. They finally roll into the village, and it looks so untouched it might as well be running the same outdated patch from 3 updates ago. The elder steps in, clearly stunned that anyone would reach the endgame zones this late. They waste no time, straight up begging for the legendary summoning ritual to storm into the castle. The elder's completely thrown off by this saint title, but he still nods and kicks off the ritual for Lord Kwanlunga. The ritual site is already scrubbed, staged, and packed tight, ready for some seriously high-level magic. The party holds their ground, waiting like the next second is about to explode into one of those epic cinematic cutscenes. Then the chanting kicks in, nothing but random nonsense, utter gibberish that makes zero sense to the bros. Those party faces said everything. This is definitely not the legendary OST they were promised. Then the elder suddenly starts undressing. Yeah, it's the kind of VR gameplay mechanic I really do not want to witness. He slams his victims with the most cursed dance moves, then chatters non-stop like some broken NPC out of a glitchy game. I can't lie. Watching this old man swagger around, it's almost impossible to take the hero title seriously. The crew is straight up battling for their lives, all while fighting the urge to burst into laughter and shatter the illusion. Then the floor suddenly ignites with a colossal, high-poly summoning circle. The elder fires off that "Come forth, sacred beast" command, and for a heartbeat, it looks like a real legendary summon. A colossal spear of light rips skyward, blasting a message straight from the heavens. The party gets absolutely rocked, blinded by the insane mana density pulsing through the whole event. But the moment the light cuts out, the elder drops into a squat and starts crushing skewers like it's nothing. They're just standing around like, wait, are we already out of the cutscene? The villagers are snapping over their aching joints, sick to death of that chanting grind. When the saint demands to know where the beast is, the elder dodges the question and orders her to wait. Turns out the sacred beast takes about 10 whole days to travel, and the server lag in this world is straight up unreal. Back with Rook, he storms to the blacksmith and demands answers. Maybe that mysterious loot of his will finally show its secrets. The smith leans in and spills the truth. Appraisal is a 1 in 100 talent. Even masters barely have it. Rook finally snaps to the truth. He can't just grind his way into this skill. It's pure RNG luck, like the game's rolling dice for him. Smith pitches a bold plan. Go north to find an alchemist named Granny Ulk. Even without the official skill, an alchemist can sometimes vibe check magical items and know they're legit. But then the smith slams him with the truth. Crystals can't realistically be fused into rings because the size won't allow it. Anything smaller than a D-rank crystal won't even dent his stats. But here's the biggest red flag of all. The whole setup is a security risk. If an appraiser spots a scrub with a godly ring, he'll either slash the price on purpose or quietly sell his details to player killers. Verk suddenly realizes he's basically got a bullseye on his back, so he ditches the spotlight and lays low. Back in his room, he decides to crank through some manual tests to see if he can trigger any effects. He drops his whole inventory onto the table, baffled that he's still lugging around all this useless vendor trash. He drags that ring across everything he can, desperate for the smallest reaction. Wood, bag, knife. Nothing there but a dead, useless dud. Even his sacred stone is giving him absolutely nothing, and that brutal silence is a huge hit to his whole build. Suddenly his gear spits out a jolt of mana that zaps him out of nowhere. He's completely baffled, because in his inventory, he swears there's nothing reactive left. Turns out the auric hokum ring is vibrating like crazy in sync with that water drop magic book. Yeah, boys, we just uncovered a secret combo. Right when I thought I was totally stuck, the magic book finally clicked, and I felt that real connection hit me. It's like the whole you. I finally refreshed, and the only thing that moved was this strange ring on my finger. The second I slide the ring off, the connection drops dead, like a severed server that's gone dark. So yeah, the ring is clearly doing the heavy lifting here, but I can't stop scratching my head about why it only lets me learn those low-tier daily life spells. I've got 3 theories on what's going on. Maybe it's an instant learn skill, maybe it's a secret affinity buff, or maybe it just slams you with a gigantic stat boost. I checked the testing results and bam, I can learn every basic utility spell, but all the advanced ones are still stuck behind a level cap. I'm dying to rock my endgame legendaries, but my stats are so low I can't even equip them, so if a thief shows up, there's nothing protecting them. Most magic weapons burn through mana stones or demand direct channeling, but this ring is doing something wilder. It's acting like a passive artifact all on its own. With my light magic getting this much easier to control now, I'm sure this has to be a status boost item. It's like I'm cranking up my MND or NTAB just enough to finally slip past the learning line and unlock basic magic. Enough theorizing. Time to lock in and grind those utility spells for real so we can finally see what they're actually capable of. First up, water droplets. Then boom, it actually procs on the very first try. Now my gamer brain is spiraling over the physics. Did that water just spawn out of nowhere? Or did the ring rip it out of thin air and teleport it in? I yanked the ring off mid-cast, and, no joke, the mana flow went absolutely feral. Without the ring to steady the spell, I lose control instantly, and it detonates everywhere, splashing through everything. It's a brutal stat check. Once my MND dips under the requirement, I can't even keep the shape of a basic bubble anymore. Fire seeds are up next, and yeah, it's only a tiny little flame, but it totally flips the game for stealth camping, because it doesn't glow like a flare in the night. Earth tilling sounds cool, but it's basically a dud, because it needs real ground, and right now, I'm standing on pure stone. Then we hit the weight reduction power, like a gravity-defying cheat code that lets them haul heavy loot as if it weighs nothing. I'm thinking, if a hiring stat actually boosts my strength, then I could start hauling even bigger boulders, because that would be the ultimate utility build. Gentle breeze is exactly the kind of breeze it promises, just a whisper of air, a super low-tier wind spell. Even my familiar's glow looks bored out of its mind, because it's literally weaker than some bargain desk fan. I was about to write it off as pure trash, but then I thought, maybe I could still use it like a weird hairdryer hack or some niche NPC trick. Then it hits me, like a memory snapping into place. I see a dwarf using this trick to blast out the stale air in a dungeon. If this world really runs like an RPG, then stagnation is probably that nasty miasma or those toxic debuffs slowly stacking up on you. All right, time for some real science. I shoved my finger into a bowl of water and jammed my wind spell straight into it. It's not just pushing air around, it's actually brewing gas bubbles, meaning it's creating the gas itself. I scoop the gas into a cup like a total nerd, then fire up a combustion test. I strike the paper wick, then brace myself. This gas better be pure oxygen, or we're about to discover something way more explosive. Turns out it's just regular air, because that flame never changes a bit, not even once. This is wild, because it means magic can forge matter out of nothing at all, and it basically smashes every rule physics ever had. I guess the world stays in balance because every time an enhancement attempt fails, the items and weapons just vanish. Right then, the main quest pops up. Boom, we're getting an audience with the Duke. He's ready to meet us in just 2 days, way sooner than I ever thought a top-tier NPC would move. Dahlia's basically royalty here, so her connections are pulling us up the social ladder. I'm already freaking out about stirring up social drama. Should I start calling her Lady Dahlia right now? I'm spiraling into full-blown panic, imagining every bizarre nobility ritual that could land me straight in the dungeon. So you're telling me I have to march into that room doing a Cossack dance just to prove I'm not a threat? I interrogate the party about formal attire, but I've got 0 town clothes in my inventory, not even a single option. They're telling me to throw on my usual gear, but come on, we all know it's just the wear your regular clothes trap.
Some nobles straight up demand physical exams, and if they get their hands on me, my hidden ring would get exposed in an instant. Total disaster. The lore drop just pulled the curtain back. Nobles aren't protected by magic or bravado. They're forced to hire top-tier adventurers or their towns get slaughtered by monsters. It's a razor-thin political truce, and the moment things sour, the town's gold tends to vanish, like it was never there. So yeah, the Duke and the adventurers are basically running a win-win guild setup together. I spend the next day grinding earth, tilling it in secret, just to torch off my pre-meeting nerves. That spell is honestly a letdown. It hits slower than just grabbing a basic shovel. I can barely scrape up a few grains of soil within a 1-meter radius, and man, it feels like I'm burning mana for nothing. Mimi swooped in with last-minute etiquette tips, and thank goodness, I don't have to dance for the Duke. Everyone's keeping it cool as we crowd up outside the gate. All right, it's time to square up for the final boss of this social showdown. Come on, let's go meet the Duke.